Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hello. Oh, man. How's everybody doing? All right, let's get this show started. Oh, boy. Fucking A. Today has been one of those days where I can't get my mind right. I'm thinking that's just because, like, it's Friday, and Fridays right now are not exactly fun for me, so things are, yeah, definitely weighing a little heavy today. You know, thoughts are there. Happy Friday, though. Yes, happy Friday to all you guys. I hope that you are all excited for the Friday edition of Pep Talks, or High on Politics. What am I saying? See, right off the bat. Hey, Miss Alice, how you doing? I need to finish this coffee as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, but it's one of those things. It happens right when I wake up. I have that realization where I'm just like, oh, It's Friday, and it's another week. Ugh. Time is an illusion. Well, it is. It really is, because the last few weeks have been so heavy that it does feel like years have gone by, so... As are pants. See, I'm one of those streamers, though. I'm actually, I'm a working man here, you know? As you can see, actually, I have to light this candle, so you will see that I am actually wearing pants. I'm not one of those streamers, see? Got the jeans. I actually get, I get dressed for work, you know? Candle for Mom. And then I'll just, say cheers to everybody for, you know, I got coffee today, no tea. Gonna have my Earl Grey at the back end of the show today. ATLA reference +1. It's a strange emotional day. It is. It's very... I'm all over the place. Yesterday, I kind of had to watch some of my playback because I know that I was a little bit manic. Which it wasn't a bad thing, but it was also, I was kind of like, I was hoping that I didn't, get a little too emotional there. How long are you streaming for today? Yeah, geez. I don't know. I have no idea. Usually I go from anywhere to 5 hours to 12 hours. It could vary. I did a 12-hour stream at the very beginning of the week, on Tuesday, so we'll see. It could be a shorter one, though, depending on how my brain snaps back, too, because, God, I'm telling you, it's a little bit of a mental fog, but there's also just, I'm kind of still battling, like, the actual... heaviness of grief. So it's kind of like, over 9,000 hours. Where are you talking about? Just like my YouTube watch numbers? You know what? They're not that bad. No traditional streaming hoop skirt? No. No, is it the traditional streaming thing where like I look good on the top? Like I can just wear whatever the hell, but I got that backwards. I can wear whatever the hell on the bottom. But on the top, you gotta, I could do a suit jacket, but I think Kyle Kalinske does that, and I would love to see if he's wearing gym shorts. That'd be hilarious, if he's actually rocking gym shorts and a freaking a suit jacket. I can't do that. I don't know. I feel like I need to just be dressed to go to work, so. Oh, over 9,000! No, you got, if you're doing over 9,000, you gotta add all the exclamation points. Come on now. Anyway, I also haven't gotten high today, so let's do that. This is High on Politics after all, so cheers, everybody. We got T-minus 10 minutes until 4:20 time, my local time. I hope I really hope my brain bounces back today. Also, just shout out Mom. I miss you. I hope that she's out there enjoying the show. Haven't really said that much, but speaking of, you can help out with my mom's memorial fund. I'll get that out of the way now because honestly, it is, I'm not sure how many times I'm going to be able to do this today without breaking down. So yeah, if you guys can help donate to my mom's memorial fund, or if you guys can just like the stream and share and support in any way you can, I really, I appreciate all of it. Okay, so also anybody that has helped out and supported, just know that you have my eternal thanks, guys. It's made it a little bit easier knowing that I'm not gonna have to take out loans to pay for my mom's knowing I might still have to, because That's the bitch of this. The price. Oh shit! I need to adjust that. Got another bill. I did that yesterday. It was at 3,700. Or yeah. But yeah, this it doesn't stop. And then I found out some other shit about her estate where I'm just like, oh, okay, well, this is gonna... It's not gonna be wrapped up for a long time. Like, I'm talking for possibly another year, which I'm not ready to let it go that long, so I have to do some fighting. If you... But without going into too many details, again, I really appreciate all the help, so... Anyway, what do we got today? Bonzo Dog Doodah Band. Hunting Tigers. Did you hear that? No. Wait, what? I didn't hear that. There we go. Fix this. Also, tomorrow I think I'm going to be streaming, but it's definitely going to be a chill stream, because I think that I just need to kind of hang out. Might even do some gaming, who knows? But yeah, I was gonna say, definitely need to chill a little bit, get my mind off shit. Elon illegally gets top secret war plans. What? Oh, puppy cheer time. Oh boy. I swear he's gonna get trained to hear it. Oh. Here.
Mitesh $5. Puppy cheer, thanks.
Say thank you, Mitesh. Oh man. Alright, we're gonna get these again. Love these peanut butter milk bones. Ugh. They smell good. You know? Every once in a while, like, there is a dog treat where you just open the bag and you're like, that actually kind of smells like candy. Okay. Yes, use the capture card for the Switch. Oh yeah, that's right. I did get my capture card. Fuck. I forgot to hook that up, man. I've been obviously all over the place, but yeah, I gotta hook up my Switch. I have a few games that I have Psychonauts that I want to play. Little Miss Alice gifted me Psychonauts, and honestly, that was one of the that was really an awesome gift, because it helped me take my mind off shit a little bit. So sorry if I turn off my online play, but I am used to not being interrupted while I do my my casual gaming. I actually turned off my chat on my PS5 too. Ooh, this thing is great. This sucks. Why is that not working? I think that there might be a little problem with my with the coil. Okay. I got people checking in on me today too. It's also, I think that it's starting to settle in with my family, where we're all kind of hitting this, like, oh my god, it's what, 2 weeks now? It's becoming very, very real for everybody. And yeah. Grief is a fickle bitch. I'm repeating myself. Anyway, more fun stuff. Actually, speaking of Dragon Ball Z, I know this is taking it back to your last reference, but did you see the new cover to the Dragon? Like, if you haven't seen this here, this is awesome. The new Dragon Ball Super cover looks amazing. Where the hell is it? It's always so easy to find like on a social media post, but then all of a sudden you go to Google it and it's like, no, you don't need it. All right, well, fuck it. Either way, it's a new take on like all the Super Saiyans, and I really appreciate it because it's everybody at their most powerful form, and Piccolo's there. So I don't know. He never gets enough love, so I've always appreciated good old Uncle Piccolo. Oh man. All right, let's do the news. I've been avoiding it. I actually avoided the news today, so we're going into this one fresh. I have not looked at my phone. All right. You guys ready? Let's look at ground news together. Literally, first time seeing an article today. Oh, it's not that bad. Trump awards Boeing $20 billion contract for 6th generation F-47 fighter jets. Okay. What is this? Biden wants to reportedly campaign again. Joe Biden is reportedly ready to support the Democratic Party. Go away. We don't need you. We do not need you. Hey, what's up, Anna? How you doing? Hope you were well. Hope man, we got some sleep last night because I needed it. Sorry if I got a little tipsy at the back end of stream there. I'm gonna be doing less of that, but yeah. The last few weeks have definitely been a lesson in coping and also in hitting my limits. So yeah, I drank 3 beers on stream last night, and that was one of those things where I was like, okay, I think that's my limit. I don't want to do that again. Like, I really don't want to do that. So it's gonna be a Earl Grey tea night, but right now coffee. But also, how are you? Oh my god. Another family message. I appreciate that. You know what? Here. This is what I can do. I just realized if I don't answer this now, they're not gonna get it. We all have family members that go to bed pretty early, so yeah. Try and avoid that. I really don't care about the F-47 fighter jets. What about anything? Am I missing something here? As 80 Tesla vehicles damaged in dealership in Hamilton. Hamilton, Canada? Wow, Canadians are even sick of this shit, huh? Interesting. Parkinson's study. Or Parkinson's cases. Wait, do they know what the cause of Parkinson's is? I thought they didn't. Not interested enough to go searching through that. Here we go. Astronomers detect oxygen in most distant known galaxy, redefining early universe evolution. Astronomers detected oxygen in galaxy Jades, I'll just say Jade 0, located 13.4 billion light years away. Jesus, just 1 light year is... Oh my god. Okay, math. Using ALMA and James Webb the James Webb telescopes. The galaxy contains 10 times more heavy elements than expected, challenging previous theories about early universe formation, why it matters. The discovery forces scientists to completely rethink galaxy evolution theories, suggesting stars and elements formed much earlier than previously thought. The finding indicates early universe galaxies matured significantly faster than current models predicted. You ever get the feeling that even our smartest people are really, really stupid in the grand scheme of the universe? It's kind of a bitch too, because it's like, yeah, we're never really gonna know. You know. Alrighty. Oh yeah, my latency issue should also be taken care of. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, don't tell me that my bitrate is lower than recommended. What? How is that even possible? I set it to ultra. I did. It's on ultra high. I don't know what the... Okay, whatever. I've done what I can on my end. All right, guys. Well, that's cool. I think learning more about the universe is always pretty base, but it's also like, I don't know. I'm kind of melancholy right now, so I'm just like, yay! Does it matter? It does. No, it's important. New bill regulating bathroom use based on gender in Tennessee is what? Is headed to the governor's desk. Great. Fucking Tennessee. Justice Amy Coney Barrett's listening to the law will give readers an inside account of the court. Oh, great. How about judges on the Supreme Court shouldn't be able to make money selling books? I don't know. That seems like a I don't know. Novel idea. Capping that. Piccolo, it doesn't make a bit of difference, guys. The balls are inert. Latency seems better today. Good. Yeah. I adjusted all my settings before I even got on stream. That's why it actually took me an extra few minutes. So it's kind of frustrating. Like, see, like right now, I'm actually having a latency issue on Twitch right now, where it's saying that my stream is unstable. Well, I apologize over on Twitch if it starts crapping out. Let me know. Just put a little exclamation point in the chat just to make me aware. All right. Let's try and get my energy up too. Sorry. I started stream pretty just out the gate with no real plans. Just let's see what we got. All right. Oh yeah. AOC. And yeah, we do have a fair and balanced video, which I haven't actually covered him in a while. Did he leave Ring of Fire? Because I haven't seen him on Ring of Fire. So just a question. But here, let's take a look at AOC's speech, because I heard it was actually pretty good.
For making the effort and taking the time out of your day to be here in community with us today. Thank you.
Ah, they don't have subtitles. Crap.
Well, first of all, my name is Alexandria.
I love that when, you know, politicians and celebrities, like, they introduce themselves. It's like, we kind of know, but hello, Alexandria. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
But I'm so happy to be here today, and thank you so much for welcoming me to Greenville. I really appreciate it. Now, I hear that you have a representative who has not done a town hall.
If they're in Colorado, is that Lauren Beaubert's district?
Usually, your first 3 months on a new job, you are on your best behavior and working your hardest and doing your best. I don't know if anyone's had like a probationary period at a job before. Could you imagine if we had those for members of Congress? Anyways, all of that is to say, if this is the best that you all are getting, I think you deserve better.
It's kind of weird to get exactly what you were saying should happen. Where it's like, they need to get out there, they need to do town halls, they need to get big crowds. This is wild, dude. They're getting like over 9,000 people per. Like, this is cool.
In truth, I think the distance between us is a lot shorter than we think, and even that much closer. And in fact,
After this, we're actually going to cover the Midas touch. Even you can tell that the media is starting to shift, and they're even starting to feel the burn
I
again.
think that we are all here together because we share
What
the
up, Ruben?
frustration and the heartache that comes from watching those in power actively
Missed
tear
the train.
down or refuse to fight for everyday working Americans like us. And I really get it. I was born in a working class family. My mom cleaned
Oh, Anna, are you at work today? Because I was going to, after this segment, start asking you some questions about this. So.
houses. My
If you're at
dad
work, I will
worked really
refrain.
hard to try to start a small business in order to do their best to give a better future
I'm off right now. Cool.
to my brother and I. And, you know, they worked really hard. And for a minute, it looked like our American dream was within grasp. We grew up and we really struggled, but my parents worked so hard. And it really started to feel like things were starting to work out. I worked really hard. I was able to get into college. And suddenly my dad was
Thanks, Ruben. I
diagnosed
appreciate that.
with a
Hope
really rare
your fry's going well.
cancer out of nowhere. And by the time I was 18 years old, he had passed away.
Put your phone down,
And
sir. Put your phone
I
down.
think this is an experience, while it is really difficult, I think a lot of us have had experiences like these, where we work so hard, and we are one event away from feeling like the whole rug got pulled out from under us.
It's not wrong.
And we shouldn't have to live like that. We shouldn't have to live like that. You know, after my dad passed away, my mom then overnight was basically a single mother to 2 kids. She was cleaning houses, she started driving school buses. And when I graduated from college, I started waiting tables in order to help make ends meet. And this was right after the Great Recession, and folks know how hard it was to come by a job at that time. And so that's when I started waiting tables to make ends meet. And I know that, you know, we just deserve so much better than this. We do.
This is from Bernie Sanders' official campaign, and you can hear them futzing with their microphone.
Because an extreme concentration
kinda funny.
of power and corruption is taking over our country like never before. And we are here because we do know that a better world is possible. To get there, we need to be honest about where we are right now. We are witnessing an oligarchy in America. And that is when those with the most economic, political, and technological power destroy the public good to enrich themselves, while millions of Americans pay the price. And our political system is ill-prepared for this abuse of power. In fact, much of our political system enables it, starting with the role of money in politics.
Dude, she is saying all the right things right now. Skeptical. Don't let the pessimism get you. Don't do it. Don't do it.
In this moment. People are starting to put the pieces together. And, you know,
Doesn't it? You guys feel that, right? You feel like something is about to pop off, but I'm not sure if you're feeling it the same way I am, where it feels like it's going to be a good thing.
I do think that, we're not, people are starting to put the pieces together. And in fact, ironically,
Dare I say, I feel like they're actually going to start pivoting left because they're being pressured to.
most of the divisive forces in our country are actually bringing more of us together than ever before.
Yeah, no, dude, she's nailing it. Fucking AOC. I appreciate this guy taking that selfie.
To our country, and they derive their power from dividing working people apart They specialize in getting us to turn on one another.
Hopefully need to keep the momentum going. The fact that they're doing this, the fact that they're like literally doing this like they're campaigning is crazy. Like do you guys feel like this is kind of like a campaign season?
And they get us to turn on one another.
And this is town halls. Like these are supposed to be town halls. This is nuts.
Race and gender, creed and culture.
I didn't see this coming.
And judgment and cultural debate in the book to keep us distracted. Because the last thing they want us to realize is that the division that is actually hurting our country the most is how endless greed is costing the lives of everyone else.
There's a shoe that is going to drop somewhere, and it would be nice to have some good news. I think that we've been literally getting kicked around so much that, yeah, I would dare say that just that shoe is going to hit the other side. Like, Trump is going to get, like, hit pretty hard.
Lives are suffering because of the LGBT kid down the street, or because of the mixed status family or the dreamer down the block who's just trying to make a better life for us. And I understand that this kind of disdain that the wealthiest people in this country have for the working class doesn't just come from them not being raised right. It's shorthand for the right wing's entire political agenda and a certain ugly kind of politics. A politics that involves lying to and screwing over working and middle class Americans.
Yeah. They did a good job of it, too. Yep. Cook. Oh, come on.
There's a word for this kind of thing. Corruption.
Thank you.
I've seen all of this stack up from how overwhelming and selfish all of this is. From seeing the notifications on our phone popping up. Monday, the Department of Education being rolled back. Tuesday,
I'll be real with you guys. I turned off all my news notifications, all of them. I don't get a single one.
I get how all of it
I have to
can
seek
make
it out
us
now.
feel despair. And I get how even it can make the best of us feel like giving up and giving in. And trust me, that is by design.
Yeah, flood the zone.
When the system is stacked against you, it's hard to feel like anything you do matters. It's hard to feel like we matter in this democracy. And it is easy to give in to despair. And I can tell you that for a while there, when I was working double shifts, tired to the bone, I did try to give up. I tried to stop caring. I tried to just keep my head down and work my shifts and accept that this is just
starting the ticks early today.
and this
Yep.
is how things are.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to.
But
This
that's
was
no way to
literally just finished like an hour ago, so I wanted to get kind of to this. And plus, to be completely fair, I've been having kind of a rough day, so it's easier if I can just get right into this, and then we can have a chill time afterwards.
You do not have to live like this.
Yeah, my mental health feels a little bit better not following news too intensely. Yeah, honestly, strangely enough, I thought that doing this show would make it a lot worse. No, it's been fine. It's been getting better on that end. I'll say this much, when you lose a loved one, perspective. That's the one thing that also comes to you, where it's like, what matters and what doesn't matter really starts being more clear.
Trump does see the immense pressure that working people are under.
Oh, by the way,
his answer
what's up, Sean? How you
is an
doing?
America that operates on the principle of every man for himself. Divide and conquer. And now that Trump is back in power, we see it clear as day.
Caravan of Garbage. That's the movie reviews, right?
Scratches that, and this scratches theirs. And all of us are left behind. And the clever thing that these guys sell is making working people like you and me believe that we're just one step outside from that club. That we're just a little bit out from being able to be a billionaire too, right? Any billionaires in this room? I didn't think so. Now, it's this idea that if we just work hard, we too can have nation-state level money. Except these kinds of spoils aren't earned, really.
The two Aussie guys, yeah.
They aren't working for these billions. They're stealing them.
That's weird. I just started watching more Screen Crush, and I hadn't watched a Screen Crush video, and I saw it on the last time that I had. It was over 6 months. Started watching them again.
To our health care, our veterans benefits, and Social Security. Programs that we and you have
There we go. Somebody finally figured it out.
lifetime paying into. And by the way, not them, because those billionaires haven't paid their fair share of taxes in years. And mind you, even if you're not on Medicaid or Medicare, this also raises your private health insurance costs too. And let's talk about Medicaid and Medicare for a second. Because
I'm a little afraid because I just got a notice about my insurance where they're reevaluating policies.
your representative,
A little
Gabe
scared.
Evans, you know that guy that hasn't been showing up for the last couple months?
Yeah.
Maybe he hasn't been showing up because he voted to cut Medicaid. In fact, every single House Republican voted to cut Medicaid.
Well, that's easy. See,
they'll tell you-
at least they made it easy for us to market on that, where it's like, guys, there wasn't a single one. Not a single one voted to keep your benefits. Maybe, just maybe, you should do the thing that, you know, Donald Trump has been threatening, like, I'm going to primary you. You know what? If you piss me off, then Elon's going to come in with his big daddy money, and he's going to totally primary you. No, the people should be doing that.
No, I didn't. It didn't say that. That's what it is.
No. Fix the audio. This is on them.
From the committee that's in charge of Medicaid. And so now they're trying to play a game and say, we didn't do that because they did by proxy, okay? So let's set the record straight. And you see, these
They're even worse with their messaging. They're just like, we didn't overtly say Medicaid or Medicare in the bill. Come on, guys. We just said entitlements.
aren't just fights about numbers. They are fights
What up,
over
Brian?
the values that define us as Americans. Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security were built on promises that we have made to each other about who and what kind of country we want to be and what kind of society we want to live in. Healthcare and Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security, these are not promises from politicians to people. They are not charities or handouts from billionaires to the working class. This is our money. They are promises that we have made to each other as
You can only sit here and nod just like,
Americans. From neighbor to neighbor, teacher to student, friend to
Wow.
friend. And when we can say that
guys, you know
Elon
that Barack Obama energy I was talking about that was in leading up to him getting the presidency? I'm kind of
is get out of
feeling it.
our health care.
Doing a good job, and Bernie's doing the thing where she's the Robin to his Batman.
Because to me, Greeley,
They're doing the strategy I was saying.
It's not just measured by the height of
I'll take all the
best
credit.
days.
Oh, this is me.
It's measured
That's
by
a-
who we are and who's
Thank Pep
there for
Talks.
us on our worst. And that's why I'm here with you today. So let me share with you exactly what I mean. Because what these folks...
Well, no, it's also nice because she's not doing the Kamala Harris thing. This is what always pissed me off about Kamala Harris was it was the same damn speech over and over and over. And, like, she would even use the same, like, little quippy buzz lines and just, like, oh, well, when... I actually forgot all of them, thank God. Wiped those from my memory, but you know what I'm talking about.
Just common sense. We live in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. So I believe that when a person gets sick, they shouldn't go bankrupt. Common sense. I believe that a minimum wage should cover the minimum cost to live. Common sense. And by the way, we should see that not paying a living wage is
I hate to say, I would definitely, like, if I... Now, I would take some shots,
also
like,
a form
just make it quick.
of
Just be like, all right,
corporate
let's get a few...
welfare and
Click, 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 click.
because big companies like
I'm guilty of that
Walmart
at a
and
concert.
Amazon rely on food stamp programs and public assistance to cover
Filming
the
an
wages
entire
that
set,
they
though,
won't
is insane
pay.
to me.
Really? Here's another crazy radical idea for you. I believe that homes are not slot machines for investors and
Thank
Wall
you.
Street.
Thank you. And honestly, going back to what we were watching yesterday about that investor, like that home investor, where he was totally, I rewatched it today. He was totally coming at it from like the, oh, if you have multiple homes type of thing, like it's totally the whole landlord class thing. Like it had not, I thought for a second, oh, maybe they're speaking to us. Nope.
To extort working families out of
think
every
AOC is
last
36.
dollar that we have. Home is sacred. And when your landlord doubles your rent overnight,
Oh, she's 35. She's
or
fine.
when housing prices skyrocket because Wall Street treats our housing market
Oh my God, I am. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm 3 years older than AOC.
like a casino,
Wait a minute.
your
Wait
government
a minute.
and your public servants
Wait,
should
no.
fight to help you keep an affordable roof over your head. How's that for crazy? And I believe that our elected officials should take on abuses of corporate greed
The
every
minimum wage should cover the minimum cost of living. That's actually sad that needs to be said. Oh, yeah. The Republican mind says you need to go get another job.
where we find it. We must get big money out of politics.
Thought AOC was in her 20s.
And Greeley, that's why I don't and never will take money from industry lobbyists.
I'll say this much. Maybe that Got Milk campaign had some, positive effects, and that's why we're all we're aging well. Although she don't got kids.
Or corporations.
Again, I'm telling you guys, something about not having children does kind of make you age a little,
Mass media
Slower.
and Fox News
I know.
and
Big news.
the right will have you believe that these American values are something out of the Communist Manifesto.
I mean, according to my dad, yeah, literally, like every time that he started getting more gray hair, he would just point to me and he'd just be like, "You're doing this."
I believe that we think these things because we went to some fancy college and read them in a book somewhere. But I'll tell you, I don't believe in healthcare, labor, and human dignity because I'm an extremist or a Marxist. I believe it because I was a waitress.
Your fault.
Because I've scrubbed toilets with my mom to afford school.
I'm not even kidding.
Because I've worked
And he did that a lot.
shifts to keep the lights on. Because I lost my dad to cancer as a kid and had to see my mom open hospital bills in the days after. And I don't want us to live like this anymore, Greeley. We deserve better than this. And this isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too.
I gotta know, what age were you when he started saying that? God. Like, I was about 8 or 9. When he started getting these.
But really, that means
That's
our
my pops.
communities choosing and voting for Democrats and elected officials who know how to stand for the working class.
Sleep deprivation and hormone changes from having kids would contribute to aging.
And I want to thank the entire state and each and every one of you for working so hard to
Maybe that's the answer, is because I have insomnia, I don't get really sleep deprived, like my body just adjusted.
make that happen.
So, hey.
And I'll tell you, when people want to think that there's no hope
Actually,
out
that
there,
could be-
trust me that there are moments of bravery that are emerging.
Dude, she
Last week,
on fire.
Republicans put on the floor a draconian, awful budget bill that cut billions from health care and from working people. In fact,
She just spit.
one of
I've done that
the
too.
worst parts
Billions.
of what Republicans voted for, including Gabe Evans voted for last week, is cutting benefits for the PACT Act for veterans exposed to burn pits.
Burn pits. Man, she really pops and burns
Who
and
does that?
pops.
That's like cartoon villain stuff right there.
It is. She wanted to say shit so bad.
And
Some
and,
cartoon villain shit right there.
You know, but I will
Right, Dick
say,
Dastardly.
Colorado, that when other Democrats caved, your senators, Michael Bennett and John Hickenlooper, stood strong against the D.C. pressure and voted no.
Sorry.
They said Colorado deserves better than this. Thank you for putting in that work. And in fact, all the Democrats in the state of Colorado in Congress who represent a congressional district in the state voted against that bill too. House, Senate, everybody. So I want to thank Diana DeGette, Joe Neguse, Jason Crow, Brittany Pedersen.
Man.
Defend them, Colorado. And don't stop there.
She's awesome.
I want you to look at every
I'm actually
level of
so
office
excited right
around
now. This is
and
cool.
support Democrats who fight, because those are the ones who can actually beat Republicans. But our work isn't done here. Because you know which Coloradans did vote to gut Medicaid and jack up health care costs? Gabe Evans and Lauren Boebert right next door. So folks, you know what that means, right? We need to come together and spend every day between now and election day working
Elon's
to
Muttley.
educate our neighbors and give Evans and Boebert the boot and replace them with a brawling Democrat who will stand for Colorado.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, Muttley's cool. Like, no, he doesn't, no. Elon doesn't get to be Muttley. Sorry.
In fact, if you will indulge me for a moment, since Gabe hasn't been around here, if we could just say hi to him for a moment. Can we just
Oh my
say
god,
hi?
dude, she is so fucking based. Oh my god.
Hi. See you in November. Thank you. I'll make sure he sees that. But beyond elections,
Dude.
Greeley, our task here is to build community. That's the deeper mission that we have. Elections, they come and go. We
I love the petty.
do our work. We set the board. But in the
My wife's a big oh god, what's her name? Swoop fan. She actually does this thing called Petty University. She definitely is a teacher or a professor from Petty University, and my God, she's good at it.
Meantime, and during,
brilliant.
throughout, before, and after all of that, we need to build our bonds with each other as communities. Building community, block associations, neighborhood groups, volunteer groups, church organizations, PTAs, because community is the most powerful building block we have against fascism, to defeat authoritarianism, and to root out corruption. If you don't know your neighbor, it's easier to turn on them. That's why they want to keep us separated, alone, and apart.
The Piers Morgan interview where he interviewed Ben from Ben and Jerry hurt me just now. Was it really bad? Like, what happened?
Scrolling on our phones, thinking that the person next to us is some kind of enemy, but they're not. So I'll end where I began. We might all come from different places, but we share a lot of the same experiences. So to all of those who came here today unsure of whether this is where you belong, I want to tell you that you do. You do. Honestly, no matter who you voted for in the past, no matter if you know all the right words to say, no matter your race, religion, gender identity, or status, no matter if you disagree with me on a couple things, if you are willing to fight for someone you don't know, you are welcome here.
Fucking A, dude.
If you are willing to fight for working people, regardless of who they are, how they identify, or where they come from, you are welcome.
You know how The Simpsons has always like kind of been on it, and they were saying that like the Lisa Simpson presidential episode was based on Kamala. I think it was based on her.
I'm here.
Because we needed to go through one more round of Trump before we get to AOC.
But I will say,
God, what the Democrats are going to have a hell of a time trying to bury this movement. I think, and I said it before, the fact that this has started so quickly and so soon, and Chuck Schumer fumbling that fucking ball was a gift. It was such a
gift. On either
gift.
side of the aisle, who are willing to put their fellow Americans down so that they can get ahead or.
Pierce acted like Ben's opinion represented the company, and Ben tried to kind of tiptoe around that, so he was just very vague and in general, and it looked bad.
Feel better about themselves. Those folks may best find a home somewhere else. Because in this house, we stand together. We know that that is our only choice. Because we know that without exception, if we stand together, it is the only way that we can win. So I hope that you see this movement is not about partisan labels or purity tests, but about class solidarity. It's about the thousands of you who came out today to stand together and say our lives deserve dignity and our work deserves respect. No matter who we are or where we come from. We are here today to make a sacred promise to each other. Because our goal here today, and what I don't want for us today, what I want more for us today, is not just to come together, share a few inspiring words, and then go back to how things were. No. Can't do that.
Dude.
Our goal here today.
Authenticity too. Like, she's speaking with such authenticity right now. Again, this is the opposite of Kamala. Kamala felt like it was a robot. This feels like we actually have a person that is trying to stand up for us. This is refreshing.
We all deserve.
Oh my God. This is actually like a weight off my shoulders.
And I want each of you to turn to the people around you and get a good look. And I want you to greet someone you don't know.
Ooh, she's using a church technique. That happens. We used to do that every Sunday at my church. We used to do that, where we would shake. Yeah, you would meet somebody. Oh my God, dude! This is
awesome.
This is awesome.
And
this is so cool. Hey, first time chatter, John Quarles, 1984. Hi, someone I don't know.
But it's because if
How's
I
it
can
going?
offer one assignment today, before we all depart here, it's to leave this place connected to a new person you didn't know coming into this. Because really, we do need to make that promise. We do need to take care of each other on our worst days and to share the
Just curious.
successes of our best. And in making those promises to each other,
How are you?
that's how we're going to do it. No silver bullet, not from the top, but block by block. So thank you for having me. And it is my honor to introduce to you the senator, the man, the friend, the person who has helped bring all of us here together today, Senator Bernie Sanders.
And the 4,000 who are here, I think we got 10% of the community at this rally right now. Thank you.
Usually when they do the interactive stuff, I'm like, do I have to?
Now, I want to say a word
I'm okay just observing all sides.
about
Cool.
Alexandria.
Look away.
When Alexandria was a kid, you correct me if I'm wrong, she cleaned houses with her mom in order to make enough money for the family to survive. And then after she graduated college, she was a barista, working paycheck to paycheck. But what she did, as she looked around her and in her community in Bronx, New York, is she saw that change had to come. And so what she did is decided to run for Congress, and people said, what, are you kidding? The guy who represents the district was one of the most powerful members of Congress. He had access to unlimited kinds of money. How much money did you have when we started? You started?
None.
None.
Bernie is Unk. He is like, you want to talk about Unk energy? Unk.
But she
AOC 2028. AOC
what real
2028.
politics is about.
I will join you in
Real
that one.
politics is not sitting at $1 million fundraisers. It's working with people in your community.
Make up the signs. Let's go.
And she worked hard, and her friends worked hard, and she pulled off a
It
major
says Unk behind him. I didn't put. Oh,
upset.
how did I not see it? That's amazing. Oh, name this shit directly right now.
And since then, she has been a great member of Congress, but not
Man.
only that, she has been an inspiration to millions of young people all across this country.
Everyone here could qualify as Unk for me.
Now, the
Knock it off.
reason I say all of
Me and Unk Matesh. Knock it off, you whippersnapper.
that is not just to praise Alexandria, and I love her, but is to tell you and the people of America that what Alexandria did, you can do.
Oh my God, do not call her auntie.
There are millions of young people out there who love this country, who are disgusted with what they are seeing, who are prepared.
I like how Miss Alice. You know what?
to get
All right.
involved in the
I'm already in it. It's
process.
okay.
So, Alexandria, thank you for being that inspiration. So why are Alexandria and I here today? Why will we be in Denver later this evening? Why were we in Tempe last night? Well, there was an unbelievable number of people coming out. Las Vegas earlier than that.
I have to agree with him. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Tomorrow. Why are we doing that? And we're doing that because this country faces a set of enormous crises. And how we respond to this moment will impact not only our lives, but the lives of our kids, future generations, and in terms of climate change, will impact the future of this planet. And what I have to tell you is that given the huge turnouts we have seen already on this trip, it is clear to me that the American people are outraged at what's going on. And the American people are saying loud and clear.
Where's Elizabeth Warren? She's also doing some campaigning out there. Or not even campaigning. She's just doing town halls.
Accept an oligarchic form
I know
of
that she's part of this movement.
We will not accept the richest guy in the world running all over Washington, making cuts to the Social Security Administration, cuts to the Veterans Administration, almost destroying the Department of Education, all so that they could give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the wealthiest 1%. But it's not just oligarchy we've got to deal with.
Seems necessary at this point. What are you talking about?
Trump, this country
Tiptoeing. I mean, even as a centrist, I mean, you have to have some kind of conviction.
Moving very rapidly to an authoritarian form of society.
I'm actually getting more mad at the fucking fence sitting.
Today we have a president who is undermining our Constitution every single day, who is threatening freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. You know, I look back at the civics class that I took in the 6th grade a few years ago. And you probably took the same class. We studied American history. We studied the Constitution. And it's important to remember what we learned back then, and that is that the founding fathers of this country, way back in the 1790s, you know, they had fought a war against the all-powerful King of England and the British Empire. And they're thinking, how do we create a new country in which one person will never, ever have the kind of power that the King of England has? So with a lot of debate, and these are really smart guys, a lot of debate, they said, you know,
car payments on Ferraris. What are you talking?
What we are going to do is...
No, if you knew what billionaires spent like their money on, you would actually, like, the revolution would happen a lot faster.
Create a government and a constitution which has a separation of powers. And that means we're going to have a executive branch and a president, a lot of power. We're going to have a Congress, a lot of power. We're going to have a judicial branch, a lot of power. And that is what they put together. And that is precisely what Donald Trump today is trying to undermine. First Amendment to the Constitution is the all-important freedom of speech. And in a way that is unprecedented, Trump is trying to intimidate the media and anyone who speaks out against them.
Yep. Covered that yesterday.
He loves the media when they fawn all over him.
Yep.
But like other cowards, he can't stand to be criticized.
Yep.
Trump has sued ABC, CBS, Meta, and he sued the Des Moines Register because he didn't like a poll that they did. His FCC is now threatening to investigate.
But again, remember, it's a political win shot. They're coming after me. Listen, they're weaponizing the government against me. But he's doing the same, like, not even doing the same. He's doing everything that he was projecting, just like we all knew he was kind of that's what was happening. It's the people that are just like, yeah, it was happening to him, that can't even wrap their head around, well, it's like, okay, so why, if it's not okay for Joe Biden to do it under your, then why is it okay for him to do it? Like, what? You have no consistency.
Yes,
none.
and NPR. He has called CNN and MSNBC illegal. In other words, the so-called leader of the free world is afraid of freedom. Well, Mr. President, if you are too cowardly and too vain to accept criticism, then get out of politics. Because that is precisely what democracy is about. That's what the beauty of democracy is about. It's your ideas and my ideas, and we argue about them, and we vote on them. It's not
Shock Pikachu face. Uh-oh. We really got to get that meme. We got to get that emo, guys.
You.
Damn it.
But it is not just the media that he is going after. He's going after the constitutional responsibilities of Congress. Congress, under the Constitution, has the power of the purse. And every day, he is challenging that, slashing funding without authority that only Congress can do. Trying to wipe out agencies that Congress has created and only Congress can eliminate. But it's not only the media and Congress that he is going after. The third branch of government is the judiciary, and what they are supposed to do, what the federal courts do, is rule.
How do we help make suggested emotes? So, if you know how to do the three, if you know how to compress them into the three sizes that they need to be over on Twitch, then that's how it's done.
Whether laws are constitutional in their judgment or not, what the president does, constitutional or not. And there have, let me tell you, been many decisions coming down from this Supreme Court that I abhor. Their Citizens United decision, one of the worst decisions ever rendered. Their decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, a horrible decision. But those of us who live by the rule of law understand they have their powers, we have our powers. But now, for the first time, what Trump is doing is saying to a judge who issues a ruling, we don't like that ruling, we're going to get you impeached.
Again, using another tactic that he didn't believe in.
President
They're weaponizing impeachment. They're fruitless impeachments.
millions of Americans have fought and died to preserve American democracy. We're not going to let you take it away from us.
T-minus 9 minutes.
And we thank all of those veterans who put their lives on the line to defend democracy. But it's not just oligarchy and authoritarianism that is on our minds. All over this country, people are standing up, and they're saying we will not accept a society of massive income and wealth inequalities, a society in which the very rich are getting much richer while millions of working families are struggling to put food on the table. And what people are saying is that in the richest country in the history of the world, we are going to fight for and create an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%.
Amen. Here, I need some water.
All right, I'm going to do something radical now. You ready? All right.
I'm going to do the Triple H. Just bear with me. I am the game.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I know, pretty radical, but what the hell? Only go around once. And as I want to take a few minutes to describe to you what is really going on in this country. And it's something that you don't see much in the corporate media, and you certainly don't hear discussed in the halls of Congress. And that is, in America today, we have two separate Americas. On one hand, we have an America in which the wealthiest people have never, ever in the history of our country had it so good. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had. Today, we have three multi-billionaires, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg. These three combined own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million Americans. Now, we don't talk about it much for obvious reasons. But the idea that so few have so much and so many have so
But if we don't let them, then when I get my billions, it's not going to be there.
little is not what this country is supposed to be about. And further, let's take a look at concentration of ownership in the economy. You know what we hear? Kids read in school books, we're a society. People go out and they start their own small businesses. Free enterprise is great. Everybody competes against each other. That ain't the case. Today, you have more concentration of ownership in America than we have ever had in the history of this country in sector after sector. Whether it is agriculture, transportation, media, financial services, what you have is a small number of extraordinarily large corporations who charge us outrageous prices for the products that we have to buy. Now, let me mention just one example of concentration of ownership. Today, nobody talks about it. Today, you got three Wall Street firms, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. You ever hear of these companies? Mm-hmm. Combined, these three investment firms are the majority stockholders in 95% of American corporations. And these guys, I want to tell you something because I bump into them in my line of work. They are not nice guys. I know on TV they come across, and in your community they make a donation to the hospital or the Boys and Girls Clubs or to the food shelf. They're just very nice, but they're not. You know, in America today, as I think all of you know, sadly and tragically, and we've got to deal with it, we have major epidemics dealing with addiction. I think we lost 100,000 Americans last year because of drug overdoses, serious problem in my state. We have people addicted to alcohol, serious problems with alcoholism. We have people who are addicted to tobacco. My father smoked 2 packs of cigarettes a day and he died before he was 60. People addicted to food. But I will tell you this, in the midst of all of these addictions, the worst and most dangerous addiction we have is the greed of the oligarchs.
Yep.
Now, everybody wants to do well in life. Everybody wants to make money. But you would think that if you had a few $1 billion or 10 or $20 billion, you would not feel obliged to step on the backs of poor people to become even richer.
Yep. It's insane. Again, the fact that they're so brazen about it, too.
But that is exactly what they are doing right now. They are prepared to destroy Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, the Veterans Administration in order to make themselves even richer. And these guys have no...
And the only answer they have now is, well, they're getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, but they have no reports on anybody, you know, being arrested for fraud. The waste that they keep finding, the numbers are all off. Like, again, the fact that they put their blind faith into Elon and Trump and all these other people, and they just don't trust your lying ears, don't trust your lying eyes, don't trust the lying media, don't trust the left, only trust us. Only through us can you be found. Cult.
No sense of what
That's
goes on in the real
cult
world.
Tactics.
They live in another
and they
planet.
fall for it.
They own mansions all over the world. They go on vacations to their own private islands. When they want to go someplace, they don't go into the car. They go into the planes or the helicopters that they own. Send their kids to the best private schools and colleges. That is their world. Let me tell you about another world, the other America that we don't talk about. And that is today in the richest country in the history of the world, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. You all know what paycheck to paycheck is? Some of you live in paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family, lived paycheck to paycheck. Know a little bit about that. And what that means is people today are wondering, how are they going to pay their rent if their landlord raises the rent by 20%? How are they going to pay $20,000 a year for childcare when they're only making $50,000 a year? People want to buy decent, good quality food for their kids. Walk into a grocery store, can't afford that food because the prices of food are sky high.
Cheers.
People get sick. Their kids get sick. They're uninsured or underinsured, and they're saying, how in God's name am I going to be able to take my kid to the doctor's office? At the end of the month, people have thousands of dollars in credit card debt, paying 20, 30% interest rates. How the hell do I pay those rates? And what happens if my car breaks down? Something as simple as that happens every day. And I go to the car shop and the guy says $1,000. Get it fixed. I don't have the $1,000. What do I do? What do I do if I can't get my car and I can't get to work? And if I can't get to work, I get fired. And if I get fired, how do I take care of my family?
Standing up that quick, maybe.
You know why the American people are angry, and they are angry all over this country? They are angry because, believe it or not, despite a huge increase in worker productivity over the last 52 years, if you could believe it, real inflation accounted for wages today are lower than they were 52 years ago. Meanwhile, there has been a $75 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. That is what a rigged economy is about, and that is what we are going to change. So let's also take a look at other aspects of American society. Anybody here think our healthcare system is working well? It is a broken and dysfunctional and cruel healthcare system. We are spending twice as much per capita on healthcare. We're spending $14,000 for every man, woman, and child. Yet 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. Do you know what underinsured means? How many people here have high deductibles? What kind of deductible do you have, ma'am? Do you know? $7,500. What do you got? How much? $20,000. Deductible, what do you got? 9,000. 8,000. 7,000. All right. What does all that mean? It means that even though
Here we go with the 7,000. We went with the lowest bid.
you have insurance, when you get sick, you still can't afford to go to the doctor.
Oh, I thought I was selling
How
something. My
insane
bad.
is that?
I came back
And
the right time.
you know what the result is? We don't talk about it much. 60,000 Americans die each year because they don't get to a doctor on time, because they're uninsured or they're underinsured. And I want to deal with another issue. You'll excuse me for being professorial here and a little bit boring. But it's important that we know this. And here's again a fact never or very rarely talked about. All right? Here's the fact. Despite spending so much on healthcare, our life expectancy, how long we live, is about 4 years younger, 4 years shorter than other major countries. That's bad. That is bad. But I want to tell you what is even worse, and I want you all to think about it and help me out here. If you are working class in America, you will live on average about 7 or 8 years shorter lives than if you are wealthy. In other words, being working class in America is a death
Dude, they have another rally in Denver in like 30 minutes.
All right, question. Why is that? Why is that? Raise your hand. Tell me why. Yes, ma'am.
Who knows? 17 something. Holy yeah.
Why? Stress? All right, stress.
Do you say the same thing about Donald Trump? Like when he starts going on his like long tangents? Seriously? Holy yap. This is like the most substantive shit that we've heard. Holy yap. Guys, some of the people in this country truly deserve what they fucking are going to get.
Now, let me
They really
deal
do.
with that. All right. The woman here said stress. And she's absolutely right. What kind of stress are working class people living under today? Who wants to help me out on that? Hold on, blah, blah. 1.5. I can't get you all. Yes, I see a hand there, ma'am. Survival. Okay. Stress means you're trying to survive every week. Okay, more. Ma'am?
I own a small business and I can't get corporations to pay their fucking bills.
I own a small business and I can't get corporations to pay their bills. Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying.
Financial stress. Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying, but you have to remember I do live by the moniker. I'm not going to help those who refuse to help themselves. I'm sorry.
Taxes.
You have to want to be helped. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to fucking pull myself down with them.
Tuition. Yup, way back there, ma'am. What?
It's that attitude that they have, not being checked too, where it's just like, nah, I'm sorry.
Safety.
Like, I don't know.
Okay, yes. What? Dental.
As I said, I'm trying.
Thank you for raising that
I'm willing
issue.
to
Anybody
adjust.
have a problem with the cost of dental care in America?
Maybe my empathy will come back in full.
All right, other issues. Yeah, I see a hand. Young man back there. Yeah.
I understand, but some people don't know how to help themselves. I don't. Yeah, but there's guys like this guy. Like I'm calling out certain people, like the guy that's just like refuses to even hear this because they just, oh yeah, it's just yap. No, fuck. That's what I mean. Like fuck those people.
Workplace safety.
No, I think you misunderstood.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm talking about specifically the fucking ones that are fighting against the help. Fuck them. Fuck the ones that are hearing this and going, oh, it's just a bunch of yap non-substance. As I said, like I'm repeating myself, but
all right, look, we can spend 2 hours going on here.
That's why I like fuck them.
All right, but here is the bottom line.
Oh my God, they don't know the food they're eating is a problem.
When you are struggling paycheck to paycheck, you are worried about how you survive every single week. And doctors call this almost the physiology of poverty. That stress that you live with 24 hours a day.
The economy's going to tank. I mean, dude, economists went from predicting a recession to a depression by the end of 2025. That's insane.
At your body and
like, that's fucking
your
insane.
mental health.
Nobody's calling it out because they're afraid. They're literally afraid of, getting shut down or sued by Daddy Trump because he keeps suing these news organizations for that reason, where it's an authoritarian ploy where they're just trying to lock him up in court battles, in expensive court battles.
That is the major reason why working class people are dying
Dispensary came through
7 years earlier than the rich.
Score on discounts. I hope I hit the same
but
tomorrow.
It's more than a shame. It is unacceptable. And the point that I want all of you to get ingrained in your heads, look, if we were a poor country like Haiti, a really poor country, I would say to you, well, I'm sorry you don't have good health care. Sorry you don't have good dental care. Sorry you can't send your kids to college. We're a poor country. We can't afford it. Brothers and sisters, we are the richest country in the history of the world. There is no excuse for working class people dying 7 years earlier than the rich.
Yep.
There is no excuse.
Specifically, the people that are still just like, no, we definitely need to back off the billionaires, because if we don't let them get theirs, then we'll never get ours. The trickle-down economics fuckers, again, those are the ones who deserve it.
That 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford to fill the...
I just hope we're in a position where we can see past this BS. We are in a better position than 2008, where we just can prepare ourselves. Like, we should be the ones preparing ourselves. Like, you know how the left is pivoting on gun issues? We need to pivot out. Like, we need to be the ones... I hate to say this, buying up the housing and actually committing to like housing the homeless. Like,
prescriptions.
God, what do we need? A leftist billionaire just to give up their entire wealth so we can just be like, hey, wait a minute, can we just distribute can we do the thing where
doctors write for prescription drugs?
Leftist.
There is no excuse.
We don't have enough capital to do that. Exactly, that's the problem.
That in the richest country on earth...
That's what sucks, because like this is what's going to happen. Once the housing market collapses, it's not the working class that's going to be buying up the houses. It's only going to get worse. It's not like there's going to be laws against these people being able to buy up everything. Trump is going to make it even harder for us to buy houses. Are you kidding me?
800,000 Americans are homeless, and 20 million people,
so we need state power to take that property and redistribute.
50% of the incomes for housing.
I'm trying to be realistic. Like, the thing is, there's what we wish for, and then there's what's going to happen if it happens. Right now, in the system that we're in, it's only going to benefit them, and we're going to end up losing out. And it's just going to happen again where the cost of living crisis is going to get even worse. Like, it's going to just, once the bounce back happens, it's going to happen even worse.
No excuse that our child care system is a disaster, outrageously expensive.
Even if it's not realistic, it's the only option.
There are being paid low wages.
So we have to make it real.
No excuse
I'm just,
that
again,
our public schools are struggling, trying to get teachers. No teacher in America should make less than...
This is the position we're in. We're not even on the back foot, man.
$60,000 a year.
We're still trying to find our way out of the pool and just figuring out how we can swim.
So, my friends, why is all of this happening? Why is it that the rich get richer and working class people die younger than they should? Well, that has everything to do with the fact that we're living in an oligarchic form of society.
How long has Bernie been in office? I think since 1974.
You know, I've been talking about that for a few years. But I think the
like this office, I think only like 8 years.
rest of the world is catching on to what I was talking about.
Because he was in the House and then he went then he became a senator.
And the reason is you got to be dumb and blind not to see what's going on.
Yeah.
You got a President Trump getting inaugurated, and I must tell you, one of the more bizarre experiences of my life was I was kind of pushed into the front row of that. And there I am, there's Trump, and right behind them, you got Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg. Three wealthiest guys in the country. And then behind them, you got 13 other billionaires who Trump nominated to head up various government agencies. You know, Abraham Lincoln talked about a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Well,
he's the most effective person in left-wing politics right now.
Trump has a government of the billionaires, by the billionaires.
That's very effective. What are you talking about? My God, you're one of those like, just sit down, shut up, and eat your fucking soup.
And what these guys are busy doing right now is going after Medicaid, going after Social Security, going after nutrition. Rich want to get richer, and they don't care who they step on.
Yep.
Now, it is imperative that we fight Trump every step of the way. And by the way, it is not just on domestic issues. This country has a 250-year history, and never before have we had a president ally himself with a terrible dictator like Vladimir Putin. And on top of that, Trump wants to continue the disastrous policies of the Biden administration and provide more funding for the Netanyahu government to destroy the people of Gaza. All right. Our job, though, is not just to play defensive. We've got to get on the offensive as well. And that means having a vision of where we, as the wealthiest nation on earth, the longest standing democracy on the planet, where do we want to go? What kind of nation do we want to become? And for a start, the profound issue that must be dealt with is we must end this corrupt campaign finance system.
Dude, he literally pulled 9,000 people in a building that was only supposed to hold fucking like 1,000 people. They had it's insane how many people are showing up to these things, and they're having to move it outside and then put screens up. Dude, the momentum is real, and this is all people powered. Like, dear God, are you like, this is the kind of shit where I even have to question, like, people who question this ardently. It's just like, what are you doing?
For a Republican, Democrat,
Now
or
you're just like,
independent.
yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to bother putting this energy towards Trump because we already see that.
And then I don't think there's anybody who thinks.
But now you're just like, nah, how effective can he be?
It vaguely makes
I mean, there's
sense that the
pessimistic
richest
and then
guy
there's
in the
like,
world
holy shit.
could spend $270 million to get Trump elected and then become the most powerful person in the government. It's not just Republicans, let's be clear. Billionaires are funding the Democratic Party and preventing that party from standing up for working families.
Give me a second.
Bottom line, we need to end Citizens United, move to public funding of elections. Trump wants to give massive tax breaks to billionaires. Our view, it's time that the billionaires started paying their fair share of taxes.
I'm curious.
Republicans refuse to raise the minimum wage. We want to raise that minimum wage to a living wage, at least $17 an hour. Musk and Bezos and others want to break unions. We believe in the trade union movement. Workers all over this country want to join unions. They're being stopped by the illegal activities of corporations. We've got legislation in that will end that. Let's pass the PRO Act. Trump and his friends want to cut social...
No, Anna, I think he's actually asking, like, what bills has he authored? Like, I think he's asking for, like, what substantive stuff has he introduced and, like, what effect has he had? I kind of get where he's coming from, but he wants an example. I do get it.
Social Security.
I'm
We're going to expand Social Security by lifting the cap.
just let's look up bills that were authored by... Yeah, here we go. Tragic Mammal beat me to it. Thank you, Tragic Mammal. You came in clutch.
Trump and his friends
Shout
want
out.
to cut Medicaid. Well, we got a different
Yeah,
idea.
for real. You just came in so clutch. It's like I just thought it, and it just popped up in chat. That was
We're
awesome.
going to join the rest of the industrialized
That doesn't
world.
happen too often.
Guarantee health care to all. It's a human right.
That was fucking wild. Chat GPT to the rescue. No shit.
Medicare for all, single payer.
Oh, Chat. That was a collaboration between Tragic Mammal and Chat GPT. Don't sell yourself short. You at least did the prompt. This is where I'll give AI a little bit of like
In a
its
competitive
useful.
global economy, we need the best educated
Scary,
workforce in
though.
the world. Young people should not go broke or in debt because they want to go to college or a trade school.
Yes.
We desperately need doctors and nurses and teachers. And
Yeah, and I have a feeling that you're doing this thing that a lot of Americans do where it's like, well, I don't feel any tentative difference there just because I don't know how things work for me. You know how many people do that just with their own taxes where it's just like they complain about how much they pay in taxes. They complain about like everything being taxed, but then they don't bother to even do the homework about where it's going. And then they'll complain around voting, like when it's time to vote, where they're just like, well, it's not like they tell us where our taxes go. It's like, wait a minute. Do you need your, like, you need a like parent situation? Well, it's not, did your parents just come around just always telling you everything? Like, what the fuck is that? Do some research. Like, for these people that are also like, I can do my own research. They never do their own research about things like that.
workers and
Weird.
construction workers. We need to make sure our people get educated without going into debt. We need to make up.
I don't know. Anna, I wouldn't push. What has he done? I don't think it's like that. I think that he's coming from in a little bit of an annoying contrarian standpoint, but at the same time, he is asking he's asking fine questions.
Public colleges, universities, and community
Let's see how far his standard is on this.
colleges, tuition free. We need to save the planet. and create millions of good-paying jobs by transforming.
Yes, because you cost the healthcare system a lot if you go to the ER. Like if you get in a car accident, do you know how much you are a drain on that system?
Our energy system. Oh, what? All right, we need an EMT, please. All right, we got a medical issue. Medical issue.
Oh, damn.
Somebody fainted? All right, we need some help here, please. Security. All right. All right, they're on the way from the back. Let's take a break for a moment.
Take care. Oh, damn. I just love how Bernie just stopped. Stop it. Stop it. Worry about the woman. Or the person in the audience. I just assume it's a woman. Sorry. That was very rude.
What?
Yeah. Sad part is it would probably be, like, if I was in the crowd,
okay?
I'd probably have a panic attack and it'd be me.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you. You know, Trump and his friends talk about freedom. Well, in a free society, we must absolutely guarantee that it is the women of America who control their own bodies, not the government.
Bernie speaking too much truth to handle.
Look, let me end on this note. And the note is that this is a very difficult time in the history of our country. It's not the first difficult time that we've had. Remember, we've gone through a civil war. We've gone through slavery. We've gone through workers trying to form unions and getting beaten up and killed. We've gone through a depression. We've gone through 1941 being attacked and not knowing how to respond. We've gone through a lot of things. But this is what I believe, the essence of, I think, what we are about. And that is, if we stand together, if we care about each other, if you care about my family and I care about your family, if we don't believe that the goal in life is just to make billions and step on other people and to lie, cheat, and steal, if we believe that love and compassion is what motivates us, now, if there are some Republicans here, Republicans watching and on the live stream, Republicans did not vote for Donald Trump in order to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut Social Security. Believe me, they didn't. And the reason that Trump has been successful and why demagogues around the world are successful, you know what they do? They play one group off against another. Yeah. They're telling you who you're going to hate. And our job is to do exactly the opposite. The right wing wants to divide us up based on the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or our sexual orientation. And our job is to come together. Now, I don't have a PhD in mathematics, but I do know this, that 99% is a hell of a lot larger number than 1%.
Much better. Ooh.
So if we stand together, are strong, are disciplined, are smart, I have every reason to believe, deeply in my heart, that not only will we defeat Trumpism, but we can create the kind
He's
of
right, I checked the
nation
math.
that we deserve. Thank you very much.
Oh, Tragic Mammal. You got the fact checker on today. Greeley, Colorado. All right. Wow. That was awesome. I wasn't actually intending on watching the whole thing, but that was captivating. And if this is what they're doing, guys, like, holy shit. Look how much, I mean, God, look at how much more effective they already are. That was fucking awesome. Like, AOC, like, Good Hopium. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Let's sit with that one for a minute. We don't get this very often. Let's enjoy it. All right. Well, here. He's in his bed. Animals are actually in a really weird mood today. I think it's maybe like the weather outside or something. But all right, let's see. Is the Denver thing on right now? It doesn't look like it. Nope, not yet. Okay. Well, that was awesome. Wait, is there a debate tonight? No. Okay, cool. I was a little worried about that. I was like, wait, I didn't... Sorry, guys, I have to look at my schedule just to make sure it's like, I didn't... Okay, good. Shit. Coffee and biscuits. Ooh. Gonna have to wake them up. All right, here, give me 1 second. It's asking me to verify my stuff. Give me a sec. Remember to chew it. It's been bad about that today. Pep, you should start a Minecraft server on Discord, just saying. A Minecraft server. What's... I don't play Minecraft though. I mean, if you want to run it, fine. I guess I could do that. But somebody has to play Minecraft. I don't want to. I'm sorry. That's just like the one where I'll play that with the nephew and I don't want to get into it. Because it's one of those games that's not that it's not good. It's the fact that I know me. It's the same reason I didn't get into World of Warcraft. I know that I will spend my entire life playing it. It's actually the reason that I don't have Assassin's Creed right now is because I know that if I even have it, I won't make time to do this. I will just play Assassin's Creed. And I know what, like, some of you would say, like, yeah, just do it on stream. I got to get better about that. I'm trying to figure out, like, what I can do as far as just me time stuff. Because I was even doing my Pokemon cards, like, I was making TikToks about them and shit, and now I've just... No, I stopped doing that specifically because I want to enjoy them. Like, I want to enjoy them for me. Pep Games TV. Yeah, I should probably I don't know, the sub channels. I'll start like looking into doing that when I don't know. I want to focus on this first, and then I can do that. As much as, trust me, having that backup too would be nice. Like it would actually be like pep culture kind of thing, like a pep culture TV, or no, that doesn't work. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Pep World, something like that. Yeah, where it's just a bunch of nerd culture shit where I don't really like politics would be the last thing I talk about on that channel. But right now, as I said, I'm actually quite comfortable. The Pepverse, well, the Pepverse is hopefully something that will become reality. But again, I still gotta get my Patreon up. I still gotta get my I gotta get my emotes out. The last 2 weeks has definitely thrown a wrench in pretty much every project that I have, because yeah, just even fuck. Drawing is a little hard right now, I have to be honest, because that's something that like my mom she like taught me how to draw. So right now is just, I also feel like I have to do my first project like since her passing. I feel like it needs to be something in honor of her. So I'm preparing. I'm mentally preparing for when I'm gonna do that, because it's gonna be a lot of ugly crying. Peppy Pepperverse or Peppy Pepper TV. Jesus. You got to put out a meme coin and then an NFT. Oh, is that how I officially make it? I got to do. Is that like how you make it in these spaces? Is like you have to do a rug pull and then people respect you? I can talk mad shit and kick some ass on Miss Pac-Man. You know who would challenge you on that one? Jeff Curry in YouTube chat. Whenever he's here, he will take you up on that. I know that he actually has like an old Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. I think he has the table one, he said. Which, if he's got the table arcade Miss Pac-Man, that's dope. Yeah, it worked out so well for everyone else. Dude, that's rad. No, for real. Like, I'm so jealous. I kind of want one so bad. Because those table arcade machines are freaking oh shit. Here. Alright, so Midas Touch is going live with the Bernie thing in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll keep that on. Let's see. Columbia University makes policy changes in dispute over federal funding. Denmark tells transgender citizens to get advice before U.S. trips. Oh, good boy Scratches. Oh, yeah, he's licking his paws. Cleaning him up. Casey DeSantis. So Ron DeSantis' wife would now run for the position he's holding? What? Okay. Oh, yay. Egg prices are going to go back up because of a failed deal with Donald Trump. I don't know. Right now, they're not as... I mean, I hate to even say that. I'm trying not to do that, because saying it's not as bad makes it... It implies, like, these capitalistic fucks can still, like... gouge us. Cheap-ish. That's what I mean. Like, again, $5 even for a... for a dozen, I think? Yeah, it was... No, it was actually... I think it was $4 for a dozen, but still. It's a lot. I was thinking whenever a Pac-Man video is played, Pep should have the Pac-Man noises. Not a bad idea. I actually like that. Okay. Okay. That can go in the idea book. Here, Pac-Man for Pac-Man. I like it. Here. We'll put that in the Pac-Man noises for Pac-Man. I like that, Mitesh. Thank you for the idea. We will institute that as soon as possible. Which, you know how that goes on this channel. It could take forever, or it could just be here tomorrow. Oh, speaking of, oh man, Kirk. Damn it, I forgot. I needed to ask him about the Sam Cedar drop from when I got shouted out on the Majority Report. Crap. I wanted him to find a way to put that into the intro. The inventor of Pac-Man got the idea from a pizza that was missing a slice. Really? Oh, have any of you guys seen the Pac-Man episode or the Pac-Man episode of Secret Level on Amazon Prime? It is legitimately one of the most terrifying things I've ever watched. It's messed up. Which, yeah. I don't get it. Like, they took what was supposed to be kind of just oh yeah, it's cute. No, it's not cute. There's a reason that those things are ghosts, apparently. A big hair flip, going to the left. Wait. Maybe look at my hair and then go, I don't even know if that's what you're talking about, but I am having, like, I don't know. My hair is kind of all over the place today. I hate when I have these days too, where it's just like, it doesn't want to help me at all. Oh my god. Oh, on David Pacman? Yeah. Speaking of,
I'm now joined by the host.
All right. Well, I'll make the noises right now.
Host of the David Pacman Show on YouTube and the author of the new book, The Echo Machine: How Right-Wing Extremism Created a Post-Truth America. David Pacman. David, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So we're in a moment right now where obviously the Democratic Party is dealing with a lot of issues within the party.
The hair flip.
It really polling is showing that the party.
Thoughts on these dudes? I like BTC. Again, I think he's a little too charitable to people like Nancy Pelosi and like the shit libs, but I think that his actual politics, he is farther left than they are. I put him in the AOC side of things. He also, I think he's a Bernie bro, but
more broad.
Pac-Man, he's one of the first people in this political sphere that I unfollowed before I unfollowed TYT. He was just his it's just his delivery, his smugness. I love this pause face.
Is as unpopular as a lot of polling has ever shown it to be. And so in a moment where, your job is to talk to folks about what's happening in this country, especially as it relates to the worst excesses of the Trump administration, how do you kind of keep the faith when there really seems to be backsliding against what you've been advocating for?
A couple different things. I mean, number one, when parties have lost everything and the robust opposition phase is only beginning, it's not a huge shock that support would be low. Yeah. I think the continuing resolution fiasco probably did not help, certainly. But for me, the light at the end of the tunnel is that people do seem to be connecting now how policy leads to events in people's lives. And a couple of the stories were almost really gifts from Trump's deportation plan. There was this man votes Trump, Trump deports his wife story. And then we had this other one, man votes Trump, Trump's ICE imprisons his wife story. And I do think that these stories are really starting to tell that the left needs to connect policy to real world consequences. So it seems less like sport and less about whether you like certain personalities. And then finally, the other thing that I've been talking about, and I think to some degree, you and I have spoken about it, which is figuring
We can
out
talk about Turkey
which candidates
after this.
genuinely are what voters want, rather than taking a candidate and trying to change them into what voters want, which comes off as so disingenuous. I'm hoping that the search for 2028 and 2026 is going to focus more on finding someone that's the right person already.
Are there any names that you've seen floated? And I know that, for example,
Trying
before
to,
Barack Obama came onto the scene, nobody really knew who Barack
watch that
Obama
live,
was. I mean,
so.
other than the folks who knew that he was a junior senator from Illinois. But right now, I mean, it does feel like we have the same cast of characters that just kind of get recycled into different spots. Is anybody who you're looking at, whether it's big names for 2026 or bigger names for 2028, somebody who already exists in the zeitgeist, or do you presume that we're going to see folks come in that we don't even know necessarily yet?
I'm not big on predictions because they're usually worth what you pay for them. But a couple things I will say is I'm very interested in seeing how the future of folks like Josh Shapiro and very separately Congresswoman AOC develop over the next 2 years. And I don't say that because I think these are the leaders of the Democratic Party right now. But what I'm curious to see is how does public perception of their role on the political spectrum develop over the next couple of years? Because there was a period where AOC was, oh, she's way too far left and extreme. And all of a sudden...
Oh, that's right. He made his kid's book using AI. That's right.
Become
that
more
is gross, yeah.
savvy.
And they are positing him as an author, too.
She has become more
I'm right
familiar
there
with
with
the
you.
way politics works. Some don't like it, but she's much more seriously being thought of as someone who now understands how you get power. Yeah. And I think that's what's been missing to a degree, Brian, which is how do you actually win elections and get power has become secondary or tertiary.
Right. To the adoption of maximalist positions or purity politics, which I think is, I mean, this is just my opinion, I think has kind of taken over from the actual just politics, making sure to get the most people in your tent and just find, I think there's this sense within the Democratic Party that we have to find people who really hit every single...
They slow down Wi-Fi so protesters cannot communicate, but I can watch Pat.
every single bucket,
what?
every single point that we need to hit. If not, we're perfectly content to attack them
considering that, to
the ends of the earth. But
it's not like
gonna help us win elections if we're just, chasing people by virtue of...
I would consider myself... what is it? The radical content that would get shut down there.
Finding the politician who most closely accedes to all of our individual positions. I am curious, though, as we talk about this.
Pac-Man looks like he's wearing eye makeup.
What your thoughts are on left and right, like of the spectrum of progressive versus moderate, versus whether you think that's going to be the main thing, or something that I've been thinking about more, which is that it's not necessarily about progressive versus moderate, but more this idea of fighters versus non-fighters. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Well, you're picking up on something I've been talking about, which is the political spectrum. Using the terms left and right to describe what it is people believe, their principles and their values, is pretty broken. And it's broken for a bunch of reasons. One, MAGA has totally broken it by taking these shape-shifting positions that if you applied them to the political standards of 30 years ago, some of this stuff would kind of qualify as left, some of it would qualify as right. You've got the populist angle where the populist rhetoric can be subverted by Republicans or Democrats. So as a way of describing people's beliefs, left and right just falls so short right now. And I think like a sort of matrix of where are you on economic populism and where are you on authoritarianism versus libertarianism in terms of how involved do you want government in different functions seems better and more dynamic in terms of describing people's beliefs. To your point, I don't think that there is really a world right now in which a list of 40 policy positions is the way to figure out who's the right candidate, at least not for the Democratic Party. Yeah. And, we go back and look at those first 2 weeks of Kamala Harris's campaign. The speeches had energy. It was a different speech every day. They were doing the "these guys are weird" stuff, which was working well. They were attacking on all fronts. And all of a sudden, it was either the consultants or the strategists or the focus groups or who knows what. And it became too generic of a campaign, and that's where things went wrong. So I think that really needs to be a major area of focus.
Yeah, I mean, well, to that point, I mean, that really does kind of just, there are a lot of voices, I think, that really don't have a ton to show for themselves in the political era that we're living in right now, and those seem to be the people who have the ears of the folks who are working in politics. But again, you know, you and I have the luxury of being able to talk to people.
You and Pac-Man have both have a different attitude toward many things than I, and I enjoy the differences. Oh, thank you.
Where we get instant feedback. And
Similar people in a constant contact situation, action becomes very stale. You make sparkle.
Spoke about this in the book as well.
Mr. Sparkle.
And I think that we're in a different era now where you know, what's worked in the past isn't necessarily working now in this social media era. So can you talk a little bit about what you've seen from our democratic politics versus like what you've seen from your own channel online?
Well, listen, there's been a major sea change, right? If we were talking 6 months ago, maybe even 4 months ago, I believe, had a different situation with regard to the engagement on platforms like ours. I'm cautiously optimistic that the Democratic Party is now starting to see the value, not of engaging with us October 20th or later of election years, right? But actually building an ecosystem, not that mirrors the disinformation that Trump so successfully spread in the last 6 months of the election, but of creating a community people want to be a part of.
He looks like he wore sunshades in the, or he wore shades in the sun a lot.
And we've talked about this with a lot of our co-creators as well. There was something about seeing Trump in this unstructured hangout format with the Nelk boys, with Rogan, with whoever, where it didn't matter that he told 100 lies an hour. It was more interesting as a community to be a part of than the hyper-structured 9-minute and someone's off camera saying you got to wrap up format, which a lot on the left have taken to. So I'm glad we're having this conversation today because I do see a change happening. And I think Democrats are getting that the community media aspect has to be built to keep people engaged.
So the Democrats are obviously seeing that this has to be built. Have you seen a difference in how they are actually, in whether they're actually abiding by that? Like, have you seen the Democrats kind of embrace this, or do you still think that there's a way to go to get to the point where they're willing to take that risk? Because I mean,
this is a big problem that you can't fix.
A lot of what we do see, to your exact point, is behavior that is safe, that is uncontroversial, that is, you know, maybe poll tested to reach the biggest swath of people while you know, upsetting no one. And so that kind of has been ingrained in Democrats' thinking and Democrats' behavior for as long as I can remember. Republicans left that by the wayside back in 2016. And so we're almost a decade into this experiment on the right where they are willing to be, you know, controversial. And I mean, we've seen that to the nth degree, but Democrats largely won't. So I am curious then, now I'll let you speak, what you think about that.
Listen, as you pointed out, the right's been dabbling in this for nearly a decade.
Yeah.
Maybe since December, Democrats are trying a different approach. So no, it hasn't all been fixed. Yeah. And, you know, without naming names, some of my conversations with staffers still are, we want to talk to you 3 times before you do the interview. We're going to limit it to 10.5 minutes. Here are the things we want you to talk about. Will you give us the questions in advance? Which, of course, I never do. Yeah. I'm being super upfront with these folks, Brian, and I know to a degree you are as well, in saying, let it happen. Get out of the way. These are professionals. These are elected officials. They're big boys and big girls. Allow them to just be part of the ecosystem. Allow them to actually have the freedom to say what's on their minds. Half of them are sort of acknowledging that this is what needs to happen, which, listen, it's way better than where we were 6 months ago. Yeah, but the risk aversion is very much still there.
One of the first things that I read in your book was why you hate politics. Can you speak on that?
Yeah, it's the introduction. It's a little tongue-in-cheek, but the point I make is when I think about engaging with politics, I think about the stuff that we talk about off air. of how can we solve real problems. There are economic problems. There are issues with healthcare. There are infrastructure issues. These are the issues I would like to be grappling with when I say, hey, I care about what's happening politically in my community, in my country. Because of the debasement of who we are up against here, politics has become something deplorable, which is we're arguing with people over facts. We're arguing with people over, do human activities impact the climate? And I give a bunch of examples in the book, and what I hate about it is that you have to engage on that level first to even have a shot at any progress. And it's a really depressing place to be. And so that's the aspect of it that I hate.
And so how do you have the faith to keep on going, knowing that I mean, this goes back to my first question a little bit, but rather than being able to engage with everybody online on topics that actually matter, the fact that we're regressing, I mean, far from being able to have actually, informed conversations about what's going on, obviously with a shared sense of reality, we're now regressing to the point where the basic sense of reality, just truth, fact, reality, doesn't even exist anymore. And so how do you move forward in an environment that seems to be pulling you backwards?
My approach is to see the voters that have fallen for it really as victims. And when you see someone as a victim, you kind of feel bad for them, right? Yep. They have been victimized by a Republican Party that has chosen to contrive issues on which they feel they can get the upper hand. Men and women's sports, an issue that affects a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, which they've weaponized, and the left has been a little clumsy in dealing with it, right? They take that, and all of a sudden, no one's talking about the fact that there's a thing called medical bill bankruptcy in the United States that shouldn't exist, that there are kids who are hungry in the United States. That doesn't need to exist. That's optional. So the way I remain engaged is by realizing that there's a lot of people who have completely fallen for this propaganda. And in order to get them back, we've just got to connect with them how what they vote for impacts what happens in their immediate communities. And that men and women's sports are CRT, DEI, right? Who hears about CRT? Now it's just DEI. Right. This stuff is meant to pit us against each other, and it puts not a single dollar in their pocket.
Have you seen any difference in terms of the effectiveness of your message you've been, since you've been attempting this tack? I mean, I know that you probably among everybody else has always been one of the most thoughtful people on the left in terms of what you're doing, and I think, look, when I first started, you were one of the only
Bush was sane
channels that I watched when I was first getting into.
It was more sane than Trump, that's for sure.
On YouTube, so this is, to your credit, you've always been consistently, I think, pushing a more measured, reasonable, nuanced take, which the internet doesn't always reward. I don't know if the internet is best known for nuance these days, but have you found that it's been effective? Even
poor Brian's been beaten down by the internet.
In anecdotal dealings with folks, with viewers who consume your content. Sorry. In terms of
that was such a real moment there from him. Just
may be independent, may have voted for Trump himself.
I think that anecdotally,
the
that's
internet
absolutely
is not known for
happening.
nuance.
And, one of the things that can be difficult is filtering out the noise for the signal. As your audience grows, the amount of feedback starts to go up, and it becomes difficult to really figure out what's the signal here and what is the noise. But one of the things that I try...
Candace Owens made an ass of herself on Piers Morgan. Okay, we're going to cover that after this. Thank you.
I've built, and I know, with your platform, you see it the same way.
Okay.
There is a level of responsibility that comes with it. And so what I find myself doing is really thinking, zooming out a little bit and saying, what is the important message? Whenever I capture someone's attention, even if it's for 15 seconds on TikTok or a couple of minutes on YouTube or whatever it is, what's the really important takeaway here? And what is the takeaway that will get this person now to maybe take an action to improve their community? And really thinking about the platform I've built as a tool with which to affect that kind of change. That's not the way it was 8 years ago, when I was much earlier in doing this with a much smaller audience.
Yeah. What's the most memorable part of the book, in your opinion?
Well, there's an entire section of countries that have figured out a lot of the things we struggle with here.
Yeah.
And the cliche is always Scandinavia, right? Okay, yeah, Denmark, things are fine in Denmark, fine. But
Nice.
there's more stories in the book. We look at Uruguay in South America. We look at Portugal in Europe during the 2010s. We look at the Kerala state in India. And there's this idea that sometimes people fall for in the US when Republicans go, we're too big of a country to use this sort of solution. We're too diverse of a country to use the solution that Sweden used. And I debunk each of those and basically tell people, worst case, as states, we can do all the stuff that these other countries are doing. Even if you fall for 340 million people, it's too big a country to do some of this stuff. Approach a lot of these things at the state level, and they are doable and they are solvable. And I think that's one of the strongest parts of the book.
David, where can people who are watching right now grab the book?
So a limited number of signed copies are available at Brookline Book.
Yep. Don't care. I do not care about that. And I'm honestly like, no. Because after somebody pointed out the AI thing, I have to be honest. That reminded me. I'm like, oh yeah, he really is just a fucking dickbag with that. I'm sorry. Also, like, if he used AI like on a children's book, you don't think that he was like using ChatGPT to help write his book? Come on. He's such a know-it-all. That's the thing. Like, his smugness, like, it's palpable. Like, people say the same about Cedar, but Cedar's at least funny. You know, like, he can actually back up, like, the reason that he's got a little bit of that smugness. But Pac-Man, he's just smug to be smug. I don't know. I don't claim to have the perfect takes on this. There's a YouTube video about how to do it with AI. Can make money on it with Kindle Direct Publishing. Has really good voice cracks. He does. When he gets like, when Sam gets mad about stuff, it is kind of funny. All right, let's take a look and see if the AOC Bernie in Denver has started yet. Oh, no. Let's do this.
The disastrous...
Yes, thank you. I forgot. Speaking of smarmy, we're going to take a look at Pac-Man's protege, Mr. Beasley, who's not quite as bad, but yeah.
Race to the bottom in the fringes of right-wing media has officially hit the bottom. And I have an example of that playing out on Piers Morgan's show, where he asks Candace Owens, who's a right-wing political figure, commentator, whatever, and she gets asked about her friend, self-proclaimed friend, Kanye West, or Ye West, and the fact that now, when I say this, you might think he already did that, but now he's really done it, going full Nazi. And if you think that's an unfair characterization, I mean it. He's gone. I mean, what?
Whoa.
He's wearing swastikas now.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Wasn't
It's
prepared
disturbing.
for that.
He's hanging around Nick Fuentes with
Kanye
a Nazi,
West. Oh my god, dude. He really
a swastika necklace
Go
on.
for it.
Kanye is now wearing swastikas all over his person. And
Wow.
Candace Owens, who appeared here some time ago, this is maybe when their friendship started, I don't know, with the White Lives Matter shirts at some event, she was really uncomfortable saying anything negative about Kanye West. So let's listen to her reasoning, because it's absurd, and then discuss. And I referenced the race to the bottom. What I mean by that is there's been this incentive to go more and more and more extreme. And now we've hit a point where it's not even something Candace Owens is willing to do, to say, yeah, Nazi bad. Pretty easy thing to assume that public figures will be willing to say, but not Candace Owens.
It's a lot of right-wing figures right now. They're trying to... I mean, am I wrong? I'm not trying to be unfair in characterizing this. They really do seem to do this thing. Tim Pool's been doing it. Like, who's the other guy? Ben Shapiro. Well, no, not as much Ben Shapiro. I almost said that. Because, like, he is the one guy that's a little bit consistent with his like, no, Nazis bad.
You know, I've got to say, personally, I know that you've had a good relationship with him. You've talked to him and so on, as I have done. I interviewed him, try to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt over various things. I got to say, his sort of brazen stuff now on a daily, sometimes minute by minute basis on X with the swastikas, the Nazis, and so on. I just find it utterly repellent. Has anything he's been doing in the last 2-3 weeks changed your mind about what's going on here with him?
Okay, so first I just want to say I
420
definitely told your producers that I didn't want to speak about Ye, but it's totally fine if you want to ask me the question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Well, that wasn't communicated to me, but if you don't mind, I'd just be curious about your view.
Yeah, sure. So my view has been pretty consistent in that when you have a real relationship with someone, you shouldn't be lashing them in the public for anything. There's something about the entire world having commentary about Kanye when he tweets, and that exact same part of the world telling us that we have to remain mum when Bibi Netanyahu literally goes DEFCON 3, but Kanye tweets something about DEFCON 3. That just makes me uncomfortable and feels really disingenuous. And like I said, when you have an actual relationship with someone, if you have anything to say to them, you should say that to that person directly. And so I'm just not going to partake in this sort of like Judas culture of stabbing people in the front when you have a real relationship with them. And I've maintained that consistently, and I'm not going to break that code today.
I mean, some would say, look, let's play this clip and get your response to this. I mean, this is him doing, Ku Klux Klan imagery with swastikas. And so it's so brazen.
She's a repugnant person. Oh, yeah.
Taunting. And you talk about people who are directly attacking people. He's directly attacking Jewish people when he does this and making them feel extremely uncomfortable, extremely threatened by this because he's got 32 million.
No, he's not. No, that costume, he's just a really big fan of bugles.
People following him on X alone. His social media firepower to galvanize hate against the Jewish people is being laid bare, isn't it, in real time?
Just a question for you. When you saw the Klansman hoodie, why did you say taunting against Jewish people but didn't mention anything about black people? Yeah, but it's just interesting that of the two things you chose to lean into Jewish people and not to speak about what the Klansman hood represents.
Well, both. Let's say both. I mean, they're both, the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan were both despicable people who targeted certain members of society and wanted to cause them enormous harm, if not kill them. And that's why people are finding what he's doing.
That, like, when I saw the image, I thought you were going to say something about Black America and maybe.
Okay, just such a weird attempt to kind of get the question, to shift the question.
Wait.
Both. Hey, Candace, both.
I'm sorry. As much as I appreciate his commentary on this.
Black. Maybe speak about the fact that Kanye is black, but you just instantly went to accusing or speaking about how Jewish people felt about it. I think that's interesting. I just find that response to be interesting.
He's literally selling swastikas.
Yeah, Piers.
Wow. Again, Piers Morgan occasionally really does put me in that tough position to be like, I agree.
You would like to provide commentary on... if you want to provide commentary on Ye, I have maintained I'm not going
to... Kanye! What you...
to participate in Judas culture. I don't believe in the emphasis that has been placed on me, people knowing that I have a personal relationship with him.
Man, he must be watching her just laughing his ass off. Like, this has got to be like, this has to be the butt of the joke right here, where it's just like, let's see how far we can push Candace.
To throw him under the bus publicly. It's not the person that I am spiritually.
Piers, I'm sorry.
This is how much of a genius I am. I have been playing 5D chess with Candace Owens. And Candace Owens is a piece on the chessboard.
It's just not who I am spiritually to participate in Judas culture and stab people right in the front in their face. And
watch, I'm gonna go make her defend some Nazi shit.
Listen, here's the deal. Cancel culture has gotten so out of control that now people
actually just made it that much more tolerable to me, just thinking that he is doing this as a bit.
And even be a Nazi among friends.
Virtually, and I'm just not going to partake in it. And I've not moved on that 1 inch. And in fact, as time goes by,
how do I make it on the internet be controversial?
I feel
I guess
stronger and stronger that I should not participate in that culture because there seems to be something sadistic about the entire world condemning someone and then
technically, like, if you get congratulated on being engaging, it usually is because you're creating controversy.
Individual saying, well, I need you to do it, Candace, because you have a personal relationship with him.
No. You don't have to. I guess you don't have to denounce. Just maybe say that you like it, you don't like it. We're just curious. Just give your thoughts. I love how she says sadistic. It's sadistic. People are getting off to this. They just want to see him suffer for no reason. I mean, but no reason.
That's weird.
Not stuff, but no reason.
An individual saying, well, I need you to do it, Candace, because you have a personal relationship with him. It's strange.
Actually, you know what? We're going to move on. And I wasn't even aware you didn't want to talk about it.
Any person in the entire world that will come onto your platform and say something about yay.
No, honestly, it's not that. Honestly,
I've got to you.
No, Candace, I've got loads of things I want to talk to you about. It's not all about Ye by any means. I just know you know him.
Great, she says. She's really upset that he's bringing this up. Yeah. Okay. So 2 options. Okay. Number 1, you can go on TV shows and get upset with them when they bring up the fact that you're friends with someone.
Right,
you're friends with somebody who sells swastika merch, who at his headquarters apparently is putting swastikas everywhere, and he's wearing a swastika, and he's saying, I'm Nazi, I'm Nazi. Oh, and he also, you might remember, had this to say about Hitler.
I think Hitler was a good guy. I get the Hugo Boss uniforms, amazing. But, I mean, just because you're in love with the design, you're a designer, can we...
He said
you just
that.
kind of say... You like the uniforms, but that's about it.
No, there's a lot of things that I love about Hitler.
Oh my God, I forgot about this fucking his face was priceless. Thank you for this gift, Kanye.
When you're too crazy for Alex Jones, all right,
yeah,
listen,
Alex Jones
listen,
going,
Kanye, please, can you just say,
he just
you like his outfit?
He just said it again. Oh, double down.
You don't like Hitler. And even Alex Jones can't get you to admit that you have an iota of reason, and you aren't genuinely proclaiming yourself to be supportive of the most disgusting, harmful, hateful ideology.
Yeah. I mean,
you took a wrong turn if that's where you're at, where Alex Jones is uncomfortable with how crazy you are. Here's more.
Candace, I've got loads of things I want to talk to you about. It's not all about Ye by any means. I just know you know him, and I know him a bit, and I'm horrified by what I'm seeing. And I just think, I think
you fucking
it raises a lot of issues. One of which is just on a wider point, whether anyone who's got that kind of following should be able to be so brazenly anti-Semitic, putting swastikas on, saying he's a Nazi, and so on, whether anyone should be allowed to do that. Actually, because by X's own rules, he breaks almost every rule they have. Most people would be suspended a long time ago.
Well, X allows pornography, so...
Well, checkmate.
They actually took him down last time for posting pornography, legal pornography, which was ironic.
There is pornography allowed on X. It's been something that we've been speaking out about and wondering why.
Piers, why are you asking me about why are you asking me about my friend who is coming out proudly as a Nazis when people are thumping each other and humping each other and banging each other?
Wait a minute. She's bothered by pornography when he was doing that shit to, like, Kanye was doing that shit to his wife. Like, what?
Other and doing sadistic sexual things. They're having sex, Piers. What do you think about the people having sex? They're having sex with each other. They're thumping and they're humping and they're bumping and they're pumping and they're rumping.
Okay, we get it.
And they're trumping each other. Can you imagine what?
Wait a minute. Why did you drag me into this?
It's like for two people to trump
you
each
fucking
other?
little weirdo. You know what? I knew that you were trying to steal my haircut, but now you've gone too far.
It's disgusting. It's orange. That's on X.
Yeah, we get
the thumping
banned for
and the
sarcasm.
bumping and the trumping. They're getting bumps from their thumping.
Oh my God!
You don't care
the
about
bit's over.
But you care about Nazis. Okay.
Like,
all right. I mean,
literally just
interesting
made my,
parody.
like,
You don't
I
care about
feel
people thumping, but you do care
uncomfortable.
about Nazis. Weird.
Why they allowed pornography.
I don't like when people bomb on their own bits where it's just like, stop.
Becomes a discussion when Kanye shares the pornography, but we've been speaking about that for I mean, since Elon Musk took it over, I think it's ridiculous that pornography is allowed. But we don't need to get into a discussion about X's policies and things of that nature, because I've already given you my response on Ye. It's just not a relationship that I'm going to burn publicly, because there are people who are sadists and like to see it.
I respect your right to do that. I do.
Sadists?
Entirely down to you. You don't have to comment. I only asked you because, like me, you pretty well comment on everything else and normally have very strident views. And I'd actually tell you what, I'd love to know privately what you think. Why don't we leave it at that?
This is not funny, Piers. What is this? Why can't Piers have a little bit of courage and go, that's disgusting, Candace? He's not saying, oh,
Dave.
Like, for example, if there was a story, Elon Musk, he has a lot of kids, what's going on? All right, that's more fair. I would still ask, why are you friends with Elon? But that would be a more fair principle to have. This is Kanye is putting out, just sometimes if I say yay, you won't know who I'm talking about. It sounds like I'm saying yay. That person is putting out publicly stuff. And so then you're a public figure. What is it that makes you not concerned about that? It's a very reasonable question for Piers to ask. And so then for him to not go, hey, I think it's pretty gross, that you won't at least say that you find that behavior reprehensible. So then you're saying it's about your friendship, but we're supposed to believe you don't find that reprehensible, which then is terrifying and disgusting. And this is where we're at. I've told you before, when yes, there's an ideological component to this. As they become more and more fond of authoritarian regimes, and if Putin, the invader, the authoritarian, is murdering all these people in Ukraine, and we're defending him because of the reasons we've explained before that they do that, and then if we go back, then analogous might be Nazi Germany. Should we really? Are we inconsistent? There's ideological parts of it, and then for some it's just Nazi, but also there's this. I mentioned race to the bottom, as it becomes more and more engaging to be more and more extreme. And as the litmus test is, are you extreme on everything? And then this culture of consensus rejecting from MAGA, where any consensus of expertise about history, about medicine, about whatever, to uphold key tenets of their ideology, like the election was stolen. When they say that, they have to reject the basic mechanisms by which we determine such a thing, the institutions that determine election results, the investigations that do so, and the expertise, the expert consensus, I should say. And so as you start rejecting every consensus, eventually you get to, well,
attack on the Constitution.
The powers that be that are terrible in every way and that want to hold back Trump. The liberal elites, they also say that Hitler was really bad, so maybe we start doing that, right? And then it fuels even more of the most nasty, disgusting sort of rhetoric. And we've gone so far. It's sad, because you're thinking our political discourse is so broken that we can't even just agree on not too bad, right? That's a pretty simple consensus we could all share. And even that has fallen by the wayside, which gives you a sense of where we're at.
Yep. All right. All right. So apparently Trump got served during a speech.
We'll take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good. We want to return our students to the states, where just some of the governors here are so happy about this. They want education to come back to them, to come back to the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. You know, if you look, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, I have to tell you, I give them a lot of credit. China's top 10. And so we can't now say that bigness is making it impossible to educate, because China is very big.
This is the argument, this is the line that we continue to hear from Republicans, that they want education to go back to the states, that they want reproductive rights to go back to the states. That's not true. Why Donald Trump wants it back to the states is not so states can control it, is so the federal government can actually more easily control it. But not just the federal government, Donald Trump. It's the reason he's trying to steal the power of the purse from Congress. Donald Trump knows that if he puts education back in the states, then what he's really doing is deciding which states get funding for their education. And if states are doing things he doesn't like, he'll just take it away. It's what we saw him do to my own university, Columbia. He is pulling $400 million in funding because he does not like the policies and the protests at Columbia. Donald Trump has promised that he will not give a single cent to any public school that has a vaccine mandate, any vaccine mandate, not just COVID. That is the...
Okay, I want to see him get served. Interrupted by brutal lawsuit. Okay, well, let's fucking see it.
For a long time, and we're pleased to be joined today by the woman who I chose because she's an extraordinary person.
I gotta say, one of the problems I'm starting to have with like Jack Cocciarella's videos and Pondering Politics is they are getting like really, really bad with the clickbait titles to the point where it has nothing to do with the actual like substance of the video, and that's a problem. I don't like that.
And hopefully she will be our last
like if it's
Secretary
the
of Education, Linda McMahon. Linda.
Like, no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's another interesting statement. These are
Trump loses, because the title of this is Trump loses it after hit with lawsuit during speech.
It's an interesting opening, right? But it's true, and people, it's been amazing how popular this has been. I tell people that this is what I'm doing today, and they say,
That's it.
That's
it's
about time. Everybody
dude,
says
Trump is actually just as bad as Biden was. I got to speed him up.
Democrats,
what do you mean?
Republicans
What do you
and
mean? I'm not that
Democrats do
slow.
not
I'm not that
both
slow.
like this attack
I'm
on
a
the
little
Department of
tired,
Education.
just
Republicans
little bit
don't even
sleepy.
like this attack on the Department of Education. It's just not true. We saw this decades ago when President Bush had his No Child Left Behind policy because of previous attacks from Republicans on education more broadly. And it's the reason Donald Trump got instant pushback to what he did, really preemptive pushback, in both the form of a lawsuit and unions and teachers fighting back. And I want to take a look at some of that right here. See you in court. Teachers union vows to fight Trump's education department order. That was the one-sentence retort from a leading teachers union Wednesday, following news that Donald Trump planned to sign an executive order Thursday aimed at eliminating the Department of Education. Randy Weingarten, the head of the American Federation of
so where's
Teachers,
Trump
vowed to sue the
losing it?
administration if it moves forward with a
where's
mandate
Mad
to
Trump?
obliterate the agency's limited federal role
He did it
in the
again.
nation's schools. The action is unlawful, she and others have argued, because only Congress has the power to close federal agencies. Still, the Trump administration has...
You son of a bitch. I'm taking this view back. I'm actually mad about that. Wow. Okay. Well, let's go to the AOC speech, because fuck that. And honestly, god damn it, Jack. Did they have like a talk when they got together in Washington? Because like I think the four of these guys, literally, it was Jack Cocciarella, Pondering Politics, David Pakman, and freaking BTC. I think all of them got together and were just like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to clickbait the shit out of this. It's just like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Like, you've got to be kidding me. My MAGA hater posted a video of me doing this. See, now there we go. Honestly, let's take a look at the speech. It says that they're live.
To listen to those in the working class that may have been pulled apart, away from us over the last couple election cycles. The only way for us to rebuild a movement of working class people that are going to win a seat at the table is to listen to the other side, is to reorganize around a set of shared values. And those values are simple. It's to expand Medicare. It's to expand Social Security. It's to raise the minimum wage. It's to give workers a seat at the table.
Oh, yeah. This guy a union leader, I'm assuming? I don't know who this guy is.
And it is my honor to introduce one of the two people you all came to see today. Somebody who embodies what it's like to run for public office from the working class, to take on the powers that be, and to take it on their chin every single day for corporate America. Ladies and gentlemen, AOC!
All right, now here's the real test. Let's see if it's the exact same speech, because if she pulls Kamala shit, then I'll have a problem. I have to mute this. Sorry. Because they're not like me. I have to use non-copyright music. Oh, shit. I just realized I paused. Oh, man. I hope I don't get hit with something for that.
Estimates that we have already is 30,000 people. My name is Alexandria.
$90. Do it.
And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the effort to be here today.
Yeah, if you're looking for retro game stuff, I would honestly, I mean, I would do it. If I ran into that deal, I would do it, because I could actually use a GameCube. Run Super Smash Brothers a lot better than the Wii. God damn it. I can barely hear.
In fact, we're all here together because we share in the frustration and heartache that comes from watching those in power actively tear down or refuse to fight for working Americans like us. We're here together because an extreme concentration of power and corruption is
Yeah, she definitely retooled it.
like never before.
Gotta give her credit for that. Damn.
And we are here, most importantly, because we know that a better world is possible. We need to be honest about where we are. We are witnessing an oligarchy in America. With the most economic, political, and technological power destroy the public good to enrich themselves while millions of Americans pay the price. And our political system is ill prepared for this kind of abuse of power. In
Different
fact,
word,
much
same
of our
speech.
political
Yeah.
system enables it.
And then you got this jackass on his phone. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, then we've pretty much seen this. We saw the better part of it too. All right. Cool. Well, that's mostly what I was kind of waiting to see. But that's cool, man. I'm glad that they're going out here and doing this. But in the same vein,
free speech grounds.
Here we go.
Because when
Here we go. Hassan actually interviewed him. So let's watch the Hassan interview with Bernie and AOC, where he actually met with them. That's freaking pretty cool, man.
The country
Good
because
for
they
Hassan.
looked through his phone and they found out that he had criticized Trump's elimination of grants.
I think there actually is support for it because of the free speech grounds on it. Because of the free speech grounds, because when ICE came to try to pick up in Mahmoud Khalil's case, when they tried to pick him up, they offered no warrant. These were unmarked people. There were no charges.
Just look at MAGA. Yeah.
And so you
True.
have Senator Durbin and Senate Judiciary.
She definitely knows how
right?
to communicate closer to it. So A long ass day.
Hey,
Fuck, man.
what's up?
Long arse day. Hey, we're doing it. The arse. We're bringing
Hi.
arse to.
We're gonna give you guys lav mics.
Sure. Be so kind.
Hello.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Magnet this onto your lip.
How about you do it?
Oh, I
Here.
got you.
Looks a little complicated to me.
I got you.
You want to put it? You just put it right here.
That's good.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are good.
Yeah.
Take a seat. This is the chairs that they had. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have Bernie
Hassan
Sanders
Pujak.
and AOC in the building. You guys are about to go up and speak at one of another one of the rallies that you've been doing, the Fighting Oligarchy tour. And I'm very excited to have you here. Vegas, specifically for me, has a lot of importance because I always say it's like the last time that I felt really hopeful about the future of this country because I was outdoor knocking for you along with the Chapo boys as well in the primaries.
And we did pretty well, huh?
Yeah, and everyone kept saying, oh, the culinary union is not going to vote, but the rank and file very clearly was swinging in your direction. And in spite of the media attacks, you obviously
training at 100 times gravity.
pulled through, and then
He's got that Vegeta vein going.
and then all hell broke loose, obviously, and here we are.
He goes Super Saiyan.
You don't have a lot of time, so and I'm sure that
Tried to make some money today, but my work van had other plans. Therefore, I went to the food pantry instead. Probably the most productive part of my day. LOL.
we'll
Damn,
get
dude.
to
Sorry
talk
hear
a little
that.
bit more in the future as well. But I wanted to. I went to Japan recently, and I got both of you guys gifts. I actually have another gift for you, but unfortunately, I don't have your gift, the actual gift here. Hold on. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
Thank you.
Solidarity with Palestine, and this is a little train for public transit.
All right.
I have a Japanese Communist Party pin for you as well, but unfortunately, because I went over there and I checked out
Bernie.
their
Bernie
headquarters.
loves it.
But
It's pretty dope. He's like, ooh, I got a train.
what are you guys trying to accomplish with these rallies?
You know what? It's a long trip. I like to play with the choo-choo.
Let's get started.
I mean, I think that what the kind of moment that we're in,
Wouldn't that
and
be a
also
trip?
something that
You just
Trump
catch him
was
in
able
back.
to exploit was really practicing, even though he doesn't believe in working class politics, they had a very focused working class strategy. And I think for a while, like Democratic Party clearly wasn't effective at that, wasn't successful at that. And I think one of the things that we're here to do is to actually rally
Screen start
a
shaking.
class conscious movement to bring people together and to show that we can fight for a better future, not in marginalizing and attacking people, marginalized people, but actually in rejecting the differences that we have to come together in common cause and to organize folks.
That'd be funny if he actually went out too. I would like to announce that our friend Hassan Piker, he interviewed me backstage. He actually was a very nice, very nice young man, but most importantly, gave me a little choo-choo.
Well, I agree. To me, this country faces the worst set of crises that we have faced in a very, very, very long time. We are looking at a nation which is now oligarchic. And they don't hide it. I mean, I must give them credit for it, but, they're out there. Mr. Musk, the richest guy in the world, is running all over the place, cutting veterans.
Why does Hassan look like he has such small ankles?
Social Security.
Yeah, that's something you can't fix.
There are in addition to Musk, he got 13 nominees of Trump.
I believe in small dollar donations like this little choo-choo.
Had major agencies are all billionaires. So you got a government, clearly, no embarrassment, of the billionaire class by the billionaire
I'm
class.
obsessed with the choo-choo now.
And then what is, I would hope, would be upsetting to all Americans, no matter what their politics may be. You can be conservative about this. You got a president who is moving us very rapidly into an authoritarian form of society. I mean, you don't sue media in America because they say something bad about you. Alexandria and I got about 500 lawsuits there, but we happen to believe in democracy.
Yep.
You don't ask for the impeachment of judges
because they issue a ruling which you disagree with. So it is, these are tough times. And what we have got to do is rally the working families of this country to stand up to oligarchy and to demand that we have an economy and a government that works for all, not just the people on top.
So one way that this government, I think, the Trump administration has been able to very expertly tackle these issues is by using an entry point of pre-established marginalization. Obviously, the erosion of civil liberties is happening all around, but like in terms of attacking free speech, a fundamental principle that I think all Americans agree on. And the way that he's done this, the way that this administration has attacked free speech is by doing something that previously has only been utilized in the darkest times of American history. I'm of course talking about Mahmoud Khalil being potentially being deported, or at least having his green card revoked for basically nothing. That the administration has all but admitted for no discernible reason other than the fact that he was the lead negotiator on the student side, the student protesters at Columbia campus. On top of that, just like in Nazi Germany, the Trump administration is now trying to put up an academic receivership and take charge and take control over different institutions within Columbia. And I feel like this is a grave mistake. Do you feel like the Democrats have any sort of interest in fighting back against this? Regardless of what their opinion might be on Israel, the fact is that this is greatly going to expand, and it's simply just the entry point. Like the Palestine conversation is simply an entry point that has at least like some semblance of institutional backing. But it's obvious to me that they're going to go after a lot of other people, including but not limited to the French researcher, according to Le Monde, that was denied entry into the country.
No, he did. He's always been consistent about going after the lobbying class and like going after the money in politics.
Because they looked through his phone and they found out
he just wasn't going to burn the whole party down.
That he had criticized.
Like, I don't know why everybody expected Bernie to literally lose and then be a sore, like that would just come off as a sore loser. Do you really think that that's a winning strategy?
Trump's elimination of grants.
We're actually in a very good place right now. I don't know why everybody's bitching. Like, I don't get it.
I think there actually is support for it because of the free speech grounds on it. Because of the free speech grounds, because when ICE came to try to pick up in Mahmoud Khalil's case, when they tried to pick him up, they offered no warrant. These were unmarked people. There were no charges. And so you have Senator Durbin and Senate Judiciary, right, Bernie? I think he
is the ranking member of the Judiciary.
I believe they released a statement talking about how they want to move on this. But I also think that it goes without saying that there is still profound money and interest that remains dedicated on both sides of the aisle in trying to marginalize and also conflate criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism.
Right.
And we have to be very aware of that too.
We have very limited time, and you guys have to.
Do I need to? Sorry.
You got no time.
I'm going.
Okay.
It's my cue.
All right.
Just
Sorry,
a minute or two.
All right, perfect. One question I actually wanted to ask you before we let you go is, you've also talked about,
That's kind of funny. Oh shit! I gotta go.
With the New York Times about what the future of the Democratic Party.
I mean, that did seem like that guy was like, and without further ado, AOC. Again, AOC.
Looks like, and what maybe young enterprising individuals must do, and I believe I'm paraphrasing here. You said something along the lines of like running as an independent rather than utilizing the party.
For me, that's not a very radical concept because I am the longest serving independent in American congressional history, and I've always run as an independent. Look, I think the Democrats over the years deserve credit for the work they've done on women's rights, on gay rights, on civil rights in general, fighting bigotry. They deserve credit, and they've made progress. But I don't think anybody with a straight face can tell you that they've stood up for the working class of this country. And I think that's why so many working class people have drifted into the Republican Party, not because they believe in tax breaks for billionaires or they don't believe that climate change is real. It's they look at the Democrats and there's not much there. So what my view is people should think about running as they want progressive independents, should run as progressive Democrats, but don't necessarily feel that you have to run within the Democratic Party. And I think as you may recall, in Nebraska, a fellow named Dan Osborne ran a really, really powerful campaign as an independent, running as a very proud trade unionist, running on economic issues, and he did extremely well, much better than anyone had anticipated. So that was my point, and I think it makes sense.
Do you feel like there's any sort of momentum to break through the duopoly in this structure as someone who has run as an independent? And
It is.
a long career?
It's a long discussion. If you're asking me, do I think we could start a third party tomorrow? I don't, for a lot of reasons, having to do with restrictions in various states making it almost impossible. But I think what you're seeing is massive discontent with both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. More and more people are looking for, I think, independent alternatives.
Yeah. Oh, you? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
All right.
thank you so
Listen,
much.
great to see you.
We'll hopefully do this again very soon.
Okay. Take care.
All right. We'll go over to the rally now. We got to get your mic off.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Okay. We good?
All right. Okay. Hold on. Chatters. That was Bernie Sanders and AOC. There was obviously a lot more discussion that I wanted to get to, but unfortunately, they literally are going up right now. So, it was short.
You're kind of
Hopefully,
bummed. I was just gonna say, just as an just a little pickup there. I think they look kind of bummed there. And then Bernie just did the, okay, I will see you later. Sometime in the future. Oh boy. Oh man. Sorry, man. That's what happens when I actually do a workout and it's just like, ooh. It's sore. I also got, dude. It always happens too, like, right after my rotator's just like, hey, you remember? You got this whole little thing where I'm not in the right spot, so you're gonna feel some pain now. That's fun. Okay. That was cool. This has been a fun little themed show where we got some hopium from Bernie Sanders and AOC. Like, holy shit, guys. That's awesome. All right, what else we got? JRE, his fall off needs to be studied. Yes, it does. We're gonna go into that. But I wanted to do another politics. Give me a second. Snack break. Ooh, thank you, Mitesh.
Mitesh $5.
Oh, look at him.
Snack break.
He's facing the camera too. Okay, now he's doing king shit. Did you just see that? He didn't even bother moving, like, tilting up. He just went... You good? Whoa. Well, you got a big smile on your face. As one happy ass dog right now. I mean, seriously, did you not see that? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, now it's the norm. Now he's just like, You go, okay, you give that to me now. Just like that, yes. Let's see. He's so cute. Radical action. A workers-led movement can help save us from Trump. I appreciate that. Here, going to bed. Hope you have a great stream, homie. Thank you, Mr. Kirk. Hope you had a good day. It's good. Glad that you checked in. Yeah, man. Definitely deserve a good chill. So 9,000. Oh my god. What is he talking about? Kyle Kolinsky. Hold on. Into the fray. The Amazing Atheist covered Kyle Kolinsky versus Joe Rogan. Is it personal or politics? Fuck it. We'll check it out.
Joe Rogan show, no less. Into the fray. From February of 2018 to February of 2023, Kyle Kolinsky appeared on the Joe Rogan show no less than 6 times. 5 as a solo guest, and once for 2020 election coverage along
right? This is the
side Tim Dillon. It seems pretty safe to say that Kyle and Rogan's relationship was pretty cordial back in those days. But guess what? Things have soured because these days Kyle is
fire inside his heart.
Anti-Rogan videos at a pace of nearly 1 per week, with titles like "What the hell happened to Rogan?" and "Joe Rogan's brain is barbecued chicken." You know what I think it is? I think it's Kyle dyed his hair blonde. I think Rogan doesn't like that. Doesn't like the gay Eminem look. But really, this is not just a drift from friendship to indifference. It's a sharp turn into, like, utter disdain, at least on Kyle's end.
Oh.
As for Joe, as far as I can tell, there's no sign that he's even acknowledged Kyle or his criticisms. If he has any feelings about it whatsoever, they remain an absolute mystery. So let's take a look at what Kyle has been saying, why he's so angry at his former friend. The most obvious reason is that Joe Rogan endorsed and supported Donald Trump for president. But for Kyle, I think this goes a little bit beyond politics. Listen to what Kyle says in this clip, where he is upset that Rogan came to disregard something that Kyle had explained to him all the way back in 2020.
I was on Rogan's show in 2020 on Election Day, and I told him and Tim Dillon about this thing called the Red Mirage, what was likely to happen, which is it's going to look like Trump is winning early in the night because you got the rural areas coming in first. You got the votes that come in from Election Day get counted first. Those are going to skew way more Republican because Trump has been shitting on mail-in votes and calling it fraudulent, right? And then later on, you get more of the cities come in and you get the mail-in votes counted. Those are going to skew way more Democratic, also because Democrats were taking COVID more seriously, so they wanted to vote by mail. They didn't want to go to a place with a lot of people when it was time to cast the votes. And exactly what I said would happen is what happened. And he told me after that fact that every time people have come to him with rigged election conspiracy theories where they think Trump actually won and it was stolen from him, he told me what I would tell them is Kyle Kolinsky told me exactly how the election was going to go before it happened and explained it to me in clear terms. And so I never bought into any of the election rigging conspiracies. This is what he said. Then he interviews Trump, sits across from Trump, lets Trump babble relentlessly about how the election was stolen from him, doesn't push back, and then now after the fact admits, oh yeah, that guy's been fucking lying the entire fucking time, and it turns out voting is real. Yeah, you don't say.
Wow! Kitty has got some claws, eh? Kyle feels like he gave Joe Rogan the perfect ammo to discredit Trump's 2020 election narrative. But that night, when Rogan needed that ammo the most, when he was face to face with Trump himself, he discarded everything that Kyle had said and just played the simp, gave the softball interview, gave the wet blowjob interview, gave Trump...
I gotta be honest, this is kind of a weird, like...
the sensuous testicle massage under the table. So why does Kyle think...
This is a weird way to cover the drama, but this is also a hilarious way to cover the drama.
This happened.
This is like a big
because
dumb.
Rogan fell in with some bad friends and listened to the wrong people, which of course strongly implies that Kyle himself is the good friend, the right person, the person that Joe should have listened to.
Now his entire friend group is all right wing. And he's admitting here, yeah, Dana White was pressuring me and many other people were pressuring me and they were saying, why don't you endorse Trump? And then he did.
On top of the Trump stuff, Kyle also sees that Rogan, who once perfectly captured the everyman appeal, has essentially become a billionaire dick rider who carries water for the oligarchy.
I mean, that's not a not fair criticism.
And for Elon Musk in particular,
They see no problem with Elon Musk and Mark. Joe had on his podcast Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Mark Zuckerberg, all of these robber baron oligarchs who are rigging the system, and he let them lie to his audience for 3 hours straight. But now he's going to sit here and pretend like, bro,
where's Kyle
the
wrong in
corruption on
this?
the Democratic side's out of control. And at this point, I don't know how anybody watches this. If I'm being honest with you.
Watching
At
these
this point,
clips
it's
is
like
actually kind of funny because you can see his
appeal,
hair
the
get
old
blonder and blonder.
charm of the Joe
He's
Rogan
going
experience
Super
is so
Saiyan.
dead and gone. Because his show now half the time, at least, is the Elon Musk suckfest experience. Like, it just is. It like meat riding Elon 24/7. It's like he's never heard a single argument against anything Elon is doing. He does this really beta cuck thing where he's like, oh, my puny brain.
Hey, Bloodstone, how's it going?
Could never
Welcome
live
in.
up to the amazing big brain of Elon Musk. Oh, he's such a mega genius. I don't even feel human when I'm near him because he's just so smart. Oh, Elon, can I give you a hand job?
after Rogan attacked Tim Walz, who I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Kyle has a crush on Tim Walz. After Rogan attacked that guy, things escalated. The actual substance of the video is not all that interesting to me, but Joe Rogan basically called Tim Walz Tampon Tim, and Kyle wasn't having it. And later in the same video, this moment happens, and I gotta be honest with you, I kind of fucking love it.
His beard is almost as long as my
Joe
hair.
Rogan sat there while Trump said to him, I never said lock her up
Oh,
about
yes.
Hillary. I never said lock her up. I'd say, whoa, and they would say lock her up. Meanwhile, cut to the fucking compilation, him saying it like 100 times. I'm like, fucking, of course he did. Of course he said that. Of course he said that. You let Trump lie to your face relentlessly for fucking 3
This
hours
is car wreck entertainment.
straight, and you sat there giggling like a schoolgirl, you bitch.
Kyle also had some incredibly harsh words to say about the quality of Joe's show in general, essentially lambasting him as a hypocrite whose intellectual curiosity has shriveled away to nothing, and whose latest shows are insipid right-wing dreck, which is terrible for the country and for anyone stupid enough to still be listening.
So this is what the Joe Rogan experience has become. I watched a great
That's why
video on
we love
this
Twitch.
the other day. I forget, Mr. Beat or something like that did it. And he made a great point. He was like a huge Joe Rogan fan, and then now he's not at all. And the argument he made is like, look, I liked listening to Rogan's podcast when Rogan was a genuinely curious individual who asked a lot of questions. Like, he had a childlike curiosity about everything. And so he would bring on these people from different fields, different, people with different expertise, and he would ask them things he was interested in. He'd have on like some sleep
Do you do debates? I do, but I'm taking a break.
specialist to talk about the importance of sleep, and he would probe him for an extended period of time, right? Or whatever. Like, he used to have interesting podcasts where he's
I actually had to cancel one.
a curious guy, and he dives into specific things from a variety of different topics. That's what he did. Well, some point along the way, he fucking lost it. And now it's, let me bring on the biggest charlatans, con men, and frauds, and fucking goofballs. And every day, same fucking narrative. Oh my God, COVID authoritarianism. Oh my God, wokeness bad, wokeness bad. Oh my God, bro, the Democrats are so stupid, bro. This is all you hear.
I love the way you have your chats displayed with the platform icons. Very nice. Oh, thank you.
This is all you hear. And it's never, now he literally endorsed Trump, had him on the podcast, let him lie to his audience for 3 fucking hours. And he had the nerve, after all of that, to say, who, me, bro? I got ideas that are like, right?
Who, me, bro?
Right-wing ideas and left-wing ideas,
I
Republican
don't know,
ideas,
Dickie
and Democrat
McGee's
ideas.
ex.
Like, I'm not actually
Kyleisms.
even part of a tribe, bro, or anything like that, dog. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You don't get to fucking cheerlead for MAGA and Trump, coddle Elon's nutsack when he's on your show once a fucking month, have on JD Vance, have on Donald Trump, never fucking fact check them or ask them any serious questions, have on all the robber barons, and then pretend like, who, me, bro? I'm like in the middle or something, dog. No big deal. So, but guys, believe you me, it's getting worse.
All in all, over the last 4 months, Kyle has made 14 videos now about Joe Rogan. And I might be missing some, to be honest with you. It's become this weird one-sided feud.
Dude, this is kind of funny because he is kind of covering it like it's serious, but
a vendetta.
I don't know.
And clearly it is to some extent personal. That being said, there's a reason why I'm not showing you more clips right now. The reality is that while Kyle's personal feelings come up from time to time in these videos, sometimes simmering just beneath the surface, other times boiling over a little bit, most of what these videos are is just Kyle using Rogan's name to make political arguments. Kyle's always been a policy wonk, but he knows that policy-centric videos are not sexy to the average YouTube viewer. But you know what is sexy? Using big names to get big old drama clicks. Kyle knows that as a 6-time Joe Rogan guest, people are fascinated that he is now shit-talking Rogan nearly nonstop. But really what he's doing is about 2% actual shit-talking and 98% using Joe Rogan's name to educate his viewers about policy positions and political points that matter to him. I suppose I'm doing something kind of similar by even talking about this. I've had conversations with both of these guys. Kyle, I've been watching on and off for years. Joe Rogan, I never really watched, but I see clips here and there. I liked going on his show. He seemed like a really nice dude. But I have to say, when I've seen him recently, his energy is very different. He seems a little more high-strung, more nervous. And I occasionally detect hints of like that 1,000-yard stare that crazy people get when they go absolutely batshit nuts. The Roseanne Barr eyes, you know, those beady little, oh, shit, what's going on out there? Ultimately, I think you have a situation here where Kyle is a guy whose politics are centered around policy, and Rogan is a guy whose politics are centered around vibes, man. And for a while, policy and vibes lined up in such a way where the two of them could kind of coexist happily. But now, vibes and policy are enemies. It's all out of whack. And so now, Rogan and Kyle are enemies. Watching Kyle's Rogan videos over the last 4 months, I think that at first he held out some hope that his words would reach Rogan and pressure him into a course correction. But as time went on, that hope curdled into something much closer to resentment. The more Rogan drifted into the orbit of figures Kyle despises, you know, the oligarchs, the reactionaries, the grifters, the more Kyle seemed to take it a little personally.
I gotta say,
as if he wasn't just watching some media figure lose the plot.
He does more of these like little breakdowns. I'll watch more of them. This is pretty funny.
Willfully ignoring everything that he seemingly once knew to be true. At first, Kyle's criticisms carried the tone of an exasperated teacher trying to correct a wayward student. Now they feel more like an indictment, a eulogy for the Joe Rogan that he once knew, laced with all this bitterness of someone who feels not just disappointed, but betrayed. And yet, despite the escalation in tone, Rogan remains silent. No response, no acknowledgement, no counterattack. Our best hope for that ever happening is probably some future guest on Joe Rogan's show bringing it up. Failing that, I don't think we'll ever see Rogan directly address any of Kyle's criticisms because it's not his style. Rogan tends to engage with controversy only when it's unavoidable, when it spills over into mainstream discourse or threatens his bottom line. But Kyle is not CNN. Kyle is not the New York Times. He's just another YouTuber. And as far as Rogan's concerned, Kyle might as well be shouting into the fucking void, right? That leaves Kyle in a strange position. His vendetta against Rogan is getting him views, sure, but it's a one-sided war. He's swinging at a ghost, railing against a man who either doesn't care or refuses to dignify the attacks with a response, or maybe is not even aware it's happening. And so the question becomes, how long does Kyle keep this up? Does Kyle continue to make Rogan videos every week, hoping for a reaction that never comes? Or does he eventually move on, leaving behind a trail of angry thumbnails and unanswered attacks? At some point, the grudge match starts to look a lot less like a fight and more like a guy yelling at an empty chair, like Clint Eastwood. Remember that?
Yeah,
And the
that's
longer
kind of
that
funny.
goes on, the more people start to wonder, who's really winning here? Of course, like I said, the main thing driving Kyle is ultimately the dissemination of his politics to the broadest possible audience. So he probably doesn't even really care about the concept of winning against Joe Rogan. For him, it's probably more about using Rogan's name as a conduit for the arguments he actually cares about. Whether or not Rogan ever responds is kind of besides the point. Kyle gets to frame the discussion on his terms, reaching people who might not otherwise have engaged with his political takes. In that sense, Rogan is less of an adversary and more just a tool.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
A recognizable name that functions as a gateway to broader ideological critiques that Kyle Kalinske wants to make. That's why Kyle keeps...
I gotta say, I'm really feeling the vibe with the fire, you know. It reminds me of the country.
on making these videos, even as the
This guy
feud
talks about
remains
vibes. I'm all about
completely
the flame
one-sided.
vibes.
Because every time he puts Joe
Burn it
Rogan
all
in the
down.
title, he taps into an audience that might not have typically clicked on a video about tax policy or labor rights or healthcare reform. And as long as that strategy keeps working, keeps bringing in the views, the engagement, the opportunities to push his messaging, I guess he has no real reason to stop. So maybe this really isn't even a grudge match at all. Maybe it's just business. Kyle gets to use Rogan as a symbol of the broader right-wing drift in media, and Rogan, whether he knows it or not, provides the perfect punching bag. So as long as people keep watching, I guess Kyle has every reason to keep on swinging. On a side note, the other night on an episode of my podcast, I actually got a little bit hot under the collar at Rogan, and I might have said a few things. Let's take a look at that.
I feel embarrassed that I was on your show twice. I only did it because the fucking people watch your dumbass. I've never liked your shit, you fucking mongoloid moron. You bald-headed fucking... The only reason I fucking have bit my tongue in the past is because like some vague part of me is like,
Mongoloid
maybe
moron.
that
That
ain't
actually fits
happening.
so
I'm a
well
fucking
for Joe.
has-been at this point, so I can just say, fuck Joe Rogan and his bald-headed ass. He's a retard. He's always been bad for the intellect of this fucking nation. And this shit he's spewing right now is fucking utter garbage horse shit. And I wish I could take a big shit right in his mouth.
But you know what? I'm an angry guy. Sometimes I get a little upset. Sometimes I get a little hot and bothered. And I just want to say, I'm just kidding, Joe. You know I love you, right? You know I love your fucking big, bald, stupid ass.
Man. Well, I guess he wanted to make sure that if you did watch too much of his video, then he's just like, I'm going to make sure that you can't monetize. Thanks, you dick. Oh, all right. Hold this up.
Burn Donald as you and Elon.
All right. Even the Midas touch is starting to come around to Bernie Sanders, guys, which is kind of surprising. Let's take a look at their milquetoast coverage, but also, hey, you know what? We got to take what we can get. If they're getting excited, then as I said, these are the idiots that we kind of have to cater to a little bit, I guess. I don't want to say cater to. They got to cater to us. What am I talking about? All right.
Can you feel the burn, Donald, as you and Elon are posting weird memes celebrating your executive order directing the Department of Education to shut down, as you are picking on veterans and poor kids and people with disabilities? And by the way, your meme spells the word department wrong that Elon Musk is blasting out on his right-wing social media platform. You know what's taking hold across the country?
God. That's a little odd point.
The oligarchy tour being led by Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders and AOC,
that keeps
well,
on
they're
giving.
filling up stadiums, Donald, bigger than the crowd sizes you were able to draw during your campaign, and we are not even in election season in March of 2025. This is what Tempe, Arizona looked like yesterday when AOC and Bernie Sanders were giving their Fight the Oligarchy tour speech. This is what it looked like when AOC called Bernie Sanders to the stage. Just watch this, Donald. Let me show you what a real...
Are you actually like gonna be really excited about this now and push and like their message and I don't know, pivot left a little bit there, Ben?
Size looks like. Let's play.
I don't know. The one thing I'm not going to take sitting down is the fact that they can just pretend that they were always here. I don't like that. Oh, we were always fans of AOC. We were always fans of Bernie Sanders. It's not like we ever pushed back.
Because you see, Donald, the people are pissed. And when you're posting memes like this with Elon Musk and you spell department wrong and you're bragging about how you're stealing lunches from kids, how you're picking on children with disabilities, how you are attacking poor kids, how you are attacking veterans, how Elon Musk is calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme, how you are saying that Medicaid is so riddled with fraud. By the way, Rick Scott of Florida, the senator of Florida, was involved in the biggest Medicaid fraud scam in history. That's how he made his money. And now you're trying to gut Medicaid. Let me show you what the world thinks about you, Donald. This is a bus stop outside of the American Embassy in London right here.
That's cool.
They're literally shredding you, Donald. And now you're so unpopular
That's actually
across
a really cool,
the world
ad. I don't know.
that if people are running for
Wait
office...
a minute. Are they advertising a shredder? Because that would be the best way to do it.
They have to show
The
how
controversies,
much
go for it.
you hate them for them to try to win now. You're the most unpopular
that
figure,
nonsense too.
I guess, everywhere other than, Russia and North Korea? Because Kim Jong-un and Putin are your daddy, Donald? Is that what's up? Is that what's up? Now we have headlines like this in the United States. CNN. So what is stagflation anyway? And why is it so scary? Business Insider. Stagflation can be worse than a recession. Investors are already bracing for it. Great, Donald. We're about 63 days in, and now you have investors bracing for stagflation, which means a crashing GDP, contraction GDP, and it means rising inflation. It's the worst of all worlds, stagflation. Great job, Donald.
Yeah.
You turned a Goldie.
Well, and then he tried to blame the Fed on it. He's just like, the Fed, they were supposed to move the interest rates. Come on. They called my bluff.
Locks economy handed to you by former.
It's almost like I don't exactly have a good poker face. It's almost like I get the hand. Oh my God, I got 4 kings.
President Biden, something the Wall Street Journal called the envy of the world. And you threw it into the toilet the same way you bankrupted all your other businesses, Donald.
He reminds me of that scene from Training Day where he's just like, two pair, yeah, 2 pair. It's like a full house beats 2 pair, you idiot.
Utterly pathetic. And by the way, Donald, remember you said that you and Putin had a great conversation this week. You had a great conversation. Remember you said that Putin agreed to have a ceasefire regarding energy infrastructure. And then Putin shortly thereafter started striking energy infrastructure in Ukraine. Well, this is what's been going down, Donald, in the past 24 hours. Russia, with the help of the Shahed drones, given to it by Iran, just launched probably one of the biggest air attacks of the entire unlawful invasion of Ukraine in Odessa. This is Putin giving you and giving the rest of the world and NATO and Ukraine, of course, the middle finger because he has zero respect for you, Donald. Literally zero. And you promised, you said on day one, you said there was going to be peace. You said you and Putin had such a strong relationship and that you would be able to get Zelensky to agree to a deal. You've made things worse like you always have your entire life, you fool. That's the only thing that you know how to do is to make things absolutely worse. And just the The visuals you created when you gutted the Department of Education, when you signed the executive order picking on kids, you Kim Jong-un wannabe. This is the image that Donald Trump projected. He created a fake...
What do you mean? What do you mean? I totally won that golf tournament 100% fair and square.
Classroom in the White House and used kids as props as he signed the executive order.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, look at that. Midas Touch taking a Bernie story and making it a referendum completely on Trump and not actually focusing on how popular the movement is. Okay, that kind of answered my question that I had there, watching that content, to be honest. That was more of a test to see if Midas Touch was going to start pivoting left. Yeah, well, I wish the media would cover Trump more, like, so here's who, what, when, where, but he is who the president will blame. No, I mean, that would be great. Honestly, I also would love that if they did it with a degree of honesty where it's just like, what'd he say? Like, I would love for a news anchor to legit just be like, he just did a lot of word salad. I mean, we're used to this, but that's more than we were used to. So you got to take all of that he said with a grain of salt, if there was even, salt to be had. So, all right, well, I'm not going to let that take away my feeling that we actually have some momentum here. Like, AOC and Bernie are doing great things right now, so let's keep it up. Let's support them. Let's support the movement. Hell yeah, man. Like, I have a feeling this is a great start because this is a really good start to get people to caucus with AOC and Bernie. And if we're talking third party or even moving the Democrats to actually pushing Democrats left, guys, only good things can come from doing this specific organizing. So oh, come on, do I have to sneeze or not? Damn it. I think I lost it. I hate those so much. At Pep Talks, do you ever say the Bible says some crazy stuff, or do you only do what I have seen and say people don't follow it? For instance, do you think the Bible justifies slavery? It does. I mean, it tries to, but then Jesus also. That's the weird thing. For people to try and justify slavery, that means that they're breaking the new covenant that they hold so dearly. So, but then they use the Book of Romans, which I think that was more of a I think they saw that they may have create the savior they created was to use modern terms a bit too woke. So they were just like, we need to tone this down. We need to go back to a little bit of the wrath of God. These damn hippies, they're starting to think that they can just love each other, and that's just how the world works. We can't have that. Fuck. All right, let's find something to pass the pee break, because that's pretty much all I have to do here is go. You know what? Screw it. I'm not even gonna do that. Let's go take a piss real quick. And then we got this Joe Rogan thing that I wanted to watch. Bob Marley #1. Yo, dude, haven't seen you in a while. What's going on, dude? Why would the Dems need to go left if the Overton window is so far right? That's actually oddly enough, the Overton window has actually kind of expanded both ways. If you well, has it expanded or have they has it you could almost say that the margins have almost shrank, because because you got some center right. You saw that with this last election, a bunch of that was the whole thing, the Kamala, the whole Republican courting thing, that again, such a bad effing strategy, I gotta say. That one definitely blew up in their faces. The Bible absolutely not only justifies but regulates slavery. Yes. Yeah, but I mean, again, based on Jesus's law, no. But that's not usually what they follow. They follow their own little hateful code. Man, I need to get some caffeine, so I'm gonna go upstairs and get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea too. Oh man, the comic historian. Rest in peace, dude.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has a new message for those who are trying to fight against Trump and oligarchy. Run for election, but forget about running as a Democrat. Here's what he told the New York Times.
We just were.
One of
Here we
the
go.
aspects of this tour is to try to rally people to get engaged in the political process and run as independents outside of the Democratic Party.
Independent Party. All right,
now, understand,
cool. I'll be
this is
right back.
way
I really have to
different
piss, but yeah,
than
this
what
is
Bernie
this is
Sanders
great.
was
I'm
saying
glad to see
before,
this.
is we need to run, in the Democratic Party to try to take over that party and turn it into a party for the working class. Now he's like, that obviously ain't gonna work. Okay, not gonna work. So why don't we run outside of the party now? So now he said, there's a lot of great leadership all over this country at the grassroots level. We've got to bring that forward. And if we do that, we can defeat Trumpism and we can transform the political situation in America. Now, he also, of course, said something similar in an interview with Hassan Piker.
You've talked recently with the New York Times about what the future of the Democratic Party looks like and what maybe young enterprising individuals must do. And I believe I'm paraphrasing here, you said something along the lines of like running as an independent rather than utilizing the party.
For me, that's not a very radical concept because I am the longest serving independent in American congressional history, and I've always run as an independent. Look, I think the Democrats over the years deserve credit for the work they've done on women's rights, on gay rights, on civil rights in general, fighting bigotry. They deserve credit, and they've made progress. But I don't think anybody with a straight face can tell you that they've stood up for the working class of this country. And I think that's why so many working class people have drifted into the Republican Party, not because they believe in tax breaks for billionaires or they don't believe that climate change is real. It's they look at the Democrats and there's not much there. So what my view is people should think about running as they want, progressive independents, should run as progressive Democrats. But don't necessarily feel that you have to run within the Democratic Party. And I think, as you may recall, in Nebraska, a fellow named Dan Osborne ran a really, really powerful campaign as an independent, running as a very proud trade unionist, running on economic issues, and he did extremely well, much better than anyone had anticipated. So that was my point, and I think it makes sense.
So let me just say that it's great to see Bernie Sanders speaking with someone like Hassan Piker. Okay, look, like him or not, Hassan Piker reaches a lot of people and does a really effective show. He does very effective messaging, and that's why there's a lot of people mad at Hassan Piker. Okay, but he reaches a lot of young people. He has a massive presence on Twitch, and so it makes sense for someone like Bernie Sanders to actually speak to him instead of talking to just the New York Times. Yes, he can do both, by the way, and that's what he did. But staying in, establishment legacy media is one of the problems that the Democrats have. Now, Bernie Sanders, independent, but he generally also had a similar problem where he would speak to not, just legacy media. But now seeing him speak to other media like Hassan, I think that is a great thing. Yes, speak to independent media. It doesn't just have to be independent lefty media, independent centrist media. It doesn't matter, right? If that exists. I'm sure it does. But speak to independent media. Get outside of that legacy media bubble. Okay. So now, that said, do I agree with him on the substance of what he said? Yes.
That was weird.
I think that anybody who is leftist or progressive that has been paying attention since 2016 or 2020 knows that currently, the Democratic Party is where progressivism goes to die. Now, I don't like that. I wanted for so long for that to change. Okay, but right now you have a situation where where progressives cannot just can't get through a Democratic primary. Okay, they just can't. Even though in many polls, progressive policies do extremely well with the wide range of the electorate. You have so many institutional roadblocks that are preventing progressives from being able to get through those primaries. You've got APAC spending, you have DFA spending, you have these large donors, you have Democratic leadership that puts roadblocks in front of progressives.
Hold on. I just realized what happened there. There we go. I don't know how the hell that got moved off my center screen, but
that's one of the problems here. Okay. So now, of course, the Democratic leadership has also fought very, very hard to stop progressives, to stop people from the left. They fight harder against the left than they do against Republicans, against Donald Trump.
well, I mean,
And
this
they're
has
fighting against
been
Donald
a
Trump
historical
has been
constant.
extremely ineffective. In fact, there really isn't much of a fighter here.
I mean,
Chuck
shit.
Schumer.
We were talking about Jesus earlier. That's actually that kind of plays
a
into
fighter. Hakeem Jeffries, not really a fighter. I gotta say that even though I have some issues with Nancy Pelosi, even Nancy Pelosi is showing a little bit more fight than Hakeem Jeffries. In
Yeah.
fact, she went after Schumer, and she's like, "Hey, look, if I were gonna do a deal, I would at least get something from it." Like from Nancy Pelosi. Whew.
Broken clock, I guess. All right. Oh, I mean, that was good news. It's mostly a potty break bumper for me, so... All right, cool, guys. Also, my dog is outside. She decided she was like, I want to go and run around the yard, so... Who am I to say no? Oh, actually, I think Stan might also have to go to... Good. All right, well, let's do the Joe Rogan fall off. That's... Never mind. I forgot that I have this one. One thing before that I wanted to get to. I don't know, guys. What do you think? What do you think about the whole, Bernie Sanders thing? Like, do you think that this is false hopium? I'm sorry if I'm coming across a little pessimistic right now, but I'm just trying to keep my hopes in the right place and also not go completely like, whoa, we're doing it, guys, we're doing it. Rogan. Why does that work? No, this is a good sign. Okay, cool. Thank you, Anna. I needed that. I feel like you just kind of you came, like I'm sitting here kind of like, guys, I can't feel hopeful. I can't feel hopeful. I've just been, we've been burned so much. Like, and then you just like, you put your hand on my shoulder. I was like, okay. Okay. Voters reject Trump. AOC hits billionaire thieves Michael Moore. This is coming from... Wait. This is actually coming from MSNBC? No, what? It's a revolution, get hyped. I mean, dude, for real. Like, I'm not... Okay, I'm trying to not feel like this could totally get swept out from under us. I'm always looking for that other shoe. Don't get ahead of ourselves. Exactly. Don't get ahead of ourselves, but also don't be dour. We got to find that. We're gonna stay in the fine circle, like here. We're watching this. Rest in peace, Michael. But yeah, you know what? This just popped up on my feed. What better time? I need to feel
We're
on.
going to do, in a couple of minutes, we are going to do a little bit Game of Thrones talk, which we have never done on this show.
Thank
You
God.
will literally inaugurate.
Wow.
Matt doesn't watch it. I stopped watching it for a really long time, and I guess this means we're going to talk about it now. We'll get to Biden in a few minutes. Griscom, you watch it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, because this is like.
And wait, I'm sorry, you're gonna take over in a second, but spoilers, and don't fucking tweet at me.
God, I miss
and
Michael.
don't bitch.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Okay, Emma, please.
Well, I feel that my voice is sorely lacking on the TYT Game of Thrones reviews as someone who knows a lot about the series. I mean, I'm like a dork, right?
Wait, are you a book reader as well?
I have dabbled in the first book. My significant other is a really big book reader and someone who's been very critical of the show and has gotten me to be very critical of the show because, it's so, when I'm watching it, right, I feel this sugar high and it's this event and we're all sitting down and we all, whatever, hanging out watching. And then I think about it like 2 hours later and I'm like, that didn't make any sense. The Long Night episode I thought was terrible.
Was that one a couple episodes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay.
So,
all right, guys,
okay,
have it
But
out.
did you have it? How did you? Was it because you couldn't see it, or?
Well, no. I mean,
from Michael
the
Brooks
visuals
show?
are phenomenal,
Dude, that's
right?
wild.
First of all,
She can see.
I can.
Well, no,
yeah,
it,
just to be
it was
clear.
really dark, so
It
a lot of
was.
people who
Michael,
have like
yeah,
bad
you know what? Yeah.
setups couldn't see anything in the
Yeah.
episode, and they complained about it.
Oh, really? Okay.
But for me, the show I thought, or the story I thought was always about how these political squabbles were all ignoring the larger problem, which is like this kind of climate change allegory. I mean, it doesn't need to be read as that, but humanity in general, death, whatever, beyond the wall. And to make that in the third episode, and not only, this was supposed to be this unstoppable army, characters only with very neat arcs died there. There was no shocking death. I loved when Jon left Sam behind and then went off to try to get the Night King, but there was no
Game of Thrones.
follow
Wow,
through on
haven't-
that. Sam should have
Oh,
died
wow.
right there. There was a lot of hero shielding, and then also Arya.
Hero shielding. I've never heard
Or
this
no,
phrase
sorry,
before.
plot armoring. Wow.
No, hero shielding sounds great. Yeah. You should have just, I have no idea.
I just felt that also. What was Jon brought back for? I mean, maybe we'll find out if he kills Daenerys next.
Oh,
week.
he's going to need to clip her.
I understand
He's
what-
going to need to take that equation
Yeah.
out.
I understand what you mean
Yeah.
about them being a little cowardly, and they just sort of threw. The only big death really was like the Dothraki, and that was
But that was
and-
pathetic.
yeah, it was absolutely
All right,
pathetic.
guys,
But wait,
remember
just-
we're going to keep it a little general.
Yeah, sorry, but
Keep
this
it a
general.
little
The one thing
general.
about that episode, and it might have been the one before, that did get me a little frustrated.
Matt's
is that
gonna go
they-
nibble an edible
They
in the bathroom.
introduced racism.
Yeah.
For no reason in that show, and that really I felt like it's a very weird move, right? Because it's like
the way the
there's-
Northerners
yeah,
were
there's like this
reacting
northern people, and they're all white,
Right.
and then there's just people from this other continent who are black, and the Northerners were all just like there's no reason for it, but just like really racist towards them, and I felt that was a weird thing to sort
Isn't
of
that part
bleed
of the
over into
realism of the show?
I think it was also part of like it's the Northern culture, so they've always been mistrustful of outsiders, even if it's the people beyond the wall as well. So I
Shit, David.
sorry.
Oh, shit.
No,
It's fine.
But
You're coming up against the book
last
reader, motherfucker.
The last episode, just to we'll keep it short and sweet. We were just chatting
No,
about
keep those tweets up. Sorry, yeah.
the fan
Okay,
reaction. I mean, I thought that I was devastated. I'm a woman. I saw myself in Daenerys. I think that actress. I mean, she got made fun of a lot, but I'm still
Really?
I'm still thinking
She
about.
got made fun of.
Yeah,
because
early
again,
on.
I'll say I think a couple seasons ago I stopped watching the show because there was I don't even remember what it was, but it was something that was like so gross to watch that I felt like giving the show the finger back.
Right.
And I was just like, you know what? I don't need fuck you. But now this season, I'm like, I just don't I don't care about this or that person. I just kind of want to know how it settles.
Yes.
So I'm not, but I always thought, like, why did people make fun of her is what I'm trying to ask. I thought she did fine.
Can you tell me?
I mean, there's a
what-
lot of melodramatic acting on that show in general, but that's the thing is it's still. I mean, that's why I could never take it so seriously. I mean, people are like, this is like The Sopranos. It's like, yeah, there's still like Lord Suck Me or whatever, and dragons, and like, come on, let's be serious.
Oh,
this
but
is
it's
not,
earned. I mean,
Yes.
as someone who loves politics, I mean, the later seasons have abandoned this altogether, but the political intrigue of the
I
early
thought it was
episodes-
really good.
It says
total
well done.
standout in the first couple of seasons. I agree. But anyways, she wasn't bad.
No, so I thought the
Yeah.
moment where she shudders atop Drogon before she, takes a torch to King's Landing was just like it got chills up my spine. So thinking about it, I think that the problem people and so anyway, I'm devastated
5
by
years?
the way her character has gone and she's got to die next episode. But because it
That's-
could have been earned, but they rushed
Whoa.
it because they're trying to get
Okay,
the
that actually
series
just
done
kinda
and they
hit
want to
me.
do Star Wars.
Yeah, it has been
movies,
that
these
while.
creators, and they don't
That's
have
what they wanna do.
that they're signed up for these next Star Wars movies. George R.R. Martin wanted them to do 4 more longer seasons, and they said, no, we're going to do 2 short seasons.
Yeah.
And it's
Which the Star Wars movies never came to fruition, and they ended up getting booted because of the poor reception. So good job, guys.
I mean, you could feel how
Great
rushed
hindsight.
it is. You know,
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. But I don't know. I just like my whole reaction to this like freak out, which we should put the tweets up in a second. But
And then these tweets will take us into Emma wants to dunk on white feminism.
But it's just like it's just surprising to me that everyone's so worked up about. Look, it's been a show that from the very beginning, people who want power are always going to be dangerous.
Right.
People who don't care
Here we
about
go.
power
Preach it.
might be better, but they're going to get killed by the people who want power.
Lula
And is it
Libre.
surprising that at the end of the show, that one of the characters we've watched from the very beginning, who has wanted power, has now turned out to be bad? I don't know. It just goes with the
wiener, wiener, wiener.
entire
And
premise
also,
of the
you
show.
clearly had like a religious, like a
The books are
like an
better. No, the books are way
extraordinarily
better.
dangerous entitlement.
Although it'd be nice to know what actually happens. I mean, we're still stuck at the, John opens his, or wait, he didn't even open his eyes. They just started the thing, and it's like, oh, let's see.
Which is,
does he come back?
And no,
Does he
and,
come back?
and,
We don't
and
know.
even more tragically, no
John
family,
could actually be dead
no
for all we
roots,
know. That'd be a
knowing
fucking
nothing
funny
except
swerve.
The quest for
It's
power
like
her
the funeral for Jon Snow was 7 years ago.
entire
It's like
life. She had internalized this as her identity because she was ripped from her family as a young person, only knew her brother who abused her, and then now all of her advisors have died or betrayed her or whatever, and so the trigger was too quick. But I think the devolution makes sense, and it's like arguably, in my view, the greatest tragedy of the show is like what happened to a character who has these instincts, and the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I feel like she kind of personifies that.
So we don't know whether these tweets were done they might have been in a dummy account of yours, Emma. For your
Game of Thrones
maybe
was
we
cool
should,
in the first
I guess,
season
let's
with
try
Sean
to keep
Bean.
her name out of it because it's hard because she deleted them and they're ridiculous, but well, whatever. She deleted them, so let's try to not make it a thing. This is an actual tweet, and I have to say, I'm going to do old man shit here and really be like, if anything besides like a potential invasion of Iran is upsetting you this much, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but
So-
you're more aloof than me. I cried twice on Monday.
All right, but I
thinking
mean,
about the show.
Okay, literally, if you think that after a decade of Danny learning how to be a leader and how to rule and how to have compassion for people, that this is a natural story arc, you are a simple-minded twat waffle who can't be trusted to have good opinions about storytelling.
That's the John.
This is going in so hard.
That's the John Oliver School of Comedy. That twat waffle.
well.
If you cannot be trusted, if you
Love
think
it.
John Oliver is funny, you can't be trusted to do comedy. Gotta be. Oh wait. Okay. I'm so fucking mad right now. Game of Thrones has been a waste of my life. Gotta be white guys who ultimately have to the day after years of women killing it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. By the way, she's also wrong because I could tell you pretty confidently, knowing very little, that I see. Look, I think the big galaxy brain point of the show would be to do some type of like, hey, all of the wild people are right, and this is all bullshit. But within the context of like the game, like Sansa is going to end up on top somehow. She's the best.
There's going to be no throne. It's
There's
going to
gonna
be some sort of council.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
and she's going to be really important. So even That is like. But anyway,
also like
I'm literally crying right now because a decade of my life has been wasted on a show ultimately created by the white male viewpoint.
That's watching television.
Yeah. So, well, I'd also just say like your whole life should not be invested in a TV show. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the
I
most
mean, that's
important hero.
all right. I'll give you
this
that one,
entire
Mike.
season
I will give
has
you that.
been Arya.
Some people get a
like
way
like
too
the
upset.
story
Ooh, she's got a
line has not been actually like any.
I like
return to
New
male
Belgian Voodoo
dominance or
Ranger.
anything
That's
like
a
that.
good
In
beat.
fact, Jon Snow looked absolutely pathetic for the entire season so far.
Well, his aunt's trying to fuck him all the time. Maybe you give him a break. I'm sorry. That was my white male viewpoint.
I know, I'm choking on your white male viewpoint.
That's so gross.
I saw one mashup. I don't know. You guys don't move off the.
Like talking about the new seasons of Game of Thrones. The new seasons? You mean the
We
last
should
season?
go to T.
Yeah.
T had some good ones about.
Okay, we'll go to T. But
It's
wait,
5
so do
years
you
old.
think? Wait, but
Oh,
don't you
man.
think that there were a couple of moments early on that, if I remember,
I don't know.
them,
I
that,
miss
like,
Mike. I miss
feel like it came out of nowhere.
Michael, and
Oh
every
my
once
God,
in a while,
no.
I was like,
Again,
I like to
her
watch
arc was
clips,
like-
and
she was
the
at, like,
fact that he's
70%
just
way
drinking
through
with
the
Emma,
arc, and
having
then
a
they just,
discussion
like,
about Game of Thrones. I
did
was
it.
like, hey, you know what?
Because they want to finish the show. But
It's about 15
could've-
minutes
you
long.
could have
Why
foreseen
not?
this coming if you were someone
I
who
was
paid
too invested in
attention. She
24.
was someone
Oh, you and my
who
stepmom.
was excited
God.
by the idea of
Love
fire.
that show.
She enjoyed burning people. I mean, but it always seemed to have a strategic purpose. They could have shown more of a devolution of like it not having a strategic purpose anymore. But again, these women who are trying to make this more than this is, first of all, it's not a feminist viewpoint to completely exclude women from the corrupting influence of power. The show had so many feminist moments, despite how you think it ended. It was revolutionary in that way. The arcs of Sansa and Arya are beautiful for feminism and for women. And I think the show is way bigger than your myopic view of how things should be. This was never
Oh,
like
shit.
a Hillary
Thank
Clinton
you for the 10
bumper
gifted
sticker.
memberships,
I'm sorry.
Natesh. Shit.
You know?
Does this hurt Elizabeth Warren that she wrote some painful, embarrassing blog post
see,
about
is
wanting
anybody
like
in here
we
that
need
doesn't
more
have
lead?
one?
I gotta get Elizabeth Warren something. You know, Danny just said she's tired of it. If you don't want bankruptcy reform, we're gonna burn the whole motherfucking city.
Yeah. No,
I'm tired of being called the Al Gore of women.
I saw
and if I'm
so
called that
many-
again, I'm gonna set off a nuke.
I saw
Times
so
Square.
many like she's called the Al Gore of women.
No.
Okay.
I just coined that.
No, he just.
Well,
no,
she
I
is,
just coined
to
that.
me, she is very analogous to Al Gore.
Wait,
Yeah.
she's called the
She's
Al Gore
really
woman?
smart. She has really good policy ideas. I mean, she's better. She's more progressive
Right.
than he is. But they also have like they're like the classic, because a lot of politicians, I do think that people are like, hey, there's substance.
Now, here's the thing about gifted memberships that, like, if it doesn't go to, like, yeah, Sylvie, we already established that why I can't go to you. But, like, if for other people, I'm kind of wondering why it just doesn't work. Oh, Dave Under Duress, turn on your ability to accept gifted memberships. It is, for some reason, it keeps resetting on people.
But they don't, like, they're not that charismatic. It's like, no, most of them actually really
I
just.
used to listen to moderate, right-leaning shows on my drive from Sacramento to San Francisco for work, and they had some something called Jack Bauer Moment of Zen, morning after
sort of
morning
suck in
episode,
both ways.
after a
Like,
new
they
episode aired.
both don't have substance. They don't have it. But like Gordon Brown, Elizabeth Warren, and Al Gore, you can all kind of make the case that, like, yes, they don't necessarily have like classical political skills, but they are, you know, incredibly intelligent, capable leaders. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good. Yeah, I mean, I'm so sick of these white feminists, and I can say it because I'm a white woman, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Go off.
Go off, Queen.
Can
And we
go off,
can
Queen.
agree.
Truly, Queen with a K and a W. Could you? Yeah, slay. Yeah, this was hilarious. Are you gonna play this?
Wait, go off for a second first. Then
No,
we'll play.
I just-
this
YouTube doesn't. It doesn't even explain it to me as a content creator.
sums it up, actually.
That's the weirdest part.
This sums it up, but I'll just add this one thing.
Gotta
There
figure
was
out that
not
option.
A black woman or a minority woman on the planet.
Yeah, they leave it to the consumer, which again, then they put an added layer there, and then they will turn it off if you don't like opt in for some reason.
Who was
I
bothered
don't know
or
what
who
the
saw
fuck is
this as
going
some
on
sort of
because I've had
persecution
multiple
against
people
them.
tell me like, "Hey, I accept." Like I turned on my my ability to accept gifted memberships, and then it turned it off.
because
I'm like,
they faced actual.
Don't you think that
persecution.
they actually really appreciated
YouTube.
how angry Daenerys was on their behalf?
Perhaps.
Because if they didn't kill her friend, she wouldn't have had an opportunity to show what an ally she was.
And interestingly, that these women didn't have a problem with some of the actual problematic elements of Daenerys being kind of a white savior and freeing all these brown people.
Yeah,
now she's pissed off.
I will say, as someone who does not necessarily always have the woke takes, I found that to be pretty weird. I was like, what the fuck am I watching? You mean like this like Aryan ad for like getting air in the Alps before restoring your master race is going, and literally the only people who have pigmentation on the show are getting freed by her? Even I was like, this is bringing out some of my freshman years.
It's not quite.
Doesn't look so good.
It's not quite at the level of.
I'm in the settings and I can't find the option to accept gifts, but Mitesh gave me one about a month ago, so maybe that's
of
why.
the goblins in Harry Potter.
No, because
the goblin bank.
Your gifted membership actually expired, so yeah, it's just weird.
Well, that was just sort of some good old chummy anti-Semitism.
I heard Ilan Omar wrote the goblins into the story.
She ghost wrote those parts.
And then and Rashida Tlaib played all of them.
I get into a fucking goblin
and then Harry
outfit.
Harry goes to Gringotts, and there's these little guys with hooked noses.
It's like, I have an idea. What if all of the bankers are short men with crooked, disgusting noses, and they live in the gold vaults? I wonder who that's like. And then they hypnotize Harry into supporting their plans.
So we've got a mashup that sort of, I think, captures this white feminism, Daenerys. That's how you pronounce the name, right? Daenerys.
Yeah.
I'll have to like duck the sound a little bit because he uses a popular
what the F?
song
Was there
to
an hour
go
ago?
with it, but you'll get the picture.
I hope this guy's being ironic.
Yes.
Okay.
Driving Miss Hen-
Yeah, just do a quick Google on your end to see like if there's anything you can do.
Driving Miss
I've
Sunday.
walked people through this so much,
that's
but now I
actually
feel
very
like
good line.
it doesn't work.
Is this going to be Katy Perry?
Yes! Oh my god. All right, that's pretty funny. Sorry. Well, we get
Be
it.
friends with Henry Kissinger because she's a woman.
Yeah. Oh man.
She can't support covering up the juntas murdering children because she's a woman.
Well, this is a good transition actually, because I mean I'm taking over the podcast, obviously.
Well,
I'm
that's what
taking
you're
over
here
the show.
for.
So
And Jesus, it was her prerogative right from the beginning.
Until you have a turn where you get Koch brothers money for the show.
and then I burn
corrupt the whole
everyone.
thing. And you burn everybody.
Indiscriminately.
You've just watched.
I don't know why YouTube makes this so complicated. Honestly, it really is getting annoying over there. But it's like the gifted memberships really help my channel, so I also don't want to be like, no, don't do that, because honestly, as I said, like it's been helping me in the algorithm like significantly. Like I've noticed that there's a boost every time that we end a show with gifted memberships. So you know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Katy Perry songs are happiness. Yeah, it's definitely not Katy Perry. I forgot who did that song. It's definitely not Katy Perry. Katy Perry.
I have a few videos of Trump supporters that you guys need to see. Now, one is quite funny, as you see a visibly intoxicated MAGA supporter on body camera footage trying to use Trump and RFK Jr. to get out of their arrest. Meanwhile, they're clearly drunk behind the wheel of a car. But before we dig into that one, this is a Trump supporter getting mad and hurling racial slurs at an Asian woman for absolutely no reason other
this one I will.
Other than they just wanted to. Even her boyfriend tries to pull her back, tries to take off her MAGA hat and hide it because he knows how bad it looks. And I've mentioned this before, but one of the most troubling aspects of Trump's win, there's a lot of things, but
come here.
It's the idea that it emboldens, it empowers certain segments of society to act on their worst urges. When you're modeling the president, and the president is a felon who has said insane things in the past, people feel emboldened to say and to act on their worst urges. And don't get get me wrong. This isn't every single Trump supporter, every single Trump voter.
Dislike
Over
button,
70 million Americans voted for him. Not all of them are like this, but when the Proud Boys or when far-right militias see Trump pardoning the January 6th insurrectionists, that only creates the permission structure for them to act on their worst urges. And they think, hey, if I break a law, if I'm mean or racist, but it's in favor of Donald Trump, then I can escape all accountability the same way that Trump has. So let's jump in with this first video. Obviously a bit of a trigger alert because at the beginning, this person says Ching Chong to an Asian person. I don't have to explain why that's racist, but let's watch.
Ching Chong, eat my spaghetti rolls. Ugly ass bitch. Come on, what you gonna do? We're done. We're done.
Hey, I don't want any problem. Look at how he takes off the MAGA hat. He knows how bad it looks.
Yeah, this is.
We're done. We're done.
Hey, I don't want any problem. Chill.
I'm not going done. I'm not going done. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, man. Can you get your eyebrow? Can you get your eyebrow? Get your eyebrow. Let me get your eyebrow. Come on, Ashley. You're the most ugliest bitch. Hey, look at you, trying that bitch. Come eat my pussy, hoe. Come on, man.
All right, I'll stop it there. It's not funny, but that's genuinely upsetting. It's upsetting in the same way as when I hear somebody in public use
I mean, look at this dumbass.
casual homophobia or say homophobic slurs. It's upsetting
I got a belt buckle.
in the same way as when it's just, this is a normal person getting screamed at because they're Asian. This is not something that should be allowed in a society in 2025.
That's how I got this one here. She saw my belt buckle and she was just like, listen, I gotta get with him.
I mean, ever, but I thought we've largely progressed
Gush.
past these things.
Ew.
But it seems like Trump brings this regressive vibe where people feel like they can hurl racial slurs like it's 1920 and you won't have any accountability. I mean, does this woman not know she's being recorded? Or does she know and think, you know, it's 2025, Trump's president, he's a felon rapist, I can do whatever the hell I want. But I pointed this out.
That's not how they
Look
think.
at this
They just
dude.
think,
I'm
this is
assuming
Trump's America. This is Trump's
her
America.
boyfriend takes off
anti-woke
her hat because he knows it looks bad.
Yeah, he really does.
And
He's
the
just like,
caption
oh,
right
they're
here says,
like right here. He's like, oh shit,
Ask
they're on
them for
TikTok. Like they're on
to a
TikTok
bar
live
in Fort Worth, Texas, and
Oh,
they just
fuck.
started yelling at us.
Yeah.
And later on, she's saying, "Eat your egg roll. Eat your egg roll." I don't even.
Bro, we don't need that hat to know. Taking it away does nothing.
It's just such a terrible
Yeah,
thing
no.
to say. And it's the worst type of racism. I want to show you this drunk woman getting arrested next.
Ooh,
But
T
first,
minus
you guys
18
remember this
minutes.
video of this Trump supporter freaking out on a bunch of poll workers? It's the same thing. Trump emboldens the worst people of society. And I'm not saying that if you voted for Trump, you're a terrible person. We shouldn't be using that type of rhetoric. We need to be winning people over. I'm just saying this dude emboldens a lot of terrible behavior in a way that Joe Biden doesn't.
As I said, there's a difference between Trump supporters and Trump voters. The supporters are the ones who are too far gone. I'm not trying to win them over. Mockler, this is where you're going to learn a lesson as you grow up. This is one of those things where it's like, ow, you fresh-faced, oh, that's adorable. I mean, I'm trying to take away hopium, but...
Oh, wow. Wow.
This is my motherfucking right here.
Wow.
Why is it defending you? It's like defending you. All right, then shut the hell up and let me vote.
Okay, I worked the polls in 2020, and they told us relentlessly, if somebody comes in with Trump merchandise on or any sort
you
of
can't let them
merchandise
vote.
on,
Yeah, because it's campaigning inside a polling place, which they have signs all over the fucking polling places, but too bad you can't read.
To tell them, you can't be campaigning at the polls. Those are two things that you cannot be doing, and these women aren't telling him, hey,
let's get rid of the Department of Education, baby.
Take off.
Oh, that's right. I can't read sign outside that says, oh, wait a minute, freedom, freedom, freedom fries.
off your hat because we don't like Trump. They're literally saying you
Dick.
can't have political campaign gear on when you're voting because it's a form of campaigning to influence people's votes. You know, funny story from back in 2020 when I ran the polls, I just turned 18, and this lady comes in with a big Trump scarf on, literally a scarf and a hat, and it just says Trump on it. And we told her, the precinct dude told her, hey, You can't have political gear on while you're voting. It's just not how it works. And she goes, oh, do you want me to get sick? Do you want me to get a cold? What do you have against Trump? I'm not taking this off. I'm going to get sick if I do. And first of all, that's not even how you get a cold. But secondly, we finally got her to take it off because those are the damn rules. Now, finally, let's go over to this clip that was titled Drunk Annoying.
If Trump supporters could read, they would be very upset right now.
MAGA moron who just met RFK. Our JFK and RFK at Trump rally gets arrested. How did she meet JFK?
I do love
Okay, let's watch this video.
Go ahead and step out the
I'm
vehicle.
glad that became a meme.
We're gonna go behind your vehicle. This your car? No. Whose car is it? My friends, my grandparents. Okay, go ahead and step out. Why? Just go ahead and step out.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna speak at the rear of your vehicle. Okay, you can tell me when she's done speaking on my phone. Yeah. She's on my phone. Go ahead and step out. I'm not gonna ask you again.
Very clearly drunk, right? You can see she's visibly intoxicated behind the wheel. And if we skip forward just a little bit, she goes, I met Trump. I met RFK Jr. Take a listen.
My grandpa's vehicle. Can you please help me find the car keys? We will. Let me just finish with this. What were you doing tonight? Just hanging out with my friend at the Ben Hotel. And where were you headed? Back to Okeechobee. Do you have any like physical defects or disabilities? No. Do you suffer from like diabetes or epilepsy or anything like that? No. Do you have any problems with your eyes? Okay. Are you injured or sick? No. Okay.
Oh my God, she's annoyed.
She's clearly getting a little bit feisty with the police officer here.
I always love when drunk people are just like, God, can we wrap
Are
this
you
up
under the
already?
criminal?
I just gotta get home, man. God.
No. Okay. All right. So, I literally met RFK tonight, ma'am. You what? I literally met RFK tonight at the Ben Hotel. Yeah. He was so freaking awesome. He's gonna make America great again.
You don't even need a breathalyzer test anymore. If she's saying that on camera, that RFK is going to make America great again, you know she's drunk.
What's his name? RFK Jr. Oh, okay. Do you know who Donald Trump is? Yes. He literally just won. Please arrest me. Please. Take me to jail. If you don't know who that is, are you literally retarded? What's your first name?
Jesus.
What's your first name? Hello? What's your first name?
Oh my God, she went for
Are
it.
you gonna like, what is your first name? For what?
Incredibly entitled person called her the R word, called the
what
police
are you,
officer
like,
the R word
stupid or
because she didn't know who
something? Like,
RFK Jr. is. I mean, not
my
knowing who
grandpa
RFK
is
Jr.
gonna be
is
really mad at
likely
you.
a good thing for this cop. I'm glad this cop is living a normal life and not consumed by what RFK Jr. thinks. But just to take it
Donald Trump, never heard of it.
back, Trump oftentimes fails to condemn certain groups. He unequivocally failed to condemn extremist groups such
Build the wall. Build the wall.
as the Proud Boys. He said,
You just
stand
start
back
saying
and stand
Trump
by.
shit
He's
randomly.
failed to condemn white supremacists
Go make America great again.
and far-right factions multiple times, and his second win will further embolden these groups. Law enforcement officials are waiting for essentially a renaissance of militias.
Cats
You
and
guys saw that
dogs.
video I made last week where somebody snuck into a militia, and he's a liberal dude, snuck into a militia, and it turns out there were tons of sheriffs, doctors, otherwise successful people who have gotten sucked into these militias and now have nefarious intentions. So even beyond organized groups, this extends to individuals, actors who might feel shielded by this broader cultural shift. I mean, I personally know people from high school that I'm still friends with on Facebook or Instagram, and they're posting increasingly right-wing things that they probably wouldn't have posted a few years back. So when we normalize certain types of prejudice, and again, not every single person who voted for Trump is prejudiced. We cannot make blatant statements like that. But when Donald...
No, but if they're not standing up against these people, then fuck them too. No, Adam.
Trump is...
No. This is where I do say, like, nah, there's charitable and then there's over charitable. That's overly charitable.
Openly prejudiced. And then people see that that is rewarded. He actually gets back into office. This creates a broader environment where marginalized communities like immigrants or people of color or LGBTQ people or Asian Americans just get absolutely bombarded with bigotry. But I'll leave it at that. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like.
Actually did. That was a good one. You gotta always love the drunk Trump supporters. I vote for Trump. He's gonna make America great again. What are you, stupid? You can't book me. Pseudo woke meltdown. That was fun. All right, we almost we're gonna be getting to 420
Joe
here.
Rogan's podcast in 2024 seems to be a shell of what it used to be. Like from 2015 to 2019, this guy just couldn't miss. It felt like being a fly on the wall, listening to some of the funniest and most interesting conversations on the internet. And everybody loved Joe back then because he was interested in what his guests were saying and he was very open-minded.
Wow.
But nowadays, it seems that he's lost touch with reality, and his show's gone completely downhill. Like every guest he has on now seems to get roped into one of Joe's political spiels or social talking points. And when the guests are allowed to speak, Joe plays devil's advocate and counter-argues like it's a sport. Like what happened to the episodes where they'd spend 30 minutes discussing the logistics behind a silverback gorilla battling a Kodiak grizzly bear to death?
What is a silverback full speed?
I love how that's Joe Rogan.
Things coming through the bamboo?
A grizzly can outrun a
Guys,
silverback.
whatever that comes
we
to.
have more conversations about bears versus dinosaurs.
I
and
feel
then,
confident.
boom, Joe-
I think there's
we'll get
no
the Joe
way the
Rogan
gorilla's
audience.
getting f***ed. He's getting, he's doomed.
I'm telling you right now.
Big ass
I
interior
know
grizzly.
what your hands feel like when they shake mine.
Somewhere along the lines between 2018 and now, we lost the Joe Rogan we used to know and love. And after doing some thorough digging, I believe that there are exactly 3 reasons as to why Joe Rogan's podcast sucks now. Reason number 1. The 2020 Spotify deal spoiled Rogan rotten.
Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify.
Before he signed his infamous Spotify deal worth well over $200 million, Joe Rogan was an honest man. Sure, he was still a multimillionaire, far more successful than 99% of people on Earth, but he didn't let his money define him. He just seemed like a normal LA dude with cool celebrity friends. He also had this childlike curiosity to him, which provided for absolutely classic episodes, like the one he did with the sleep expert Matthew Walker, or his legendary interview with Paul Stamets,
was
the
good.
Mushroom God. But
I like Paul
everything
Stamets.
changed when the pandemic hit. Basically, during the lockdown, podcasts were exploding, since everyone was at home forced to their devices. And of course, the major corporations wanted a piece of the pie. Like, people couldn't believe that a huge company like Spotify would shell out a couple $100 million to Joe Rogan, of all people. It was the first of its kind, and I'm afraid it just made Joe's head even bigger.
First of all, I have what you call fuck you money. And if you have fuck you money, you don't say fuck you. What's the point of having the fuck you money? You're wasting it.
Like, he immediately packed up all his things and moved to Austin, Texas, where he'd invest in a new studio and open up his very own comedy store, The Mothership. I mean, Joe had money coming out of his ears, which boosted his ego beyond belief.
All right, we're almost
like, all
getting
of
to
a sudden, he
420.
became Lord Joe Rogan, and people worshipped
8
him.
minutes.
Like, just listen to the way people acted when him and Andrew Santino went to a restaurant in Austin together.
Comes walking in, and the girl at the front is like, Joe goes over there. He's like, "What's the deal? Is there any way we can sneak somewhere in here at all?"
Yeah.
He's being so polite, so nice, and she's like, I don't have any." Dude, before she can finish her sentence, you see a guy. I mean, it's like out of a movie. He's like talking to guests in like a nice suit, and then he turns and he sees Joe, and he's like, and he just beelines, and he goes, "Joe Rogan, what can we do? How can we help you? Where do you need to be tonight?"
Really?
Yeah, and he's like, "We just want a table." He's like, "Right this way." And the girl was like, "I don't know who that is."
Yeah.
And they sit us.
She should get fired.
She got fired. She got fired. She got fired.
No.
No, I have no fun.
Yeah, but she should get fired.
But
Yeah,
we
yeah.
sat down at the most prime booth in the thing.
Oh, it's the best.
And because it's him, because I'm with him,
Yeah.
it's an endless pouring of meat.
So I feel like this money changed
cool.
him, and in turn changed his podcast.
didn't even have to
like,
pay
Joe's
for it.
completely
Cool.
fallen out of touch with
Usually how
reality.
that works.
and
All
his
these
guests are
places, they
usually
just
too
they like comp that shit. It's insane how much free shit rich people get.
shy to call him out
It
for
really
it.
is.
But on the rare occasion when he does get called out, we can see just how far gone Joe truly is. Like, for example, when Louis C.K. called out Rogan for being too obsessed with cold plunges and saunas.
I was watching this video where these guys were talking about, Lex Friedman and Andrew Huberman were talking about saunas and cold plunges and stuff like that. And then I'm reading the comments where some guy was like, yeah, well, you guys aren't talking about is how much it costs to buy a sauna. You're making it seem like it's all free. And like what are you supposed to do? Like, you every fucking thing? Like, I'm sorry if you're broke.
I'm sorry if you're broke. It's a ridiculous conversation. It's a It's not like the way the earth and the experience of like competing for food and oxygen and living on Earth, you know, and living in society and just being a person. We've got to some altitude here where we're having some stupid conversations that are just, you know, should I do a cold plunge or a sauna? Like, what the is that? It's trying to find just the right balance because there's nothing really challenging you. Because you don't have any real problems, and you're not on the earth. You're not standing on the earth anymore. You're in a bubble where you sort of like, maybe I'll try this, and maybe I'll just do protein now, and I'll do, you know what I mean?
So yeah, the hundreds of millions of dollars changed him. But who wouldn't act differently with that amount of money? Something deeper lies behind the decline of Joe Rogan's podcast. Which leads me to my second reason. Reason number 2. Moving to Austin robbed the show of great guests. One of the biggest missteps for Joe Rogan's show was his decision to relocate from Los Angeles to Austin. The entertainment ecosystem in Austin simply doesn't compare to the dynamic, star-studded environment of LA. When Rogan was based in Los Angeles, his show benefited from a steady influx of high-profile guests who were already in town for promotional tours. Whether they were launching a new book, movie, documentary, or album, LA was a natural hub where their schedules were packed with media appearances, and the Joe Rogan Experience often became a convenient and appealing stop. In Austin, though, this dynamic has completely changed. Unless a guest happens to be performing at Rogan's comedy club, The Mothership, there's little reason for them to visit the city. Unlike in LA, where appearing on JRE could be seamlessly integrated into a broader promotional schedule, guests now have to make a deliberate trip to Austin just to appear on the podcast. And this shift means that the show increasingly features guests who are willing to prioritize speaking to Rogan's audience specifically, rather than those who might naturally cross paths with him while promoting their projects. While Rogan undoubtedly had personal and philosophical reasons for leaving California and relocating to Texas, from a production standpoint, the move was a massive miscalculation, and it's undeniably narrowed the diversity and spontaneity of the guest lineup, leading to a noticeable decline in its overall appeal and reach. So between the COVID-19 pandemic, the Spotify deal, and moving to Texas, it felt like the podcast was shifting in a certain direction. Like Joe was slowly turning his podcast into one revolving around right-wing politics.
3 minutes.
Which is my third and perhaps most important reason as to why the Joe Rogan Experience is completely unlistenable now. Reason number 3. Far-right Joe blows. So before becoming a mainstream conservative news outlet, Joe prided himself on being ideologically neutral.
Yeah, I think socially I lean more left, like socially, like in terms of like welfare and things along those lines, and you know,
it sucks.
I lean way left when it comes to those kind of things, gay rights and things like social programs for disenfranchised people and disenfranchised communities. I lean way like if I want my tax dollars to go to anything, I want it to go to making people's lives easier.
Yeah.
But I'm also pretty pragmatic, you know, and I also know that if you give people too much, it's like sort of that winning lottery ticket thing, or that that if you make things too easy for people, they don't try hard.
Right.
It's just a natural part of human nature. So in that sense, I'm conservative in a lot of ways.
Some topics he leaned to the left, most topics he leaned to the right, but politics weren't important to him. And they certainly weren't a centerpiece of the show.
Rogan.
Like, if anything, they just got in the way of him discussing the hard-hitting topics, like the connection between DMT and ancient Egypt.
Tell me that didn't influence the Egyptians.
What, this painting or the?
No, these kind of tryptamine
Well, did they have that?
images.
Did they have DMT?
100%. See that wing off the side and the way it drops down right from the eyeball? Boy, that's fucking similar.
Or his bizarrely accurate impression of a grizzly bear.
The bear caught up to the moose and broke its back
with a slap. Oh, shit.
Just bang!
But nowadays, it seems like every single episode winds up being about politics or some right-winged social talking point. It doesn't even matter what guest he has on. It's the same spiel. When he recently had Theo Vaughn on, Theo was almost taken aback by just how far to the right Joe's leaned.
The they-them thing that's the best evidence you need that people are out of their fucking minds. You can't be plural, you fucking idiot.
Well,
Stop.
the only thing I think it's like it's
Such
almost
a stupid narrative. Welfare makes everyone's life
if you're
better
being
as a
plural,
community.
you're I don't understand it. Like, if you're being plural, are you being like there's more of me, kind of like that's what I don't understand. Is it like an ego trip? Like that's that's what I don't understand about the.
It's just a way to be unique, and it's a way to be in a marginalized community if you're just a regular person.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're a regular white person, you're at the lower end of the social hierarchy amongst woke people. But if you're queer or non-binary, now you're in a protected group.
My
Now you're
buddy's
in.
queer, actually.
Nice. What does he have to do to be queer?
Nothing. He's cool. He doesn't. Yeah, he didn't like send you an email update or whatever. He's just.
Did he update his Twitter pronouns?
No, he's just like a.
Just decides he's queer.
Yeah, he's like a secret. Not secret. He's like. I don't know. He's just like a. Or I don't even know what they call it. I got to look at the chart or whatever.
What is queer these days? Because when I was a kid, queer was gay.
So this shift to the right has fundamentally altered the tone and appeal of the podcast. Like what was once a space for quirky, thought-provoking discussions and lighthearted banter has now become a predictable soapbox for Rogan's political views. The magic of the Joe Rogan Experience in 2018 wasn't just the guests or the topics, but the sense of curiosity and exploration that made every episode feel like an intellectual adventure. But now the podcast feels more like an agenda-driven platform, alienating longtime listeners who tuned in for the eclectic charm the show once had. And Rogan's fixation on these themes doesn't just narrow his audience, it diminishes the very essence of what made his show stand out in the first place. So in conclusion, the decline of the Joe Rogan Experience isn't just disappointing, it's symbolic of how success, ego, and ideology can distort a once great platform. Rogan's $200 million Spotify deal made him untouchable, but also unrelatable. Secondly, moving to Austin severed the organic flow of guests that made his show feel vibrant and unpredictable. And lastly, his pivot to political commentary alienated the fans who once turned to JRE for thought-provoking conversations and offbeat humor. In 2018, Rogan had built something truly special, but over time his priorities have shifted. It's hard to overstate just how much potential Rogan had before signing his Spotify deal. Like, he wasn't just a podcaster, he was a cultural phenomenon. And the show represented a rare space where people of all backgrounds could come together, laugh, and learn. But as Rogan became more insular and opinionated, that magic slowly slipped away. For a man who once prided himself on curiosity and open-mindedness, Rogan's inability to reflect on his own transformation is sort of ironic. And at the end of the day, it's not just Rogan's loss, it's ours too.
Actually, surprisingly good take at the end there. Because realistically, as an old fan, I did kind of have like that weird thing where I wouldn't like, I'm not going to be like I was grieving the show, but it was depressing because it definitely, like, my media consumption changed. As far as like, I kind of counted on that show to always be there for, like, if I was mowing the lawn or some shit. It's the same as the bonfire. Like, the bonfire when Dan Soder left, it was kind of the same thing for me where I was just like, it's a different show. And you just, but then again, you move on to different content. You start, finding new stuff. So, man, take the good with the bad, I guess. But it sucks to just see Rogan fall off so fucking hard. But what you gonna do except just kind of enjoy the shit show. All right. How's everybody doing? What do we got? Oh my god. Besides my really freaking sore ass arms, like specifically like right here. I think I may have overworked. That might have been a problem. This is why honestly, I do not like working out, because I can't tell you how many times I've just hurt myself. I always do that thing where I'm trying to, do my best with a YouTube tutorial, but yeah, personal train. Now I understand why people have personal trainers, which I'm never gonna be able to afford. So, well, I mean, even if I could afford it, I'm not sure if I would go there. At this point, it's like, I just need a friend that knows what they're doing. It's also the bitch about being friends, you know, in your adult years is you're lucky when you can make plans with anybody, even to like, you know, lift or just go to the gym. But hey. Oh, I just realized Marcus Daly. I didn't realize that he raided me. Oh shit. How the hell did I miss a raid? Here, give me a second. He okay. Lucky to make plans. Wait, sorry, I got lost. Somebody sent me okay, a message right in the middle of that. Lucky to make plans. Meta, there we go. Let's turn on my. Okay. Man, I am actually. I feel beat. Like I actually, and it's not from doing this. It is 110% from what's been going on with me. So, man, let's watch something to take my mind off that. Then, what do you mean you're lucky to make plans to extra? Okay, so like if I have a friend, I mean literally, this is I'll just be completely open about it. I have a friend that knows exactly what to do. He's an ex-personal trainer, but he is so busy that I'm lucky if I can make plans with him where our schedule matches, because the other problem is when he is off, I stream. So it's kind of a bitch. And that's the thing, like with my whole lift, it's specifically with lifting weights where I'm like, I don't like lifting without anybody there, you know, especially, you know, oh my god, doing why can't I remember the name? I'm having that moment. But yeah, need a spotter, that kind of shit. And then on top of it, because of my rotator, like I need somebody to make sure that I'm doing like the perfect technique. Otherwise I will hurt myself again. And I'm terrified of doing that. So, but yeah, got to work out this entire like region of my body now. So gotta love sitting. But yeah, you know what? I feel better though. Finally do more than just, you know, meditation and yoga, which meditation I wouldn't consider exercise except for maybe the brain, but I haven't even been able to do that. I've taken the last 2 weeks off because holy shit, anytime that I tried fuck lifting, get a rowing machine. You know what? I've been get a rowing. Okay, you know what? Here, let's see. How much are rowing machines? I know you could probably find one on like, oh Jesus. Oh, you can get a decent one for about $200. Yeah, got one on sale for $300. Down for $6? Jesus. Ugh. What is that? A fucking Cadillac? They are 1000. Concept 2 is the best. Okay, is that like the model? Hold on. The one I found here. I'm not buying one from Temu. That looks like it's gonna break right away. Oh fuck. Sorry guys, not trying to make y'all tired. Man, that's weird too. Shit. Hold on, YouTube just froze. Like, all. That's not good. What the hell? Why isn't it moving? Shit. Did YouTube freeze? No. My stream is fine. What the fuck is going on over here? Oh man, I almost had like a full stream without a technical difficulty. This is... Oh, there it goes. Was it an internet hiccup? Right? Hold
on. Nobody else plumping.
There we go. Teacher quits to work at Costco and eat hot dogs? What? I guess I'm interested in that. Why not?
Open up. Nobody wants to talk about it?
That's an awesome
Absolutely. Who's
shirt.
absolutely? Okay, what do you do? What's going on in your life that's causing you to gain weight, my friend? You were a teacher, past tense? You're not anymore? You just quit. Okay, nice. Everyone's like, yeah, fuck children. Who gives a fuck? The sun is going to explode anyway. The sea levels will get them anyway. They don't need to learn how to read. A night public school? Yeah, so you were just eating because you were failing 30 children a day, you think? And the weight of that was kind of getting to you, you think? Chili's? Damn, this is a fucking trashy place.
Wait, he was a teacher who
This
gained
man was
weight
hitting the
because there was a
Chili's to
nearby
go.
school? What?
I failed some children. So I'm eating ribs. Just fucking looking at a bunch of F's and just fucking face covered in barbecue sauce. A bunch of 13-year-olds reading at a 4th grade level. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna need some more fucking tenders for this. Chili's. That was your go-to. Respect, though. I like that. That must have been most of your salary.
Joe acting like he doesn't know what a queer person
Chili's.
is. Oh, dude, I don't know how I missed that. Yeah.
Triple dipple. Oh hell, this is a man who's getting fat. Absolutely.
I mean, that triple dipper.
He knew that by name. He didn't call it like the little medley of apps. He was like, yeah, I know what it says on the menu. I call it the triple dipple. What was it? Triple dipper? Triple dipper. A little bit of a tongue twister there. Damn. All right. Respect. And now that you've quit,
don't
you're
pretend like
doing
you
better. You think?
Dipper is.
You're working at Costco. All right, nice. Seems like everyone in this town is doing poorly. Costco, the chicken bake fucks though. You know what I mean? You ever find that shit rocks? You're not a chicken bake guy? Wow. All right. No, you've made that very clear.
I'm a hot dog guy.
I'm all about the hot dogs. Wow. You won't even have a chicken bake? If the hot dogs are... You've never tried it?
Whoa, he works at Costco?
Oh, get the fuck... You gotta leave.
Okay.
You worked at Costco and you've never had the chicken bake? You're scandalizing me right now. Yeah. 3 days? Okay. Wow. Are you going through like a crisis here?
It kind of sounds like he
Are the people in your life worried about you right now? Like if I called your mom, would she be like, I just don't know what he's doing? All right, man. Well, let's talk about it. You think you want to stick around at Costco or what? Like a freelance counter-terrorist organization? Some guys on some message boards you found? I gotta be honest, man. No disrespect. I think real counter-terrorist organizations aren't taking guys that work at Costco. You know what I mean? They're not recruiting from the hot dog guy at Costco. The NSA started opening up. Okay. No, that's not the part that sounds stupid. Yeah, down in Baltimore. All right, my hometown. You were gonna go be a counter-terrorist. Huh? I live there. Okay, what are you challenging me on where I came from? Let's get back to your retarded life plan, all right? Before we start talking about where I'm from. Okay, so when you say so what were you gonna do with the NSA? Okay.
I'm also what you can call a hot dog connoisseur.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Being part of the government spying apparatus seems pretty relaxing, honestly. Being a cog in the machine that takes away our freedom is good, you know? It would have been awesome. I know it sounds sarcastic. That is a lot easier than being a teacher, for sure. That's fine. It doesn't. I got a hunch the NSA ain't, the applications are closed. You can't, you checked. Yeah. All right, man. What'd you go to school for?
I went to school for history, Middle Eastern studies, and Arabic language.
Oh, okay, nice. Right around, okay, yeah, you were definitely planning on doing some counterterrorism shit. You fucked up, yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man? I mean, it sounds like you got it all figured out now. You got all the hot dogs you could ask for.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, it sounds like you're out of Chili's now, right? Are you his wife, girlfriend? Girlfriend, yeah. She was like, not wife while he's at Costco, I'll tell you that much. All right, man. Well, you know, it is going. Something's going up, right? Something's up with him.
Yeah.
Huh? Clearly, yeah. What do you think about? Huh? Oh, okay. Damn. Yeah. Damn. That's. She's looking at her like investment, and she's just dropping. She's just like, no, relax, motherfucker. Whoever owed back there. Before we get into how much of a loser you are, because if you felt attacked by that, all right? At least this man has a college degree. He'll be all right. I'm just fucking with him. He had Chili's money. He's gonna turn it around.
He had Chili's money. He's gonna turn it around. Hey, yeah, you know what? You eating at Chili's every day, fuck. Although you could just be making poor financial decisions. I remember, I've watched enough Caleb Hammer for him to just be like, "You eat at Chili's every day," and this is it. And then he's looking at their credit card statement. It's just like, yeah, I really like Chili's. It's just like, but you can't afford it. It's like, but I really like Chili's. That is 90% of those shows, by the way. If you watch Caleb Hammer and the, I call him finance guy. Fuck. Man. Yeah, wait, what'd you say about this? And really just to dedicate 20 to 30 minutes a day to your room, put on a stream. God damn it. Listen once and you have your strokes in split time. I mean, honestly, I usually I also swim. Like, that's usually how I get a lot of my workouts in. So yeah, rowing. Actually, no, like a rowing machine that sounds kind of like it would be beneficial for me. Kenzie, what's up? How you doing? Sorry, I may be a little low energy tonight, guys. Oh my god. After the weekend I had and the week I had, it's been a lot, but oh yeah. Oh, swimming is good if I had a pool. Yeah, it's another thing you gotta take care of. Ugh. It's like they tell you, yeah, having a pool at your house is great until, it requires maintenance or breaks, and then you don't necessarily listen. It's great, and you are just like, woohoo, I can swim in the summer, and then all of a sudden it does break, and you're like, son of a bitch. Yeah. Got one of them above grounds, you know, classy, real class. Actually, it looks nice. It's got like a deck like kind of built to it. Got lucky enough there, but yeah. Problem is you need no, you don't. No, they have this thing. Like I have a tree like kind of near my pool where I just strap it's like a little harness to me, and it's got like a bungee cord, like a waterproof bungee cord on it, and you use the tree as your leverage, and you just swim. No, it works, man. Trust me. It is a full-on workout. And then like because it has like an extra long cable to it, you can adjust the tension, and I also have like water weights where like you walk with it. I probably look wacky as fuck doing it, but I don't give a shit. It's really, really good. It's a really good workout that like specifically because of my rotator, that I just totally popped. Oh, I'm getting old. That felt great though. Ooh. Walk. Yeah, like you can use water weights and walk around the pool, or like do like essentially just go like run to the end of the pool. Essentially you're trying to like run from one edge, and it gives you, I understand that. I'm talking about water running. Like it's all about having the friction of the water. No, and I'm talking about swimming too. Like, yes. Like I have, as I said, it's a harness that you literally swim with, and it just keeps you in place. Or they also have the one that like has the jet, but I don't think I'm going to be affording that anytime soon. Mention whiskey, wacky as fuck, and I appear. Boom! It's like Beetlejuice. I just said the words wacky as fuck. Oh, Jeff. Shit. How you doing, Jeff? I actually ended the show with Hang Your Hate yesterday, so that was cool. Had a few new people. I know go to their page, so I hope you... I hope to see some new music, too, because, yeah, that'll be fun. Man. What's everybody doing? What is this weekend? 21st? Is there anything like actually? It's not like. Hold on, I gotta see. It's too early for festivals or anything like that. Anything just. Looks like I'm gonna possibly be on stream tomorrow because there's not a lot going on locally. And how's the weather gonna be? Should probably check that too. Oh, nice, sunny. Yeah, we'll see. What do you guys think? I don't want to go too much deeper into politics right now because
the election,
JB Pritzker interview. Okay, fine. We'll do one last politics. JB Pritzker.
If you could speak directly to Donald Trump, what would you tell him?
What does Vladimir Putin have on you?
I'm joined by Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Nice, JB.
Honor to have you on, Governor Wright.
Thank you. New song video coming soon. Matt Foley, the motivational speakers in it.
After the election, you were one of the first, if not the first governor, Democratic governor, to kind of come out and say, you know, we're going to protect the state of Illinois. We're going to protect this country from Trump's encroachment if he starts violating the Constitution. Why'd you come out with that statement right away?
Well, Ben, we know who this guy is, right?
I've been in that office.
was governor back in 2019 and 2020 when he was in his first term. And I can tell you that my experiences back then, and of course, the man's history.
Just so you guys know, it's kind of like a rite of passage for every Illinoisan. You have to take a field trip down to Springfield to go see the Capitol.
Would tell you that he doesn't live up to his promises, that he doesn't give a darn about really any of the people that he represents. And I knew that we had to start on day one as Democrats to rebuild and remind people who we are as a Democratic Party and what we
You mean the AOC and Bernie contingent?
stand for. Because he sort of,
Although, no, after Bernie said the thing about running as
during the
independents,
election,
I think he might be right.
obscured
I think that this is the independent way.
so much of what he really is about. And somehow the campaign last year just wasn't able to get across what our fundamental values are as Democrats. So that's why I was immediate about it. The fact is that the lies have cost so much for the American people, even already. What are we, 62 days into his administration? And I think people are finally waking up. But it was important to me to sound the alarm.
Has his corruption and the wrecking ball that he and Elon Musk have taken to this country kind of met the expectations of corruption, exceeded them in kind of the pace? What would you make of what you're seeing?
Well,
I like to know just a portion of what Russia has on Trump. I mean, for real.
I will say, at least for me,
great. My tinnitus just started.
Expected it. I think we're living in a kleptocracy now. It's clear that Elon Musk, is trying to benefit himself while he's also exercising powers that he was never supposed to be granted. The Constitution certainly doesn't give someone unelected like that the amount of power that he's got. And you're watching as he benefits himself, harms his enemies. And I'm talking about just Elon Musk. Then you've got Donald Trump, who is enriching himself. We've seen him already selling meme coins that are worthless, taking
wear your earplugs at concerts, kids.
People, for all that they're worth sometimes. And then at the same time,
the lucky ones where it's not it doesn't always. I don't always have tinnitus, but when I have a tinnitus flare up, it is excruciating.
He said that on day one, he was going to bring down prices for people across America, right? That you could go to the grocery store and you'd know that inflation was gone. Well, he's done the exact opposite. That was supposed to be day one. Day 62, we've seen prices at the grocery store are going up and 25% tariffs on tomatoes and lettuce and barley from Canada and, aluminum cans. You go to the grocery store, your beer is costing you more.
Oh, fuck yeah. It went up by $2.
Tomatoes, your lettuce.
I used to have that shit measured out by literally by change, where it was $11.60 for the one 6-pack that I would get,
etc.
And then I went there the other day and they were like 13 something. I was like, what?
Costing you more. Automobiles costing you more, housing, lumber costing you more.
Sad.
This is what Donald Trump's all about. And what does he get out of all of it? The ability to cut taxes for the wealthiest people in the United States, the people who don't need it. He's taking money from people who are suffering, people who are just trying to get by, and giving that money to, again, the wealthiest and the biggest corporations.
Do you think people are indeed getting it now? You mentioned how, for whatever reason during the campaign, and we'll get to that, the election, that people, were, I guess, fooled into voting that this guy was going to solve all these issues on day one. You think people are getting it now in your state and elsewhere?
Yeah. And I think we could talk about, why that was obscured during the campaign, but I am beginning to see it. And look, I wish it was sooner, earlier, that everybody was waking up. But here's what I'm seeing. Veterans across large swaths of my state. We have about 500,000 veterans in Illinois, in the southernmost district, congressional district of Illinois, represented by Mike Bost as the congressman, who is the chair of the Veterans Committee. That district has a lot of veterans in it, and those veterans are already seeing that their services are being taken away, that it's taking longer to get an appointment at the VA. There are homeless veterans that aren't getting the kind of services and help that they need to get shelter over their heads, to find the food, the basic necessities that they need. And so they're showing up, they're speaking out. These are not Democrats, many of them are Republicans, but they are outraged. They can't believe, many of them, that, they voted for Mike Bost and they voted for Donald Trump, and now this is being done to them. And so I think that's just one example of a group of people who are waking up and speaking out. But so many of us who revere veterans are also outraged by what's happening to them and speaking up and speaking out about it. I'll tell you one quick other story. We have many Head Start programs, and I've been for decades now involved in early childhood education and development. And those Head Start,
he has been good with the teachers union, so I gotta say,
programs are hugely important to especially middle class and working class families across our state. Well, the uncertainty that was created and has still persisted across Illinois about whether those programs are going to get funded has led many parents to wonder whether they can even keep their jobs because they no longer have a place that they can rely upon to take their child. So when you think your job is at stake and you're worried about, whether you can leave your child in a good location while you go to work, I mean, you can imagine there are people thinking about, they may have to quit their job or they're going to be laid off because they're going to have to take care of their child at home and not be able to go to work. So these are the kinds of things that are happening for people. And those people are showing up, speaking up and speaking out. It's a gathering storm against Donald Trump and Elon Musk, but it's getting more and more intense every day.
So other than Herbert Hoover, Donald Trump was the only president during a term to lose jobs. We all saw how disastrously he handled COVID during the first term, or didn't even handle it at all. Like a miracle, it's all going to go away. Or he said, don't test, because if you don't test, you can't get the results. So we saw that disaster. So what do you think was the issue? Why the message got obscured that he could show up with a cold pizza to a fire department and, basically have policies that would gut the unions of those same people, but give people cold pizzas at the union halls and get people to vote against their interest or show up at a McDonald's dressed like whatever. And that
I brought you some cold Dominoes because we all know how great Dominoes taste when it's cold as hell.
that somehow resonated with the people. What happened?
I only did this because I hate you.
Well, let's start with an underlying problem that,
it.
you can't point fingers exactly about this. And that is there was high inflation and people were feeling it. Yeah. And so they're living in an environment where they were feeling like things have been bad and it's hard to recover from that. In a political environment, there are folks who say that by June of an election year, if people are not feeling like the economy is going to improve or like inflation is under control, by November, they're going to vote, for the non-incumbent, for the opposition party. And that, in this case, was Donald Trump and the Republicans. So that is a problem that was, just a baseline issue for Democrats in 2024. Add to that, of course, the uncertainty of the President Biden decided not to run for reelection. Never in my lifetime have we had anything like that, where the incumbent who's running for reelection decides not to after the primaries. And then replaced by the vice president who, as much as people may like her, she wasn't very well known. And just people don't know the vice president. They still don't know J.D. Vance, too. And so, she took his place, but all of a sudden she had to introduce herself. So, and 108 days to run okay. So that's the part that I think where, it's hard to point fingers exactly about some of those.
I'm not even trying to toe the political line, but it was under half a year, dude.
Things, but let's just be clear
that was
wild. It also was a messaging
and she
problem.
Still did pretty well for
in
that
those
half
108
year,
days.
so.
There were challenges, the attacks that were coming on Kamala Harris I think the Harris campaign had difficulty responding to. They didn't directly go after, even respond to some of those attacks. And I think that was a mistake. You really can't let any time go by in this 24/7 media world where you're getting attacked and people don't know what your response is. So that stuff can stick. And especially, like I said, in an environment where people are very uneasy and they feel like going to the grocery store is a disaster every time because prices are going up. So, those are a lot of things that I've said, but just to be clear, what we should have been focused on every single day is, and every minute of every day, is on the things that matter to your life at the kitchen table. Like, can you pay your bills? Can you buy the tomatoes, the eggs, the groceries that you need for your family? Can you afford those things? Beer, which under Donald Trump has gone up in price significantly.
My man's from Illinois, that's for sure.
Just things that matter to you in your everyday life. One more.
We do consume.
Thing about this. Biden gave a speech in January of 2024, I think, at Valley Forge about democracy. Everything he said was accurate, and democracy was on the line in that election. But
I don't think most Americans realize how we are going to be in a year or two as our allies flee to open trade with other countries. Yeah.
But
yeah, it's
the
only a matter of
problem
time.
is if you go door to
that's why I was like the whole long-term planning with the Panama Canal, even, you do realize that China's going to step in with all this shit and they're going to pick up the slack where we're pulling out, or like, it's going to be devastating.
And I've done a lot of door knocking for votes. And you talk to people at the doors. People don't understand what it means when you say democracy is at risk. And you could explain it all you want, but people are used to a system that just works for them. They've never seen democracy that goes away, right, in your entire life.
That's true.
And so it's hard to make that for families that need to go to work and leave their child in a quality environment. We're the ones who are funding education and believe in funding education, not just K through 12, but also being able to go to community college. We're the ones who are standing up for Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. And those cases really weren't made very well during that last election. So we need to, laser-like focus on those issues. And if I had to pick one thing that I wish that Kamala Harris had talked about, because I think it's such an easy thing for us to point out to the American public, the Republicans are opposed to raising the minimum wage at $7.25. $7.25 an hour, $14,000 a year. You can't live as a single person, let alone raise a family.
Yeah. In
so
Illinois, we have mandatory
we should have been
15.
talking about the minimum wage. Here in Illinois, we raised the minimum wage to $15.
Yep.
We should be talking about that, doing that nationally. We should be talking about the idea that we want higher wages for people. Republicans want lower wages. There are many Republicans, if you just survey the Congress, they're opposed to raising the minimum wage, and many of them would like to get rid of the minimum wage. So I think just messaging was a little off, maybe a lot off in 2024. And I think lesson learned by a lot of folks. But for me, it's what we've been doing in Illinois for the last 6 years.
Donald Trump keeps attacking our allies and keeps doing basically whatever Putin's telling him to do. He keeps on, spreading Putin talking points. Voted with Putin and North Korea and Hungary against a resolution condemning Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine. I mean, not a day goes by where I think there's always an interview with Donald Trump where he's saying something like this. Here he is giving the Russian propaganda points about Ukrainian troops being encircled in the Kursk region and that he and Putin are going to have to save the Ukrainian troops, but the Ukrainian troops in Ukraine's going to have to give in to what Trump and Putin want. I mean, here's what he said. Let's play it.
Russia has the advantage, as you know. They have encircled about 2,500 soldiers. They're nicely encircled, and that's not good. And we want to get it over with. Look, we're doing this. There are no Americans involved. There could be if we end up in World War III over this, which is so ridiculous. But, strange things happen.
What do you make of Trump's obsession with Putin?
Yeah. I was asked the other day if I could say something to Donald Trump, one question, what would it be? And I said, what does Putin have on you? because Donald Trump has literally changed our alliances entirely, switching sides. We used to be the country that stands up for the good guys, that stands with our allies. Ukraine is our ally. Europe, Western Europe, all of Europe, really, those are our allies. Why did Donald Trump switch sides and choose not the good guys, but the villain, Vladimir Putin? And everybody rational understands that Vladimir Putin is trying to put together the old Russian Empire. And, he has been feeling that and wanting to do that since he took power many years ago. And Donald Trump is literally handing it to him when he hands him the power to control the peacemaking with Ukraine.
I'll be honest, Mitesh.
And I'm Ukrainian American.
You've been asking us for dating advice. You should be asking, the ladies in the audience. They probably got the better answers.
I have to say, my family escaped being killed in Ukraine by Russians. And this country offered us the safety and security that so many refugees have been able to obtain by coming to the United States. And we have stood with Ukraine for more than 10 years in their battle for democracy. And the question, I guess, I would ask is, if you're willing to hand the keys to Europe over to Vladimir Putin, what's next? Where does this end? And how does the United States retain its leadership in the world when essentially he's retreating entirely to the borders of the United States? He's even made enemies now of the Canadians. I can't imagine anything more telling than, having such a close relationship, probably one of our closest allies in the world, certainly in the Western Hemisphere. We now are
farmers markets. That's actually a really good, especially if it's a first date. Hell yeah. That's actually a good one, because that's one that can make a first date feel like a second.
Now made enemies of our friends.
Especially if you're starting at a coffee shop.
Europe is going it alone and trying to figure out how to deal with Putin. What happened? And so Donald Trump, all I can say is he must have read the wrong books, listened to the wrong people, and
what do you mean? I only hire the best.
Certainly.
What are you talking about?
Misunderstands.
This guy looks like the Penguin. Come on.
The importance of leading in a world that needs a leader of a free world, and Donald Trump wants to lead just the United States when we need to provide leadership and human rights leadership and strength to so many allies across the world.
And in a world, in a country that needs leadership, people are looking to you as well for leadership. So a lot of people are scared right now in this country. Just as we conclude this interview, what's your final what's your message right now to the Americans out there who are scared, who are nervous, they're worried about what's going to happen tomorrow? What are you going to say to them?
Join the fight. Stand up, speak out, show up. This is how we're going to change things. It's clear Democrats, right, you can't outvote Republicans in Congress. We don't control the executive branch in Washington. States can't change the trajectory of the federal government, but all of us can use our bully
You can do goat yoga,
pulpits,
or kitty yoga, or what is it, the puppy yoga?
Or our own feet and voice, and show up, because I'm telling you, Congress people who work against the will of the American people are going to feel it if you show up. And even if there's not a town hall meeting, go to their office, bring 5 friends with you, show up with signs, make sure people know you're going. That is how we're going to defeat them. That's how we're going to stand up to them. It's how we're going to slow down the damage that they're trying to do, and aim toward the November elections in 2026. We have to retake at least one, if not both, houses of Congress. And we have the ability to do that if people will speak up, stand up, show up.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, first time on the Midas Touch Network. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Ben. Great to see you.
All right. J.B. Pritzker, don't take my governor. Because he's starting his campaign, man. That's a start right there. Great. JB versus AOC. How do you feel about how do you find a cat cafe? I mean, you live in San Francisco, so, or like the Bay Area, so I'm assuming that you guys have something like that. We have that stuff all over. That's why I said goat yoga. Like, we have a place that does goat yoga. One of my friends actually did. Wait a minute. I just realized one of my friends who got married recently, that was his first date. They went to a goat yoga place. There you go. Nah, I'm just kidding. Not trying to put that on you. These dates sound awful. Farmer's market in March. An antique store, second-hand shop. LOL, what's going on? Bookstore is the best idea listed. Bookstores are good. Well, I mean, the thing is, the main thing is, like, just based on conversations you've had with this girl, like, maybe from the coffee shop, asking, like, would you like to, like, all right, yeah, this is more of a contingency thing, too. Because, yeah, obviously you want to feel it out. Just remember, man, don't, like, if there is rejection, just remember, man, it's not a big deal. Like, and don't go there thinking that. Go there thinking that, yeah, you're just going to, get to know her better. And I don't know, this is my advice, and I'm just, the more I'm talking, I'm like, yeah, maybe this isn't the best advice. Oh, man. Why Twitch freeze? Oh, my God. It's happening again. Cool. Appreciate all the advice, otherwise I'm cooked. Yeah, I mean, I live near NYC, so there are a couple. Yeah, I was about to say, like, candles with seashells. Okay, Alice, maybe not. I mean, this seems more like that. All right, don't go too personal. Don't go too personal what you like. I mean, I appreciate the advice, but, like, kind of keep it more general. It's a first date. Cat cafe, sorry, I don't want some... No, okay, so the cat cafe, maybe not, because what if she's allergic to cats? Necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings, stickers, honey, jam, possibly a live band, and some nice people. I mean, again, like, farmers markets are great, and all that shit. Like, yeah, I would say, like, if there's a coffee shop where he can ideally walk a farmers market, or, like, a little, we have, like, flea markets, but taking a girl to a flea market for your first date, I'm not sure if that screams what I would call, awesome. Festivals, personal. Yeah, farmer's market. I feel like the farmer's market's a good one, because it gives you the opportunity to kind of walk and also kind of like shop a little, take a little souvenir, and then kind of get the vibe, But she already picked the coffee shop, so yeah. And I understand. Wait, YouTube is crapping out on me? Hold on, guys. Okay, there it goes. Hold on. I have to reset something. This is ridiculous. It's happening 4 times the stream. Yeah, no, something's going on with YouTube. Because YouTube literally, it shut my stream down. These user 4 seconds or less. I know. I set my fucking bit rate to 4 seconds. If I set it any less, then it's going to free stream even more. I don't understand what the hell is going on with this. Shit, guys. I hate to say it, I might have to end stream if this keeps going on. Alright, yeah, just it picked up again. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, YouTube had a bit of a lag. Again, it literally it shut down stream on my YouTube studio. That's why I was like, oh shit. Like if I wasn't connected to Streamlabs and I was only streaming through YouTube, I think I would have gotten booted. Yeah, YouTube had a bit of a lag, but I thought it was just me. No, it looks okay. I like the movies because I get tired of talking. Wait, for a first date? Nah. Maybe second date, but also no, dude. Like, oh, okay. I mean, that's part of dating. Like, you got to get to know each other. Like, if you don't want to talk to your date, then what are you doing? Yes. Need doggy cuteness. All right, doggy cuteness is arriving.
Mitesh $5. Stress. Need doggy cuteness.
All right. That was instant, dude. Just grab the damn thing. Oh, oh, oh. Are you? You're not even getting up. He's learned. He's learned the trick. He's just like, Daddy, I do not need to even get up. What a cute little fucker. Oh, isn't that fun? Yeah, Twitch. Yeah, see, Twitch just crashed. On my end. If you're still over... Oh, I have one view. Great. Again, one viewer. Like now. Oh my god. Why did that just happen? Oh, my bitrate dropped below. Oh, shit. Okay, so this is an internet issue? Hold on. That should do it. On both ends, okay. So much Stan. Aw. Ooh, and I get this. 217. Yeah, thank you, Mitesh, for the donations. Man, between my dog and you also donated to my Mom's Memorial Fund, man. I really, dude, thank you so much. I wish I could even look at the camera right now because I'm having a little emotional over here. Boy. Yeah, I think I'm going to stream tomorrow just so I'm not sitting there thinking about all this stuff. Honestly, again, thanks for checking out the stream, like all of you. I know that you got I got my core audience, obviously. You guys rule, but if you guys are new to the audience and you guys are enjoying this stuff, I appreciate having you here. If you haven't already followed over on Twitch, please do, and like and subscribe over on YouTube. Liking my stream really helps me, guys. Like, I'm telling you, just that one like, it puts I'd probably average about 100 like new eyes on me, where like it does just feed me through the algorithm. So just that one like, I really appreciate it. Hiking is a great first date if you both feel the same with. Yeah, see, now that's the thing. Like I figure in this dating culture, and I could be completely wrong, so just bear with me. I'm gonna make my piece on this one. So I would have I would think that I'd have enough conversations to kind of gauge like what they're into. I'm big into phone conversations like beforehand. So I'm not sure if you guys are having phone conversations and she's mentioned like things that she's into, you know, her if she has any niche interests, that kind of shit. Like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I would pay attention to. So again, if I was talking to a girl and she mentioned something about painting or, you know, maybe go to like a nice art supply store, you know, maybe with the intent of just being like, hey, I can get you a nice little brush just so you remember me, even, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I am not good at this. As a guy who's been out of the game for so long, it's just like, oh yeah, you know. Trying here. She seems to be a big nature person. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, maybe the hike actually would be a good one. Like, if this coffee shop is like near a park, just be like, hey, you want to take a, like, would you like to like take this coffee on, ooh, there you go. Get the coffee and say, would you like to just take a walk around like this park or something? That could be good. I got no Riz. I thought I had Riz, but then I was like, I don't think I got Riz. I don't know, man. Take a bob. Nah, dude. Like, this is all. I hate to say it's kind of lame. Like, nah. I don't know. Getting to know a person is the best thing. And, like, honestly, the low key, like what I was just saying, like walking around a park, like get the coffee and take a walk. It's that easy. And you just kind of, you ask her questions. Like, the biggest thing that you, as a guy on a date is let your curiosity take over. Like, obviously don't be a creep, but like ask questions and listen to her. Like, it's kind of that easy. I think, right? Am I entirely far off here? You know, I've had a few women tell me like, hey, you know, it's attractive when a man listens, and yeah, I don't see where there's harm in that. Dating is harder than calculus. Not in your 40s, dude. Come on. Not near your 40s. Like, it shouldn't be. This is where I was kind of saying it yesterday, where the one thing that you should have is more of a just be upfront with what you want out of this stuff, like, and ask her. Like, it is kind of like, hey man, just yo Kaz, actually, here you go, our man Mitesh here, you need some dating advice, and you know, you got that Riz, so he's trying to like, she's already chosen a coffee shop. He is from San Francisco, so he said that she's a nature person. So my idea was get the coffee and then suggest taking a walk. And I just told him, I'm like, it's just ask questions and listen. And yeah, confidence is all that matters. Just be, yeah, exactly. Well, okay, that's what sucks is, yeah, not all of us got that natural, you know, just, you know, like what they call the Riz nowadays from the kids in the Riz, but yeah, the confidence. Not everybody's got that. Some of us are shy little fuckers. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I haven't been that in a while. But then again, haven't had to be. We can all go on dates. Allie, I love science museums. Nice. Science museums are awesome. Be sure of yourself. Don't worry about being like, be genuine. Exactly. That is the best advice. Kaz, I'm so glad that you jumped into the chat when you did. Because honestly, that's the best advice that you can get right now. There, Mitesh. Because I think that is realistically, at what I was just saying, like when you're older, when we're in our 30s now, so yeah, be true with yourself and just be yourself. Be yourself. Take the genie's advice from Aladdin. Warning. Remember, if it doesn't work out, it is just not meant to be. Yeah. That will take exactly. And that'll take the load off and the pressure. Yeah, man. Again, I'm so glad that you jumped into chat when you did, because this is perfect for you. Where we were all kind of flailing a lot, like, just like, you could do this, or you could do this. But honestly, you should do what Kaz just said. Listen to Uncle Kaz. He knows what's up. Uncle Kaz, we're all the same fucking age. Wait a minute. Yeah, Mitesh is in that late 30s range like us there, bud. So PO is wait, what? I hope that you just misspelled my name there. Cause I'm not sure who PO is. What did you do to my mom's webcam, homie? Oh, what, this one? I made it my dog cam. My mom's webcam. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. Wait a minute. Your mom is like my age. Oh, damn. You were the first chatter I ever had that gave me that hint of an existential crisis, where I was just like, wait a minute, you're how old? And your mom is... you're gonna do great, Mitesh. No, for real, dude. You are. We all got your back here. Yeah, you're 25. Yeah, exactly. That's where I was like... Oh, it's wild. That's so wild that your mom is I don't know. In another lifetime, or another time, I could have accidentally been trying to date your mom. Wouldn't that be one of the funniest things ever, too? To happen to you, where it's just your mom, she's just like, oh, you know what? I'm going out on this date. I met this guy, he's an internet personality, and you're kind of like, I just walk in and you're just like, Pep? It's like, do I know you? It's like, inverted mystic. It's like, no shit. Only if you're in Massachusetts. I can make a trip out to... No, I'm just playing, dude. Your favorite things, and hope she likes it, so you don't get stuck going to... Stop it, TK. No, you want to do what she likes, man. And honestly, don't be afraid to also show a little bit of your nerdy side. That's something to feel out, because yeah, man, like Kaz was saying, you gotta just be authentic. That is the most important thing. And women can, especially the older women get, I have noticed that they can smell that bullshit a mile away, and that's why I was just saying, I had that conversation that was kind of funny, where this girl was just like, the one thing that's really annoying about millennials is when they don't know how to act like men, act their age. So a streamer became my stepdad, title future memoir. My favorite streamer, it has to be your favorite streamer, became my stepdad. Now there you go. And then he turned out to be a POS. Oh, no. I feel like that's bad juju on stepdads. You know what? I didn't necessarily have a stepdad, but I had my mom dated a guy for a long time. He was a good influence on me, so I don't know why I got serious there for a second, but I was just like, no shit. We don't have flea markets, flea circuses, sure, but I'm trying to be constructive. My favorite things in life are playing video games, reading books, watching shows and movies. Nice. I mean, me too, essentially. Although I'm changing a little bit. Like I am becoming a little bit more of the I like going on bike rides more again. The activities thing just sucks because living where we do, it's just like, oh, you cannot really always do those activities, and then you get the winter blues, which is that's a thing. No, I'm right there with you, Miss Alice, because like playing video games, although I have to allow myself to enjoy the video games more. Maybe that's me getting older, because even before my mom's thing, like I was having problems just enjoying playing video games. Funniest thing was this kid in my class was like, I effed your mom, and then my mom was like, why did you get suspended? Because I punched a kid, and she was like, why? I told her, and she was like, tell him I don't like little boys. I was like, pog. I mean, it's kind of funny that you punched a kid for who himself was a mama's boy. It's all right. I stood up for my mom one time. That got me in big old trouble because I threw hands. Thing is, I threw hands with an authority figure, so that was a problem. Alice, I have a yeah, I literally told somebody about that in chat earlier because they were talking about how much they like Miss Pac-Man, and I was just like, we got a chatter that has a Miss Pac-Man machine. He was like, dope! I'll allow this, by the way. Screw it, why not? I regret nothing. Well, you don't have to regret anything. You're good. Oh my god, TK. You can't hike around farmer's market. If I invited you on a hike, you would be asking me to turn around in 90 minutes. I'm an intense hiker. Okay. Tess, you are learning from my mistakes. I do have... Jeff, I do actually appreciate your method on this one, where you're just like, I'm going to tell you everything not to do. And I just hope Mitesh isn't reading this like backwards, where he's just like, okay, so definitely do this. It's like, no! I said not to do this. Did you have a dad, Pep? I did. Yeah, no, my dad's around. I'm lucky in that regard. He was also, let's put it this way. I haven't always had the best relationship with my pops, and on top of that, when I say like, was my dad around? Well, it's kind of one of those situations where it's just like, hey, he was gone for a lot of time in my childhood, so yeah, whatever. Not go cry about it. Not for real. My dad, we had this weird discussion where I was just like, you did your best, and it was like the most productive thing I think we've ever like talked about, or like, yeah, it was really cool. Have hikes are up mountains, or like a weekend in Appalachian trails. Well, for us, hikes are you count what block. Are you hiking to the red line? Are you? I mean, I don't know why I'm being disingenuous. No, we got bike trails, and like the suburbs have a bunch of like nice areas. So if you don't see me in chat for a few days, call the FBI. Oh, don't do that to us, man. Damn. Putting a lot of pressure on me. Fuck. Oh, don't go disappearing, Mitesh. Damn. Like, no. Stanley, no. No. Stan would be devastated. Oh my god. Actually, that's what I'd do. I would just show up with Stan. It's just like, we must catch Mitesh's scent. Ruben, that's a walk. Yeah. I mean, whatever, man. You gotta be mean. I may have been kidnapped for my damaged kidneys. Oh, speaking of damaged kidneys, actually, I gotta piss. Gotta start being careful with this. Never did. He was like, was he like one of those truck driver guys? No. I can't say, but he did. He had family business thing. my favorite podcasters regularly warn me to stay out of forests. Who are you watching, Mr. Ballin? if I could see that, if you're watching like episode after episode of Mr. Ballin, you'll be like, I'm never going to the woods. I went. Let's see. A few weeks ago, I went down a rabbit hole that was cave splunking, cave splunking disasters. I watched like an unhealthy amount of hours of cave disasters. Did you guys know about the Muddy Putty cave disaster? Look up Muddy Putty if you're. I'm going to give you a warning. If you have claustrophobia, ignore that entirely. It is one of the it's literally the most claustrophobic story I've ever. I was about to say heard of, but I watched a video on it, and it gave a very comprehensive diagram on what happened to the guy. It's just like, oh my god. I'm just a chill guy who strolls through the forest and looks at plants. Oh, I see what you're saying. Watch too many Law & Order SVU episodes. Oh, not Criminal Intent? You didn't learn the Vincent D'Onofrio, though? Just making people uncomfortable by staring at them sideways. Every time I see him as Kingpin, there's that little bit where I'm just like, hey, that's Vincent D'Onofrio from... He's one of those actors where every once in a while you get taken out of it. I saw that Nutty Putty story, and it brings me near... Yeah. No, that one fucks with me. That's why I have that one memorized. Is like, no... Guys, if you want pure nightmare fuel, if you're for some reason a masochist and you have to watch a video that puts you into a really bad space, do that one. There's oh my god, I forgot the name of the other one where there's another splunker, but this one is a little bit scarier too because of how he was stuck. And all I'll say is splunking ain't for me. I ain't doing that. I also did the same thing with scuba diving, where I went down a rabbit hole with scuba diving disasters. And I also this is just a general interest for me. I love learning about giant ships, maritime disasters and shipping disasters, that kind of shit. And specifically, repurposed ships. I don't know why, but the Queen Mary was something that always fascinated me. My aunt was on the Queen Mary and had a bunch of pictures. She was so cool, man. She never had kids. Just lived the best life, and my mom talked about her like she was the coolest fucking person. So I don't know. That always made me kind of want to go on one of them old ships. God, if they actually did the Titanic too, the question is, do you buy a ticket? Nice. Did you have a trail name? Wait, what? It just kicked me out? What did? Oh, don't tell me fucking stream's locking up again. Oh. Okay. Sorry, guys. I just have to fucking call it because keep getting these internet Oh, there's a general internet outage in my area. Oh, shit. F it, it's the weekend. Oh, shit. Mitesh. Hey. Oh my god, thank you.
Mitesh $100. F it, it's the weekend.
F it. Alright, now that was pretty funny. I hate to. All right, whoever convinced me to turn TTS on, thank you. If you know who you are, then shout yourself out. But all I have to say is, yeah, I was a little apprehensive at first, but now I am not. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys, this is gonna be funny. This is going to drive somebody nuts. I already know it. It's driving me nuts. Wish I could fucking just dono this to myself. I can't. There we go. Yeah, oh dude, thank you. No, fucking A. Thank you. Like, you have TTS on? Yeah. Well, for certain donos. I don't have it on for, like, yeah. How do we use it? You gotta donate. Yeah, you just have to donate here. You donate through this. If I can find it. It doesn't matter. It'll like you can do the dono and then it gives you the option to say whatever you want to say, and that's how it works, I guess. I know how streaming works. To be honest, man, it was kind of funny. Somebody had to walk me through how to turn. Oh, actually, it was another streamer. Shout out Smoke a Tide Pod. He taught me how to turn all this shit on. Man, when I was new to this because I started Twitch, middle of February? Like, I don't think it's been just a few months since I've been on Twitch. Man, I just got that kick in the kidney. Like, I gotta freaking pee. If I had to recommend an amount, $3. Because we were at 1417, and I'm literally looking at that 417. I'm like, honestly, that's like my one thing in my brain that I hate the most is like I do this at gas pumps, where I'm sure you, if you guys have a little bit of that OCD or that little neurospice, do like it has to be on like a 0 at the end, like every time. I can't end it on an. Maybe I do have more than I thought going on up there. Try and be nice to myself. If I had enough money, I would just put it to 619 just to piss you off. Oh my god. Dude. I like the fact that you're even admitting it. You're just like, yeah, you know what? I would do it just to piss you off. It's like, no, fuck you. You're getting a 9 at the end of this. It's like, no! Damn it! Why do I... See, this is the damage of being a streamer. Sometimes I admit my weaknesses. Like, the fact that, yes, uneven numbers bother me. I also do that, like, with the volume. When I'm in the car, I have to put it on a even number. I'm a little bit... As I said, I'm a little nuts. Whatever. Man, I want coffee, but it's getting late. Yeah, I can't. I can't do the coffee this late. Actually, I've already done my time for the night. Little OCD. A little bit. The weird part is, it's like, that's it, really. Like, it really is. It's a numbers thing. Don't know why. Well, okay, no, I like to also, like, if there's something, I failed the test where somebody, like, they put something down and they tilted it, and I adjusted it. They were just like, I don't hate odd numbers like that. When I said I hate odd numbers, damn, you're not trolling me. I hate when, I don't know, again, something as stupid as like when I'm filling a gas pump. It's like it has to end at a 0. It can't be anything else. Hey, Talon, knock it off. You're spamming. Don't spam chat anymore. I got the joke. I know. I'm just saying. I got the joke. I'm just... You know what they are not? Optimus Prime numbers. My name is Optimus Prime. God, I wish. I wish I could do a much... Wait, let's see. Can I, Actually, I have to do this to even get it. Alright. My name is Optimus Prime. Oh, God. Actually hurts to do. Okay. I'm gonna leave a bruise there by accident. Man. I don't like even numbers, not golf clubs, dial. Oh, see? Okay, so I think you might have the same thing that I have, just opposite. Mine has to be odd, or it has to be a multiple of 5. It has to be a multiple of 5. I will settle on multiples of 5. That's funny, Kenzie. Okay, you got it. You nailed it. You literally nailed it. Oh, man, that's funny. Now what you gonna do that your brain leaked out? Yeah, right. Or 3. I can't see on that one. Unfortunately, I can't. That's too much, because, like, that's... Nah. Because then you're ending at 9s, you're ending at 6s. Nah. Sorry. I guess I'm a little bit more... a little bit... more anal. Wait. I was looking for a proper word, and I chose anal. There that is. Mine has to be prime. Oh, see, okay. I like the fact that everybody is kind of just, all right, I don't feel that bad now, where I'm like, oh. All right. Cool. I'm not that bad. Oddly enough, that actually does make me feel a little bit better. I don't know why. Where's the call? Stan, what are you doing? Depends on what the total top number is, and even distribution of numbers will do. So if the total is 9, I can be fine with the 3s. I know you can, but no. Notice how I've gone back and changed that though. Like me and you have fought over that without even making like it known that we were fighting over that. I've noticed it too, where I don't say anything and I'm just like, no, because if I say something, we're just no. It's like, no, I'm gonna just. Usually you ignore it afterwards, but there's been occasion. God, that's funny. Just realized how right you are. 420 and 419, you would never touch weed again. That's a... Oh, dude, that's actually a weird observation, but I think you might be right. No, I wouldn't, like, not touch weed anymore, but I definitely wouldn't be using that. I don't think I would be... Damn. Good observation. Okay, I have got to piss, and then I'm going to come down and smoke, and then we're going to hang for a little bit, and then I'm going to go. It's 6 hours. So... Oh, wow. What you doing? What you doing? I got nothing. Look at the side eye. Side eye. Look at it. If you lean any harder, you're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. Oh, my baby. Oh. He literally was leaning so hard. He was just like, It's pushing me over. Oh my god, he was so cute. What you doing there? What are you doing there? Just see your butt. What you doing? Your butt dance. Where's the spot? Let me show me the spot. Where is it? Gotta be like right. Oh, there it is. I got it. He's got a little spot on like the side of his leg that if you scratch it, he'll start doing this. Like he starts like grooving. He's just like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man. This dog is a trip. Hi. Are you good? Alright. And straight. Okay. Oh, don't pout. Don't pout. God, you're so spoiled as it is, man. I hope you realize that. All right, let's smoke. Okay, so you sent me a funny video. You've now told me 4 times to check it out. Okay, fine. Sorry. Wait, really? So this guy debates 25 Trump supporters at once? That seems not very... Pap, let's see if you're biased. Uh-oh. All right. What's the test? What's the bias test? Personally, I haven't liked him since Jesus Walks, and that was a long time ago. I've always actually been kind of like not really the biggest Kanye fan. I liked him as a producer more. Like his backing tracks for like Common Sense or Common, like I thought that was where he was like strongest. Although Gold Digger, you know what? That track slaps. Even though now I don't know. Does it? like maybe the backing track again, but like the actual like substance of the song now, even I'm like, Yeezys was a great. I mean, it's fine. Again, I'm not going to shit on it because I don't really know it. I maybe have heard a song or two from it, but I don't know, man. Kanye wasn't really my style. Even when like Graduate came out, or Graduation. Jesus. What's the bias test? Oh, if Kanye. You're trying to really debate me on Kanye right now? Wait, I've never liked Kanye's music. People think I'm crazy. No, see, Sylvia, I'm right there with you. Like, I've had the same reactions too, which is funny because they're like, "Oh, you don't like hip hop?" I'm like, "No, I actually like hip hop. I understand his influence. I understand some of the really good shit that he has produced, but his own stuff, just never really been a fan. Same with Jay-Z. Like, I like maybe a collective 5 Jay-Z songs, and other than that, not the biggest fan. I like oh my god. Now I feel like I'm put on the spot. Talib Kweli, Mos Def, Tribe Called Quest. Like to go with some of the older stuff. Tupac is like still, and it's not like that 90s like, oh, I like Tupac because yeah, and same with Biggie. Like I actually now with the Diddy shit, it is way harder to listen to Biggie. I hate to say. All right, yes, the gay fish was hilarious. You eat fish sticks? You put fish sticks in your mouth? You gay fish. I am not a gay fish. God damn it, I gotta watch that episode. It's been so long. Oh. But no, and then yeah, now it's Kendrick Lamar. That's pretty much like all I've been listening to recently too. Fuck. Travis Scott stuff is okay. I don't necessarily hate it, but yeah, even Drake. Like some Drake stuff was okay, I guess, but lately, man, I don't know. Get it, man? Come on, please get it. How they beat up Carlos Mencia. Oh, dude, Carlos Mencia sucks. Like the whole Carlos Mencia thing, that was a real. There, let's actually. Maybe I can find something on that. Glad you brought that up.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Did you? I'm sure you've talked about this a million times. Did you ever stop going there for a chunk of time, or you?
I stopped for 7 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stopped for 7 years after
God,
I had that dispute with Carlos Mencia. Yeah, that was when he was way more popular.
Yeah,
than
hero
me.
turned villain,
Like,
exactly.
especially as a comic, and the Comedy Store took his side, and I was like, all right, fuck
That's
you
right.
guys, and I took off. It wasn't really the Comedy Store either. It was this one guy who was the manager. Because Mitzi, actually, I called Mitzi and gave her the whole rundown of what was going on. I told her, and she's like, "Why don't you just stay away from them?" And then she gave me a spot that night, and then they called me up 2 hours later to tell me that I was banned. So I said, "Wait a minute! I just talked to Mitzi. Like, she gave me a spot. She told me when to go up. So if she's not running the store, like who's deciding I'm banned? You are? Like, what are you doing? Like, do you guys understand what this is? I mean, this is like you're having a little battle for like whether or not you're going to let people profit off of crime. Like, this is really what's happening. You have thought crime. You have intellectual crime. You have plagiarism. And you're allowing one person,
but the fact he was doing it so brazenly,
allowing them
like
to profit off it.
The fact that he was doing this in front of people, like one of the most egregious things that I had heard was when he had one of his openers, just like I guess he had a bit where it was just like, yeah, can you, do you mind like doing that bit? And then the next day, Carlos was just like, you know what? I'm actually going to go up first. And then he used the bit. And then the guy was just like, I can't use that bit now. And you put me on as a closer for the show. What?
And no one's doing anything about it. So when one of us does something about it, then you're going to punish that person. Yeah. You're basically highlighting everything that everyone was afraid of.
That's a good point. What was the reason for your being banned? Because you were on their end of it. Like,
because we had made a video with me and Carlos arguing on stage. And then we put it online.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
I
they
kind of vaguely know
that
about all this.
This was, somehow or another in violation that should have been kept inside the club. And I'm like, you don't get it. You weren't protecting us. No one was protecting us.
Oh, that actually, all this time, I thought that was actually like a video from the store. I didn't realize that was from Joe Rogan's team. That makes sense why Ari was there.
It stumped me.
Over that?
Oh, yeah. Over that. Yeah, I was with Gersh. They dropped me.
Holy
They had to call me up to tell me. They essentially, in this long roundabout way, were trying to say that I either had to apologize or they couldn't work with me anymore. That was the gist of it. And I had to make them spell it out. Okay, let me say this really clear. You tell me if this is what you're saying. You're saying you want me to apologize or you can't work with me anymore. Well, we're done. There's no apology, and we're never going to work together. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I was really nice to the guy it wasn't his idea, my agent.
Honestly, again, this is where it's just pained me because it's like, man, this is why I really enjoy listening to him, because what he's saying here, that I hate to say, I take his side on that. Like, that
so you're a great
sucks
guy.
For your managers did that to you, but fuck, man.
If I see you, I'm giving you a hug. But you guys have to understand that you're making a choice that's going to affect the rest of your life.
Yeah.
This isn't just a small thing. You only have a few. How many years do you have in this life? Well, this year is going to be highlighted by this decision.
Well, yeah. And then he went on actually, if it wasn't for like the Opie and Anthony show, I don't think that would have gained as much traction as it did, because he went to New York and he just spread it all over the New York comedy scene. And once they knew that, Carlos was starting to go do tours and shit, and he was getting called out by the audiences, not even the comics anymore.
This is going to be a
and why did the agent take that stand? Did they represent him as well?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. All right. So they needed to make nice.
Well,
the whole thing and chose
he made way more money than me.
Oh, it's so weird that we were talking about the show 24, and here we have literally one of the main cast members.
So he was way more valuable to them, and so I'm like, you got to make you sell art. That's all you guys do.
Joe Rogan was really great. He just went down a rabbit hole. The rabbit hole could happen to anyone who isn't super informed. I'm less critical of Joe Rogan than I am of The thing is, if like Rogan were to just like say, you know what, man, I was really in a bad place. I fucked up. Immediately, I'd just be like, all right, let's give him a shot.
You're not making
it's that easy for him.
Anything,
right?
You're just. If Mary Lynn comes up with a show, if this guy has a tour, if she's doing this or he's writing a book, you make money off art. That's who you make money off.
Truth.
Now here a guy's stealing other people's art, and your answer to that is we got to stop people that are exposing it.
Yeah, okay. Like it's pretty cut and dry when you put it like that.
Did he ever change? Or
I don't
not
know.
that it even matters, but
I hope he did. He's got to find Jesus.
Did he ever acknowledge it that he did it?
Sort of. Yeah, sort of, and then he kind of took it back. It's hard to admit.
Yeah, Yeah, because he did admit it. I think he admitted that. I want to say it was Bobby Lee show. Here, actually. Bobby Lee on Carlos Mencia stealing jokes. Here we go. On Lex Friedman of all things. Yay. But
I'd love to sort of re-explore this. Is Carlos Mencia.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why
go there again?
Yeah. I'm willing to do it, but do you like Carlos?
Well, first of all, I'm friends with Joe, and I remember being a fan of. I'm outside this whole world. I remember thinking Carlos was funny.
Yeah.
So I just as a fan, I was like, "Oh, funny." And then I remember this big controversy about him stealing jokes. And
he stole jokes from fucking
because I'm a
George
fan of
Lopez
yours.
and
Such an
did them
interesting
in
human
front of
dynamic,
him.
and I'm a fan
he
of
didn't
friendship
think that
and
was
loyalty.
gonna get pushback.
And you had a great podcast conversation with him. It was tense.
It's so tense.
It was very tense.
Yeah.
But it was interesting, and it kind of makes me think of you talking to your father on that bench.
Jank, actually, I'm glad that you brought that up. I would probably be in the same vein with Jank, where if Jank just is, like, if he said that, you know what, I've reevaluated my thought process on this, I apologize, and I would like to pivot to what we were before, the true home of progressives, I would give him another shot. Maybe Anna, not so much.
Yeah, that's essentially what it was.
Some of it wasn't getting through, but maybe. How do you feel about that whole thing about the guy? I mean, he's a friend. He gave you a lot. But you're also a comedian, so stealing jokes is no good. But also, there's like I don't know, all the tensions in your heart about all that whole thing. How do you feel about it? Do you forgive him?
Okay, let's go back to it's very Shakespearean in a very weird way, right? Because there's some betrayal there. You know what I mean? There's a lot of drama when it comes to that situation.
Yeah, he's actually he does small clubs.
Again, also, I'm a very loyal guy. Like I've had
he was just at the Improv by me.
The same manager since the late '90s.
No, it's Lex Friedman.
And I've had every gigantic manager want to sign me, even though my manager is great, right? She's in a big company, right? And there's only so much she can do. And maybe, you know what I mean? My career would have been different if I would have signed with a bigger management. I don't know, right? But I will never leave her, you know? I'll never leave my agent, Matt, you know? The people go, well, you're at CAA. That's amazing. The only reason why I'm at CAA is because of Matt Blake, you know? So there are certain loyalties that I have. The Comedy Store, you know, I mean, I generally play.
I'm not mad at ego at Anna. She's got a huge ego. She just kind of went down that ego trip. You know what I mean? Sometimes you, when you insult people, you become delusioned by your
the Comedy
ego.
Store mostly.
Yeah, but that's no reason to not call her on it.
Because my loyalties are with them. I don't know if that's a good trait.
Again, I withhold. Also, she needs to kind of recognize it's like, no, I don't want to be like, she needs to apologize, but she definitely needs to at least go, all right, maybe I was going a little nutso here on specific issues.
But it's just
like
the way I am.
Trans issue
right?
is a big
I
one.
admire that, yeah.
Okay. So when it comes to Carlos,
she owes anybody
in
an
the
apology, that's Benny.
In the mid-'90s is when I met him. I was a doorman at the La Jolla Comedy Store. He brought me on the road. He introduced me to Matt Blake, my agent, right? And
this is the story I was talking about.
Bought me a car. You know, when I couldn't pay rent, you know, and I was really desperate, I could always go to him for money, you know, and he helped me out in so many different ways, right? So, you know, I really appreciate that. Paulie did the same thing. So anyway, and then all of a sudden, and I always knew going on the road with him that, number one, I found it odd that he never had a notebook. You know, usually, you know, comics riff with each other and they write things down.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Me, I'll get together with people and write. You know what I mean? I'll do a new joke night because I'm too scared to try it in front of a packed room or whatever it might be. Okay. He never did that. Right. And he had hours of material. And, you know, a lot of it was derivative of other people's.
Bill Cosby's, you know, he literally stole a Bill Cosby bit from the 70s.
Sometimes hear a bit, change it to Mexican. Like for instance, if Paul Mooney had a joke,
Yeah, the Paul Mooney one was most egregious.
About black people, he would change it a bit, but premise-wise, it was always extremely too similar. And there are examples on the internet, so you can't. There's things that you can't really deny, and so
I can't forgive them. They're doing right-wing propaganda, hating trans people and blaming them for homeless people for our problems, glazing MAGA. Nah. Yeah, I'm with you. It's hard to give TYT any credence. As I said, Jank specifically, if he did that, I'd find it easier to become a viewer of his specifically. But as I said, no, like Anna has got she's definitely
when that whole
doubled
thing
down on
happened,
it. And then going on other people's platforms and kind of doing this is why I left the left bullshit.
it was like the
That's not just a bunch
Titanic.
of,
I mean, I
leftist
was
pushback.
either going to sink with Carlos or survive. And I did not the worst thing, but I made a difficult decision, and my decision was to cut ties.
But I also don't hate anybody that's viewing TYT. Like, I still watch Rashad Ritchie and John Adirola occasionally. Like, especially if like a clip pops up, I will watch them.
Over
TYT Sports, I still watch.
the years,
Rick Strom.
I've felt very guilty about it in some respects.
It just sucks that like those guys were stuck there for so long, and they're like in the position that Francesca just got out of. But even when Francesca was still there, I supported her.
But there is always in my mind, I want to help him. I want to help him reestablish some sort of a different, route for him to go in terms of his career and whatnot. And so I had him on my podcast, and it didn't go the way I wanted it to go. I mean, I've always believed if he just fully was apologetic and said, I'm sorry for stealing in general, because we don't know specifically. I mean, there's specifics, you know what I mean? And I don't want to argue every case, So I thought the healthiest thing to do was like in a broad way, listen, I stole, I'm so sorry, these are the reasons why, and I'm a different guy now, but it just never happened in that way.
No.
And so it's been difficult.
So you don't think he self-reflected looking in the mirror about mistakes of the past at all? Like, do you think he's aware?
I think it's ego. I think that he, for one reason or another, because there are probably jokes that he legitimately in his heart know that he wrote, that people are accusing of stealing, right?
Yeah.
But, it's like, we don't know, right? So it's like, just apologize for all of it, right? But he won't.
The only one I find myself watching is TYT Investigates. Didn't that recently change over though to
for every
what the fuck it's called,
every point, and I just think that that's not the route. And he's always going to make money. He's never going to be what he should be, which is he's a powerful performer. In terms of laughs, I mean, dude, I wouldn't want to follow him. Yeah. He's a crusher, So it's
Rebel
like,
HQ.
it's really, he can act. He has all the skill set.
Yeah, isn't most of that stuff under Rebel HQ now?
It's just that, to me, he went about it in the wrong way, and it's sad to me. And but I'll always love him, and I've always will thank him for all the help that he's done.
So you still got room in your heart for him?
I have room for my heart for a lot of people, man.
Hitler? All right.
Oh, Bobby Lee is one of those guys that also bothers me, though. Like, he's gotten away with some pretty egregious shit. But whatever. That's at least he didn't steal bits, I guess. All right, man. Damn. Actually got through everything today. That's really cool. I've been doing that more and more. Look at that. Oh. Yeah, Sylvie, were you like me? Were you a TYT member? Like, I was a paying TYT member for a long time. And, Yeah, it was the Benny thing that did it for me, where I finally, I was just like, you know what? Nah. And when I found out that Benny left, and then Jank went after Lance, when Lance tried to call him out, I was just like, nah, I'm out. I haven't watched it for... So it's changed hands. I wouldn't know. Oh, okay. Oh, for a bit, so you wouldn't know? Okay. Yeah, I think it's Rebel HQ. Occasionally their clips will still pop up, and I'll just be like, okay. It's good stuff, though. I mean, they have good reporters, and that's where I was kind of going with that, where it's like the talent that they curated. That's why it's so disappointing. Like, goddamn. But I'm glad that Emma went to Majority Report. I'm glad they're growing. I'm glad that the ecosystem is, it's still growing. It's just now spread out. You know, like TYT, they lost a bunch of audience share, but they also, I guess they shared that wealth. Like, I ended up with a Squishmallow Dragon. I got a mod out of it, so that's kind of cool. Which makes me think, like, only if they didn't pull that would Squishmallow Dragon not even be here. I don't watch any show affiliated with TYT now. I like Francesca, but that's, again, I do not begrudge you. I actually agree with your with you doing that. I figure that the other talent getting thrown under the bus specifically for what their bosses do, I don't agree with that. Personally. So I'm still okay contributing specifically to John Adirola and Rashad Ritchie and Rick, like those three specifically, because they are so good at what they do. JR, he went a little apologia with it, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'm done watching JR. Like, I used to watch, oh God, it just used to be, was In the Room with JR or whatever. Oh yeah, whatever. Things change, and then we end up in communities like this, so I'm glad that you guys are here. I'm glad that I can at least provide entertainment to y'all, hopefully. If you hear a cue from a desktop and answer you on the Chromebook before you can ask it, where will it show over there? I don't know. I don't know what you're technically asking. I got kind of lost, but like, so if I hear you ask a question from the desktop and answer you on the Chromebook before you can ask it here, it will show over there. Stoner time. Oh, I see. You're on a 6-second delay because of your Chromebook. Got it. Yeah, I kind of have a similar thing here. There's a little bit of a stoner time travel thing. I've done that before, where I'll look at my playback to see something happen. I'll be like, there it is. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I've done that. We got 10 minutes before I think I want to head off. So let's see. What else I got? No, this is like the real fun half. Now we can just look through some shit and see what's there. It's kind of what happened with the Menstelia thing, where I was just like, ooh, yeah, you know what? I forgot that I was interested. I mean, again, that was one of the most interesting little bits of comedy drama that was going on for a long time. Views from Bible. And Casparian calls out Jank's rant, leaves him... What? This guy's channel looks like it might be about the same size as mine, so I'm not sure if I want to do that. You know what? No, here, I'll link it. It's almost like it hurt us.
Before Joe Rogan became one of the biggest platforms out there, being nice to people and promoting their work or their businesses for
Damn it. Sorry. Give me a second. There we go.
free on your platform was a concept that was unheard of. And after Joe Rogan exposed Carlos Mencia and essentially took over the comedy scene in LA, he essentially influenced many artists and comics to be nice to each other and benefit from each other instead of, always looking at each other as rivals and as competition. Well, this culture kept running strong until about last year when Rogan finally decided to make the move from LA to Texas. Now, the LA podcasting and comedy scene can be better described as toxic and fueled by drama. And in this video, we're going to take a look at how exactly Joe Rogan had everybody on check while he was in LA. And now, as soon as he left, everybody started going at each other's neck. So make sure you watch the entire video as there is...
Not necessarily interested in that portion of things. I don't care about what happened after he left. Insinuating like he was the guru of the comedy scene.
Is very interesting information.
He definitely had influence. There's no denying that, but let's do. I saw this Anna Kasparian thing pop up, and it's gone. Shit. Where's the newest one? What the fuck? Oh, did they take that down? Oh shit, they actually did it. They paywalled their stuff. Even their old members only shit. Howdy, how is watching the self-destruction of Western civilization treating you? It's just fucking... It's another day in paradise. I mean... my personal world essentially, went to shit as far as the last few weeks where... Can't really throw much at me where I'm just, anything in the news I kind of look at all right, well, this will just be something to get through. Cool. Sorry to hear that, brother, but you know what? There's that little bit of well, at least I don't feel that bad. Okay. Fun video. What fun video can we find? Anything fun? How come one of the more fun comedy videos is an hour long? Damn it. Alright, we'll put that one on the list. Oh, fuck. And all these structures do kind of deserve it, even if the people don't... even if the people served don't deserve to be cut off. It's A weird balance. Yeah, I've been thinking about this shit where I'm like, I don't know. Anna kind of stopped me from doing that though, where she was kind of, and she's right. It sucks because like there's the part of me that I just want to give up and just be like, nah, they fucking deserve it. You know, fuck them. But I have to differentiate between Trump supporters and, you know, the Trump voters. Trump voters, I have to be a little more sympathetic to, where it's like, all right, guys, like we're just trying to change your mind here, but Trump supporters, I don't think so. There's just no change in their fucking minds. So, yeah, the weird balance thing. You are right though. There's this, like you said, grab the popcorn. It's just gonna. There's a lot of just also, what are you gonna do? Like outside of organize, do what, you know, get behind everybody like with Bernie Sanders and AOC, start kind of building the movement. And then I also like what they were saying about like building the independent movement. I thought that was wonderful. And it's just like, man, like what? But besides that, yeah, are we gonna doom her all the time? Like fuck that. Like it doesn't help us. We can do both, and yeah. And also, there's no, dude, don't ever feel guilty for just checking out sometimes and just being like, nah, not today. Just not today. I've done that shit where I'm just like, no, not today. Like I kind of hit that point today, man. Like I hate to admit, because of everything that's been going on. Oh, my mom. I did have one of those just overwhelming emotional days where I can make light of it now and just say, yeah, every little story that I heard about Donald Trump, I was kind of meeting with like a visceral reaction of just like, who gives a fucking shit? Like, you know, the world sucks already. Like, and this guy, like, just it's a compounding issue with me at this point where it's just like, oh yeah, that's right. You know, everything. I have to think about all this stuff. I got another little, you know, bit of news today that kind of sent me spiraling. There's a reason that there's an extra 7 on that. Man, I hope none of you have to deal with this in any way, shape, or form anytime soon. So I'll just say, F Trumpy, yeah. I appreciate it. Just keep it simple. Yeah, F Trump. But also, let's try and have, like, Anna, I was just talking about how you actually inspired me. Where you checked me and I was like, you're right. I can't lose my empathy. Like, I'm glad. Thank you for checking me on that. So, it is the thing. It is. Why are you all capsed out? You're very capsed out right now, so I'm just like, she's shouting. I don't have to shout. Right here. Right. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I can't hear you. You're typing. What? Nah, we got this. Since nobody in my life is organizing. Oh, hey, chatter above you is organizing. So always feel good that knowing that somebody from this community is out there doing the hard work. I'm not putting it all on your shoulders. I'm just saying that you're one of the ones that I'm like, oh, anytime that I need to think about that, I defer to you, or I just think like, yes, Anna's got this. And then I also go, well, now I must ask her questions. We also have, more people in chat that are very active. Either a weird tanky cult in the OG justifies rolling tanks into, or being pushed out of the same tanky cult. Damn, I just had to drive an hour and a half to pick something up. Oh, that. Shit. I'm sure soon someone is. Lots of people are organizing everywhere. Even joining a nonprofit that works with bigger political orgs is good. Yeah, absolutely. You know, doing like, well, fuck. If you're depends where you're from, but like legalization, if that's still not a thing in your state, I always say joining some organizations that are trying to legalize is always a good start. That's if that is your issue. That's how I got active, I'll be honest. Like, that's what got me more active in like broader politics, was actually meeting people through those organizations and realizing that it's like, oh, you guys actually have interesting like political opinions that I've never heard before. Trust me, as a sheltered kid, that I said that a lot. I was just like, I never heard that before, and they're just like, you, Pep, did you know anything? It's just like, They shielded me from a lot. The secular world, it was evil. Evil, I tell you. Can't let the evil win. In that secular world, it wanted me so bad. You don't understand. Like, that's actually the way they used to talk to us, by the way. Was like, everything was secular. Sheltered boy. A little bit. A little bit. Like, not like, the weird part was I was the non-sheltered kid at my school, but then I would go to other, you know, schools or hang out with my friends in their friend group and then realize I'm like, oh, I still am. Got it. Oh, I'm sure someone is, but most of them are liberals. Most of the liberals ever do is march around a square that nobody sees, chanting things nobody hears, and I'd rather just not at this point. Well, that's you. I mean, some people, you know, that's organizing, though. You meet people through doing that kind of stuff. Hell, I have lifelong friends that I met through doing that stuff. I don't get too caught up with the tankies talk. It's pretty cringe. I haven't heard tanky talk in a long time. Anarchist tech support, we need to win them over too. I agree. No, I truly agree with that. Good take. Does kid have teeth? Too much. Apparently Hassan had the same take I did on oh my god, are you telling me Asmongold and the Surfs actually agreed and Hassan agreed with me? Where that hairy kid was just, he was getting too much woman. Interesting. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, they defend the cops from us. They're traitors too. Sorry. All right, no one wins with me. Well, I mean, if you're playing Miss Pac-Man, no one wins with you. I've been battling with demons lately due to pain. Fuck it, I need to be here. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Don't let the women, no, for real. I hope that you find that you are in a good place. I can't find pizza. Oh shit, okay. Shit. You know what? Hold on. Oh, anchovies? Yeah, no shit. I looked. You're gonna have to come find it. I literally can't find. Okay, I'll be right back. That was an awful turn of events. Guys, you ever have that moment where you have a dinner plan, right? And it's so locked in where you're just like, yeah, I got pizza upstairs. I've got this pizza. Turns out I do not have this pizza, and I got a little stonied with one of my buddies, and we ate it. And I forgot. And now I am scrambling for dinner plans. Whoops. Oh, shit. This happened last time, too. Damn it. Well, crap. I can't believe I did that again. Fuck. You need to go upstairs. Here, come on. All right. Dog. Now he wants away from me because he's just like, look, my daddy can't even get a pizza. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Man, I am just. This sucks. Looks like I'm gonna have to fucking get Taco Bell. Dude, what the hell? It's Friday night, man. These places are supposed to be open way later than they have been. Guys, the recession, this is, can I just say, I think that this is actually one of the signs. Like, this is one of the signs of the recession that I was fearing, because, like, this is what happened with the last one with COVID, and the one in 2008 was very similar too, where all of a sudden places that were 24 hours had limited hours. Like, dude, we used to have like the best 24-hour McDonald's. It went to the wayside. Then recently they made it 24 hours again, which is awesome, right? Just recently they went back to their old hour. I'm starting to sense it. Got Doritos Locos. Oh, you know what? I could just keep it simple and just go get. Ooh, I think you just nailed it. Thank you. All I needed was somebody else to say it, and I was just like, "Oh, there it is." Because I do not like Taco Bell. Listen, as far as like trash food that's just horrible for you, I do like some Taco Bell. It's just I wasn't planning on eating Taco Bell tonight, so I'm kind of just but I have to eat. I've also been hitting that point where, yeah, I haven't been eating enough. Isn't that fun? My own doctor told me that. He's just like, you need to eat more. I'm like, crap. Oh, yeah. So I had a fun phone call with my doctor about just, my mom's situation, and I was just like, I called for a consultation on whether or not I should come in for a checkup, which that's usually like calling a salesman or like a car salesman, like, do I need a new car? It's like, yeah. But my doctor's actually like a solid ass dude who is an honest person. And he knows that I'm a bit like overly cautious, borderline hypochondriac, and he was just like, all right, so what's going on? And I all about the situation with my mom, and then he was just like, okay, so I had a feeling, because he gave me a spiel, which was pretty funny, where he's just like, usually when I hear from one of my patients who's around your age, I was about to ask, are you having a baby? I was just like, what? He's like, yeah, that's usually when I hear from men your age, is when your partner's pregnant and you start thinking of life differently. I'm like, oh, okay. And he's like, or did somebody die? I'm like, bingo, doc. And then, yeah. And it was just kind of, he told me, he's like, no, don't worry. Like, he actually told me, like, to take it easy on myself right now and to not put myself into that kind of mindset. So, yeah, man. I'm lucky that I have a good doctor. That's kind of pretty much the moral of the story, is I just wanted to kind of shout out my doc, where it's just like, yo, dude, he's a good dude. Also a bit of a hippie. If you've ever seen Spider-Man 2, when he loses his powers and he goes and he meets with the doctor that has the tie-dye shirt on, and he's just like, in my dream, I'm Spider-Man. And it's like, okay. So in this dream, you lose your power, and I'm losing my power. He's like, in your dream, you're Spider-Man. He's like, have you ever considered that, you don't need to be Spider-Man? And like, I've always hated that doctor for like, for doing that. Cause I was just like, oh, he's the reason that he quit. You fucker. Shout out Pep Doc. Hell yeah, I know. My Pep's Pep Doc. Yeah, my doc is, I got very, very lucky to find an honest fucking doctor. Like, trust me, it's not lost on me how rare that is, where he doesn't see me as a number. He actually, he remembers like our previous visits, which is kind of funny and also disconcerting too, where he'll almost have your blood pressure levels like memorized, and he's just like, so this cholesterol thing, it's just like, okay. I knew this was coming. That was the last time I was in. He was just like, good cholesterol, bad cholesterol, right? He's like, you've got the good cholesterol. Trust me, you're good on that one. He's like, but this bad cholesterol. It's like, you ever considered eating some Cheerios? Did I mention he's actually kind of a funny dude too? So like, there was one time, man. I was worried about something, and he cracked a joke, but it was like, it was literally like at the expense. It was like, you know, it could be like this guy, he's dead. I was kind of like, what the fuck? But that's also what I knew forever. I'm like, I am seriously, if I'm out of state, I will be coming back here. It's like, no. Oh man. I wish you all the luck in the world to find a doctor that is as cool as mine. That's silly. Wait, what's going on? Are you guys having a debate over on Twitch yet? I kind of haven't really been paying attention because I went off on thinking about my health for some reason. And my music stopped. Sorry, YouTube's doing it again. I went to go restart my music and I just saw that my key frame rate was dropped again and it just started buffering. I'm like, Alright, so that's what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm calling my internet company. I've got to figure this out. Yay, that's fun. Let's see, what could we learn about tomorrow? Because I want to do like a stream where maybe not politics, but how many of you guys are interested in we could either do deep sea wrecks like I was saying, those are cool. We could watch this really cool video that I found on the Edmund Fitzgerald. I may have just lost all of you. We can watch a few videos about why Elon Musk's Mars plans are complete horseshit. Ooh, actually, I think that's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna put that in the queue. There we go. Watch a Mars. Shit. Excuse me. God, I sound like my dad every time I do that. The doctor that did my heart transplant said I'd always remember him, and he would always remember me as well. I'm a great patient. So you could be like me, like where my dentist. God, this was embarrassing, but also like weird because I've never felt so special. I showed up and I had a cracked tooth on my bottom, on the bottom. It was like my bottom canine, and it was like cracked in half. And it was. I think I was just biting, because I've always I grind my teeth when I sleep, and I didn't have a mouth guard for like the longest time. So yeah, long story short, it turns out that I put that much pressure on that tooth specifically at that, and it just cracked it. Because he also found damage on the tooth above it. So got that taken care of, got fitted for a night guard, all that, right? Everything's gravy. I get used to the mouth guard. It really wasn't that bad. I thought it would be like a huge curve with it, where it's just like, I'm not going to be able to do this, but it's just, I don't know. If you ever had like a retainer, it's essentially like that. But then I woke up one morning and my mouth guard was cracked, to the point where it was kind of barely hanging on that same spot where I was just like, what the and I took it in, and he's just like, I've never seen this before. Like he got his colleagues, he got everybody just like this. He's like, hey, look at this. And when they did the molding, they kept asking me, they're like, are you sure you did not like crack this like under something? Like this was the force of your mouth. I was just like, yeah. They're like, that's so yeah. I'm apparently the only patient that my dentist has ever had crack a mouth guard. And I have to go in every 6 months, not only for cleanings, but they have to make sure that I'm not cracking teeth. I might have stress management issues as far as like my body and like the way that my body deals with it. So I think that's where it all goes. Kind of sucks. Yep. Wait. What are you guys even talking about over here? Sorry, YouTube chat. It seems that Twitch is popping off over here between Anarchist Tech Support and Leard. That is how you say that name, by the way. Alright, so each protest tactics are irresponsible and will get more people hurt. Oh, I see what he's advocating for. Okay. Oh, no. Mario. Oh. No, Mario. Awfully deterministic for an anarchist. I mean... Wait. Shit. Oh, come on. Don't do it, internet. Don't do it. Reset. 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 Go. Are you guys experiencing that over on YouTube where it starts buffering and then all of a sudden it just catches up? Like, because that's what's happening to me on my end, and I'm just starting to wonder. I'm like, okay, how much of this is YouTube? Because this time, I've literally got my internet speed right here. It hasn't moved, so thinking that's YouTube. Whatever. I think about it. I think I've thought about it a little bit too much, so fuck it. Alright, Anarchist Tech Support. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse would have happened if property was not being destroyed. Reading history before theory yields interesting results. What? Okay. I think that you kind of need to have an even elementary idea of history to even get into theory, because the problem with theory is like you got people that know nothing about the lives that these philosophers and great thinkers were, living under, unless stated in their works. Hold on, guys. Do you want to check this out? I don't know. Hold on. I like how YouTube's just like, hey, we think that you would like this video. Do you want to check this out? That doesn't happen very often. Whoa, hey, they got a new thumbnail maker. I like that. Guys, check it out. Majority Report got a new thumbnail guy. That's cool. Everything's his fault. Ooh, video game music. Hell yeah. Fuck it. I had everything loaded up for what tomorrow or Monday show is going to be, so I think that's what's important there. Oh, you guys aren't even really having a debate. You guys are actually just kind of being like, oh yeah, keep yourself safe, you know? I don't know, guys. Today was the first day that I've felt in a while in this political atmosphere. God, I want to actually just say this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, or, well, if I'm wrong, it's my opinion, but if you feel differently, I should say. That today with AOC's speech, that was the first time that I actually felt hope since Kamala, but for real, I'm not kidding, guys. Like, that brings me back to the first time I saw Barack Obama speaking, and I was like, oh, this guy might actually do it. Like, because I remember that, man. Like, I think it was right before the debate. God, he had done something. He had spoken. It was, I want to say it was at the NAACP thing. But I remember seeing that clip and I was just like, holy shit. Like, this guy's, he's got it, man. And then when he did that debate, I was just like, holy shit. And then they did the hope and change shit. I don't know. I know it was like a liberal time, but and Emma talks the same way, but I find it funny that Emma was like in not even in high school. She was in like elementary school. She was 14 is what she, but I gotta say there was a different vibe where like if you were out there voting that, and it like, especially in Chicago too, like, cause that's where they held it. Holy shit. My sister was crazy. She actually went to that thing. She said it was like, you know, elbow to elbow, and it was all of Millennium Park, which, if you guys have any idea, Millennium Park is huge. So, yeah. And don't spit on a diversity of tactics. You do you, I do me. We do it separately. Clearly you don't, because you insist on your tactics at the other events, at other people's events. Go hold a sign by yourself and see if you can do better. I mean, the whole just a single person holding a sign, you want to be careful with that one, because then you do look like you're just a fucking crazy person out there. Like, I listen. We have one of those guys, okay? I'm just gonna say this much, and he's not a political guy. He's one of these guys that he's got the Jesus is King. You all need, like, if you want to be saved, you know, pray or whatever. Like, he's one of those dudes. But same street corner, almost every day. Actually, until recently, I think the cops finally were just like, no more. Because he would stand there with a megaphone shouting at people. And, yeah, there were two businesses, like, right at that intersection that if I was, I would not be okay. Because one of them is an oil changing, like, it's an oil changing place, and they have to have their doors open. And hear that shit all day. And the guy, and I'm trying to be as like respectful as possible, but the guy does it in broken English, and he's like from the Philippines. There is a degree of just like, okay, man, like, what the fuck? Barely understand you, and then on top of it, it's just like it's constant. So, yeah. But then again, I also know a homeless guy that he's always same place. I think it's a good place. Like, it's a good spot as far as like the way he describes it. Because I asked him one time just out of sheer curiosity. This was actually kind of funny too. Where I was like, "Hey man, you want to smoke?" And he was, "Yeah, yeah." And like, I just asked him, like, "Hey, so you like go to a homeless shelter?" He's like, "No." It's like, I ain't moving from my spot here. He's like, "Honestly, I'm very lucky." He's like, they have a little squad that they all share the spot, but they all look out for it. And it was, that was kind of, yeah, it was interesting. That's the point, Pep. Doing things by yourself isn't effective. Tech support insists that protest marshals get out of their way so they can just do a spontaneous act of violence against the cops. No. Protest marshals, that's what they're called. Those were the ones who were, when we were at Occupy, they just kept like get off the street. Like, they were mad. And I was always confused by that. I was like, wait a minute, I thought the cops were supposed to be the ones that were meanies. Like, yelled at me. Like your orange vest. You know what? We really do have like a degree of professionalism at Chicago protests. Like, we always have permits. Like, always. I don't think I've ever not, like, every single protest I've ever been to was a permitted protest. So, yeah, make sure you don't get arrested and the cops don't break up the protest. We always left peacefully. Like, we always left of our own accord. We tried to do the tent city, but they did shut that down. But it's because we didn't have a park, like, where Occupy Wall Street. That worked because there's a park right there. There was a big plot of land that they could just go take over. In our financial district, it's literally the fucking John Hancock building. It's kind of like, oh, there's like nothing here. You got a giant Picasso there, and the plazas. Yeah, man, they don't fuck around with that thing. But I've been at protests and meetings with the marshals where we decided to strategically confront the cops. Man, we got lucky the one time. Because, like, we had a cop that was, like, that walked essentially with us. Like, he was kind of creating, like, the street perimeter. But we were making him laugh the entire time. So, like, I don't know. By the end of it, we kind of did just leave where he was just like, get the fuck out of here. You guys are hilarious. It's mostly Palestinian protests right now, though. They didn't do the federal workers one because, yeah, there's already a Palestinian protest happening down in Daley Plaza. No, it isn't as easy or simple, but someone didn't learn from the success of BLM. It shows. Success? I'm out later. Okay. Oh. What? The BLM protest caused January 6th? What? That's one of your dumber takes. I gotta say. I'll be honest about that. What? Oh, yes. You mean the organization that now supports Trump. Okay, probably the second craziest thing you've said, not gonna lie. That's why I was just like, what? It did kind of just. Alright, it's 1 o'clock. Alright, I should probably go get food here. What time is it? Yeah. I just found out that there's a town hall coming up. I just, looking in to see if I can actually be part of this one. Harvard. How far is that from me? Not gonna lie, Anarchists get on my nerves, and it's not easy to keep from name calling. Come on. Is this where we need to tag team? Because I'm just like, no, be nice. And you do the same thing to me where you're like, no, be nice. I feel like we gotta do that. Hey, I'm happy to help. That's because the political spectrum is a hypercube. Are you talking like a hypercube from the like cube, like where it's essentially just a Rubik's cube, but it's also a torturous device from hell? I just watched the Japanese Cube. I forgot who recommended that to me, but damn, that was a good movie. Like it was, and somebody, you guys, whoever recommended it, you said that it was a totally different movie. No shit. I will say that I like the original better, only because I think that the structure of the plot line was a little bit easier to ascertain, and it wasn't even the fact that it was in Japanese. I have no problems with that. They made it a little bit more convoluted. But realistically, man, I thought it was awesome. And the fact that I didn't know that existed was kind of wild, because like Cube was one of my like favorite movies. The fringes can go to any other fringe for an instance. What? Why do I always pop in at awkward times? PP Jackson, I don't know why. Wait, are you talking about like in chat here? Wait, am I talking about something really awkward? I don't think it's that awkward. Oh man. Oh, seriously? Oh, he unfollowed over that? Oh, that's some bullshit. Yeah, chat. No, that's some bullshit, dude. He unfollowed over that shit, guys. I just watched my fucking follower number go down. Huh. Alright, whatever. No way. I mean, his name still shows up here, but I literally just watched my number go down, so might have been someone else, but yeah. Whatever. Not gonna get upset about it. Oh no, it says he's still here. Well, don't know who I disappointed. Every once in a while, I do kind of wish somebody would just, or like, be like the one dude at the very beginning that was very funny. It was like my second week on Twitch, and they just said, I have to unfollow you, and they gave me like a whole list of reasons, and I was just like, well, thank you for at least letting me know. I will follow you and add it back. Oh, thank you, Queen J Blue. Shout out, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Back to 273. Woohoo! I don't know if it was him because he's still showing up in my followers feed, but yeah, man, somebody legit, they dipped out halfway, like it was right as you were as he left. It was in between that and me saying it where I just like looked over and I just saw my 273 go to 272. I was like, really? That's why I'm like, really? You're gonna do that? Fuck you. Over a disagreement you're having with my chat? Bullshit. Which, by the way, over at Twitch, you guys can hop over to YouTube. Here's the link. Like the stream and subscribe to the channel over there. That really helps me out because I'm getting closer to hitting that fine 1200 goal, which once I do that, that will help me out a little bit. Disagreement over not committing spontaneous acts of violence at protests. I mean, that would be wild. That would be a wild reason to quit. Also, Queen Jade Blue, I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Sorry for, like, constantly cracking, like, my shoulder, man. Ugh. If you guys can hear that, that happens almost every time I fucking move. It's one of the joys of having the injury that I have. Also, lifting. Seriously, guys, like, watch that shit. That's how I did it. Like, I got hit awkwardly playing hockey, but that's actually how I invigorated it. Because I healed from the hockey injury, but I didn't listen about working out. I thought that I needed to work it out. Like, I kept telling it, like, sad part is I was seeing a sports medicine doctor for this one because this one actually was like during it, you know, since it happened during a game. I got that privilege, but fuck, man, I should have listened. That's one of those situations where you get older, you're like, I was such a dumb kid. Why didn't I listen? All right. The original complaint was that protest marshals got between them and the cops, and tech support claimed that they were liberal class traitors. You mean no? Sometimes you need, like, responsible fucking people to keep you from doing stupid shit. Trust me. As someone who relies on their significant other to keep me from doing dumb shit a lot, and my friends. Hell, some of you guys get it, where you're just like, Pep. At least he called me a liberal. He did call you a liberal. That was kind of funny. Gotta be honest. Oh, God. Okay, so those are just... Wait. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh. Jeffersonian feudalism sucked them and stayed pretty much on that triangle. Okay. So you're somehow like a political anomaly, but you're also like part of the in-group. I mean, that's a pretty cool place to be, gotta say. I mean, not even trying to be like, oh, look at this cool guy. All right. Feudalism and federalism are not the same. No, he's right in the Overton window for classical liberal. Is he? I thought that shifted. Am I wrong? I thought the Overton window literally, like, after this election, they widened it, and they also just were like, but at the same time, we gotta compress y'all. It was just like, oh, Huh, shit. Stupid Overton window. This Overton guy. What'd he know? Oh. You said Jeffersonian feudalism. I might have fucking read it. Did I read it wrong? Federalism. Yeah, I read it wrong. Whatever. I'm dyslexic, bro. You should be fucking happy that I get half of the shit that I get right. And this is with a special fonting on my computer, so. That's a window for broader society. I'm just talking about how it looks for a specific political subset. You're welcome for that, Pep. Yeah, thank you. You actually changed my life with that shit. You really did. I mean, fuck. Anna, did I tell you what happened? Okay, so this is a funny little story about So in Tennessee, me and my sister, we had a really funny moment where we were going through a bunch of our old stuff, and we found some old assignments from like when I was in first grade, and the assignment was to talk about what we did on vacation. So my sister, she's reading it to me. She's just like, so you went to go see you went to Say World to go see the sales. She's just reading this thing. We're cracking up. And then halfway through it, she looks at me and she's just like, I think you're dyslexic. And then my wife is just like, yeah, that's textbook dyslexia. Like, this explains a lot. And I thought of you and my computer fonting, and I'm like, I think that we've already determined this. But yeah, I've never like been formally diagnosed ever in my life. I just always kind of knew. But then again, I was out of school by the time that they actually started like diagnosing that. Well, out of elementary school, like at the time that it would have mattered, because, you know, fake it till you make it kind of thing. I was good at that, where my brain was finally trained to get around shit like that. Like, dude, I can skip out like entire midsections of words and still get the sentence out of it. So that was almost a gift, I guess. I don't know. No, but for real, Anna, you yeah, dyslexia? Holy shit. I gotta say, that is a game changer. Which, by the way, yeah, guys, there's no shame in having a little bit of dyslexia. Like, apparently it's like super, super common. And I've been talking to more and more people that are getting like diagnosed way later in life. My man got the dyslexia. I have nothing. I got nothing. You got me on that one. Oh, man. Oh. Bow. Just. I'll be here all week. Yeah, now you can just take, you gotta take dinner theater, yeah, I'll be here all weekend. Try the veal. It's like, that was my go-to anytime that I had a zinger. That was, you know, just a little. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Damn, you went Ticketmaster? Shit. You didn't even go. Oh, God, who do most comics use? Like, here, actually. Just got a, not the ticket. Oh, who's this new fucking service that's doing everything? takes a 2 Ticketmaster now. Oh, I guess they bought them out. Well, look at you. Yeah, Ticketmaster it is. When reading, I was determined that I think the X equals Y line in the most logical positions, and I think it was in like a political compass test? Was it the 8-point test? That's the one that I most recently took, and I was kind of surprised at how accurate it was. Because I was like, shit. They kind of treated it like a DSM test, too, where they would repeat questions for you, too. Like, you don't like them? They help. Trust me, they help. They help people that don't think in these terms. They help. Because you need to control your... Oh, shit, that smells like burning. Give me a second. I wasn't prepared for that. Mom's candle's burning out. All right. Okay. All political ideologies control some social values. Yeah. That I didn't know was gonna hit me. That candle's that was the last candle that my mom was burning. And I've been burning it in her honor. Okay. Sorry, guys. I didn't know that was going to hit me. Yeah, man. I thought that was not going to be anything. A candle. It's a candle. It's a silly candle. Like, what the fuck? Like, why is it the weird shit that does this to me? Like... That's been happening like all week where it's not what you think. Like I can be looking at pictures of her and then it's just like the randomest shit. And yeah, that was it. Like, God, yeah, because that was like I was saying, that was the last candle that she was burning on her nightstand, which my mom is like, she's the reason that I'm big into candles. Which I gotta say, credit to her. You know what? She would tell me, she's just like, don't let your friends make fun of you for this. She's just like, trust me. Like, if you ever have a woman over to your apartment and they know, like, they smell this candle, like they smell your candles or they see that you have candles, they're going to appreciate it. So, you know, screw your friends, like, making fun of you. I was just like, oh. And it was like one of the best pieces of advice, like, she's ever given me. So... that was always all. It was good advice. No, honestly, it really was. For usually, you know, moms don't wingman like that, but it was just like, okay, you're fucking right, nailed it. Yeah, as I said, I'm a sucker for a good candle. I bought a really expensive candle. It's a dragon's egg that hatched a dragon out of it from Ren Fair. It is a Nag Champa candle, which Nag Champa is my favorite scent ever. I'm one of those, like, I might as well just be like your stereotypical hippie. Like, but I love Nag. I do. It just reminds me of so many happy times of walking into a head shop just going, I'm here to go pick up a new piece. So, but yeah, man, it was like a $70 candle, and I was so apprehensive to spend that money. I was like, this is pretty much all my fun money, but this is the coolest. It's shaped like the dragon's egg from Game of Thrones, which is wild that I'm now kind of wrapping show up with the dragon's egg, even in shit. After watching that Michael Brooks thing, which that was cool. I need to watch another Michael Brooks Emma clip. Man, I hope him and my mom, like, if there is an afterlife of any kind, if there is like that collective spirit where they can just sit there, have a just have like a good conversation. Michael would have been the one that could have convinced my mom to really change her mind, like, because for some reason, even if I reciprocated exactly what Michael was saying, I'm her kid, so she would always see it in a different light. But if she's heard it from, Michael, she would just be like, oh, that guy's really smart, I really like him. Which, hey, whatever. There's it's $400, damn it. Yeah, there's a Supreme Luigi Catholic prayer candle at a shop near me. It's like $400. Damn it. Yeah, they got a John Wick one that I saw recently. I was like, it's not the one I want. No, I want one of those really, really bad. Damn. They know what they're doing with that. They know what they're... Yeah. They know... Apparently, they know their market where they're just like, they will pay for this. It's just like, shit. Is that the thing about being a socialist, is like we convince ourselves to like spend stupid money because we're just like, you know what, fuck it, I deserve that. Even though it's like, technically I should really afford something else, but yeah, I ain't paying for that. Exactly. No, a prayer candle, I would do like $20. Yeah, $400 for a candle, you kidding me? $70 hurt, like. But this candle, to be fair, I've been burning it since... September. Like, and I burn it for about 2 to 3 hours a night, so... That's a pretty substantial candle, I gotta say. And it's nowhere near its bottom, by the way. It's probably got about halfway to go. Worth it. I don't know. See, that's the thing. You also start to, like, as you grow older, you start to appreciate even more expensive things like an expensive candle, and you're just like, oh, I don't need the Pokemon cards or wherever the fuck I was going for. Candle. Now, if it's weed or candle, come on. That one I can't even. Don't even get me started. Oh, shit, I gotta go. I just realized I gotta go to the dispo tomorrow. Fuck, I forgot to do that last week too. Oh man. Got exhaust fumes. Really? Why? Oh wait, hey, you better be kidding. Yeah, you. I mean, if it's like a joke, but dude, please, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I actually am a little sensitive to that stuff. I don't like that. I don't like that stuff. I don't know. I don't like that stuff at all, to be honest. I just kind of found my line. Which is weird because technically, like, other jokes wouldn't bother me. Like, say, for instance, you're just like, yeah, you know what? Me and my girlfriend are gonna go take a bath together. It's like, oh, who's your girlfriend? It's like, oh, her name's KitchenAid Toaster. Seems like that. But for some reason, the exhaust fume thing gets me. Yeah. Hey, Steven, how you doing? How's America going? Not well. I mean, not well, but at the same time, the left is finally pushing back, and we got AOC and Bernie, like, actually, like, doing shit, so that's nice. Is it going to hell or shit? Well, shit hell is shit hell a level of hell? Because I think that's where it's at. No joke that it's a car thing. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were making a bad joke. No, guys. I'm being sensitive. This is me. I'll admit it. Like, make your jokes. I'm fine. I just, and I'll be honest, I won't go into too much detail, but I had somebody in my life try to end themselves that way, so, and they failed only because they passed out, and when they passed out on their horn, so they were saved because of that, so I might be a little more sensitive than your average bear to that one, so I'll admit it, so it's nothing on you guys, it's all on me. But yeah. Armageddon jokes are okay? Yeah. Yeah, guys, I'm fine. No. Dark humor's still here. Dark humor's still here entirely. It's the join it, not so good of a time. Well, History Boy, when did you start following me? That's the biggest question, because unfortunately, yeah, World War III jokes, go for it. End of democracy jokes, go for it. No, guys, go for it. Like, I don't care. It's even the exhaust thing. I'm just saying, like, I may have gotten a little sensitive there. I've been a little sensitive about stuff because of my History Boy. My mom passed about 2 weeks ago, not even. And today's actually the second. It is actually. It's 2 weeks today. So I'm a little more sensitive than average, than I usually am. So I'm just being open about it, though. I'm just dealing with it. I'm a pretty recent follower. Okay. So I was like, okay, yeah. So no, I appreciate you being here, though. Thank you, History Boy. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going through that right now, and it's a rough process. And you just happened to pop into stream where I was rebounding because I had one, like, when you're grieving somebody, you have like these moments, right, where like you would think that it's just you'd collapse and just, fall into grief patterns at certain points, or you see a picture of the person that passed and that would do it. No, it's dumb shit. Like what happened there, where like I've been burning this candle for my mom, which it's her candle. Like she was burning it on her nightstand before she passed, and I just realized that's near its end, and like it wrecked me. And that was it. Again, now I'm rebounding, and I'm just being honest about it. It's one thing that I hope that anybody can take from my stream, especially with what's going on with me, is I hope that you guys can at least learn how to process grief a little bit healthier now, and also know how to help somebody else process grief in a healthy way. Because I was told that even the jokes are fine. By some, like, I've been told that like making jokes is healthy. They said if you only make jokes and you don't like actually, grieve them, then it's a problem. Here's number one. If you're in a doomsday cult, but the apocalypse doesn't come, it's not the end of the world. As somebody who was part of a doomsday cult, who the end of the world did not come, and then they did the thing where they pivoted the date. That was my favorite, where they were like, we meant 2015. Then that didn't come, and they were like, 2021? That didn't come, and they were like, TBD? I got unlucky and lost my grandma in the second grade, and that led to some pretty unhealthy habits. On top of that, it was like 2 months after getting her back from CPS. Oh man, that sucks. That sucks, man. Yeah, I get that. It's actually about let's see, when did I lose my grandma? because I live with my like actually like I had a complicated life, and I would go back and forth and live with my grandma. My grandma, oh no, she passed when I was 12. So, but yeah, man, special people in your life that pass, which again, it's literally part of life. That's why I'm not trying to be like, oh my god, like it's just it's the unexpected nature of things, and on top of it, like, yeah, for me, it's so wild to know that like my chatters, like you guys were here the day before where I was talking about her getting better, and then the next day she was gone. Like I went back and I rewatched that. It was kind of like for a healing thing, believe it or not. Yeah, that was kind of wild, like to just be like, oh wow. And this is why I love my sister. She's just like, yeah, usually people would call that oversharing. She's like, but I call that actually grieving your parent pretty healthily. I'm like, oh shit, look at that, getting a little bit of a pat on the back from your sister for that. That was actually kind of nice, gonna be honest. But I'm sorry to hear that. Wait a minute, bro. History. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that about me. God. I'm really sorry to hear about that. By your grandma, man. From the sounds of it, it kind of it just kind of sounds like your grandma meant a lot to you. So, I'm sorry. That sucks. It sucks to lose people who are close to you, but you know what? Grieving is the healthiest thing. It's keeping that grief buried that sucks, and it's also doing them a disservice, man. Like, you got to show you that grief. Like, part of the thing that helped me with my grief personally is knowing that every time that I do like cry or I feel anger or any of it, like the passion is it's just how much I love my mom, and that is keeping me going. And you know, I did love my mom. Loved her a lot. She was not perfect by any means, but trust me, I got so many goddamn stories, but she was a damn good mom. So the worst thing to do is going to work at school afterwards pretending you are fine when you are not. That is very unhealthy. Even when you feel fine, take off. Oh, yeah. No, like this? Yeah. No, I'm doing this for the busyness, but at the same time, because of this community, I am lucky enough to be a YouTuber or a streamer at this point. I keep calling myself a YouTuber. A streamer that has a community that's not going to abandon me because I get emotional. Like, they've been super supportive of me. Like, the thing is, my mom, the day before she died, literally was like talking about how much she loves this community and how proud of me she is of doing this. And it was, I keep repeating the story, don't care. I love it. I love the fact that my mom did this, and it's adorable. My mom, she couldn't figure out how to work chat. Like, literally, she would have been, chatting with you guys, but she just did not know how to do it. So anytime that she had like a disagreement with one of you guys, she would text me. Well, I think that, History Boy, I think that History Boy needs a hug. Like, she would totally say some shit like that, and I would just be like, oh, okay. And then I would kind of like relay that. The way that I was doing it, which I kind of wish I would just send my mom text me, but I was saying like, I have a chatter, like I have a private chat, that kind of thing. That was always my mom. So, but I appreciate that advice. Like, take off if I need to. Like, I also, again, have a very, supportive community that did look out for me and told, like, they told me, take my time. They told me that they have my back for, don't feel like I'm going to have a community abandonment issue or whatever the fuck. Like, trust me, the YouTube algorithm, as powerful as that motherfucker is, was not the reason that I came back. I'll just say that much. I came back because I was ready. Like, I did that 2 times basically. Took 2 days off, went back to school. Both of those times cried at school, and it would have been better to just stay home Yeah, no, and that's exactly it. But like what happened there, I'm not ashamed to have happened on stream. When I'll admit I'm ashamed to have like maybe a full blown breakdown. That's why I won't talk about certain things. I won't I'm not trying to do that, but again, I went to go and check my candle and all of a sudden I was just like, I'm going to break down now. It was very much what brought me here, where I'm just like, yeah, isn't that weird? But anyway, I appreciate it, guys. Like, I appreciate all the sympathy. I appreciate, again, all the condolences have been, they mean a lot to me, man. The smallest things. It's so weird how, like, when something like this happens to you, it's this, you start looking at smaller things and just going like, they didn't have to do that. And yeah, it's very cool, man. It's also like I have a very strong community that's helping me with my mom's memorial fund, which is a little bit harder to talk about because, yes, there's so many emotions there, man. Mainly anger, because there's a few things there where I'm like, got some familial stuff where you're like, oh, great, thought you would have some help from family where you're not getting it, and it's like, and it's all, dude, it's so wild how when it comes where they're just like, hey, you're, so by the way, like, this is how I had it broken to me. By the way, your mom had she had a debt. I had it broken to me where it was like, is this like the mob? And no, it was to the company who handled her services. Because she did it was like an insurance thing where, like, God, the way that they broke it down was kind of like a timeshare. Where it's like, yeah, we got everything covered. We take care of all the post process. Bunch of bullshit that is. Whatever, guys. If you ever get if somebody tries to sell you on that, look a little bit deeper into it. Also, make sure that there are the right amount of signatures on the damn thing. That's another thing that fucking came back to bite us in the ass. Sorry, I opened up a little too much there. I was, dying in America sucks. I keep saying that, but for real, dying in America fucking sucks. But apparently dying in Canada and other places seems to be about the same. Coming from someone who has had a horrendous start to life. Not going to start getting into it. It is long. Ayo. I like the fact that you did it. Ayo. It'll eventually get better no matter how bad it seems. Brother, I appreciate that. Thank you. Or, sorry. Didn't mean to give you a brother pronoun if that's not your pronoun, but I appreciate it. Nah, I appreciate that. You know what? I also appreciate you opening up, man. Thank you for doing that. All pronouns are fine with me. Cool. Whatever. Dude, man, bro. That's pretty much how it goes here. Although I've gotten in trouble for saying dude is not gendered, but whatever. Whatever. What you gonna do? All right, guys, but I have to go get some food. Otherwise, it's going to become a problem. So, sorry, I am a little emotional. But tomorrow, look out for stream. If I do end up streaming, it's gonna be around 4 o'clock, like our normal time here. It's just gonna be a chill stream. So come hang out. If I just look out on Discord and YouTube. Keep your notifications on over on Twitch as well. All right, see ya. Have a nice whatever it is for you. It is almost midnight, so it is 11:40 p.m. here in the Chicago area. But either way, all right, y'all. Let me pull this up real quick. Where the fuck are you? Here it is. Cool. Once I hit the music, then the show is over. All right. Alira, thank you for all your help, and I really appreciate it. Bloodstone, thank you. I appreciate you being here. Mitesh, thank you again for all the... Dude, seriously, thank you. Thank you, Mitesh. I really appreciate it. Jeff, all you guys, Ruben, you guys rule. So I will catch you all later. Okay. That was supposed to go a lot smoother.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.